For over 1,000 years, the powerful Dragnar clan served as the northern defensive wall of the empire, all thanks to their special physique, which, according to rumors, was inherited from dragons. Every member of the clan was born with exceptional magical power, endurance, and a talent for swordsmanship. Everyone received these abilities, except for Theo, the MC of our story, due to his lack of talent and abilities. Everyone considered him a bastard and treated him like trash, even his sword teacher, and one day, when his family's estate was attacked, Theo was simply unable to do anything. He was mortally wounded when he finally realized who had attacked them. His master is the one who betrayed him. Rendon laughs and says he watched Theo train every morning. All that efforts, all that struggles were completely pointless. No matter how hard Theo tried, he was never going anywhere. Then he swings his sword and cuts off Theo's arm. Blood pours out and the video collapses screaming. Rendon grabs him by the head and lifts him, up saying everything happening right now is Theo's fault. He forces Theo to look at Rose Palace burning and tells him his family is dying because he's weak. Then someone drags over his mother's lifeless body and drops it in front of him. Rendon coldly says her death is also on him. Broken, Theo still tries to fight back. He grabs his sword again and charges before he can reach Rendon. Another man throws a sword, straight through Theo's body. He sent flying and crashes to the ground. Rendon casually apologizes, saying he just got carried away remembering the past. As Theo lies there, the world starts fading. He regrets his weakness, and then everything goes dark. But it doesn't end there. He regresses back in time with hidden traits and skills. Theo opens his eyes again, and standing right in front of him is that bastard Rendon again. It looks like they're in the middle of sword training. Rendon tries to snap him back to reality for being so absent-minded, but Theo still has no clue what's going on. He wonders if he's having flashbacks of his life, and can't believe that the face he flashed back to is Rendon's annoying mug. It feels like a cruel joke from the universe. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of him and he steers. Here's at it, completely clueless. The system window tells him to punch Rendon in the face as part of his tutorial quest. At this point, Theo is more confused than ever about what the hell is happening. He wonders if this is how flashbacks are supposed to work. He also notices that Rendon can't see the system window either. I guess Theo isn't complaining, he just drops his training stick, balls up his fist, with all the power he can muster, lands a solid punch right on this bastard's face. When the punch connects, there's no change in Rendon's expression. He has no clue what this moron is trying to do. Meanwhile, our boy smirks to himself, thinking about how everything feels so damn realistic. Rendon finally responds to the punch and throws a solid attack at Theo, sending him crashing backward. Theo is annoyed that he has to endure this pain in his flashback as well. Meanwhile, the bastard master just sighs and explains that he understands why Theo might be frustrated, especially with the awakening ceremony coming up soon and his lack of progress. But he still can't forgive a student who lashes out against their master. The mention of the awakening ceremony shocks Theo because that event happened almost 10 years before his death. Stone keeps on berating him for his behavior and walks away saying he'll see him in the next lesson. The other members snicker among themselves, thinking about how this imbecile is blaming his master when he's the real talentless moron, while his peers continually shower him with insults. Video finally starts to understand what's going on. He begins scratching the ground and can feel it clearly beneath his fingers. Then he looks at the injury round one inflicted on him, and the realistic sensation hits him hard. It becomes clear that he isn't just flashing back. He's actually come back 10 years in time to when he was only 17 years old. Right on cue, a system window pops up in front of him, congratulating him for successfully completing the tutorial quest. As a reward, Ragnar's talent has been activated. The system asks if he wants to receive the reward, and without hesitation, presses yes. Arcane energy shimmers in the middle of his chest, as the system confirms that he has received his reward, and that all his stats will now increase at an incredible speed. Back in the Rose Palace, we see that same filthy bastard is having tea with Theo's mother. He reports to her that he's never seen anyone as talentless as her son, but then he flashes a broad grin, saying that's precisely why he's here. The true teacher, Rendon, will do his best to make Theo strong enough for the awakening ceremony in 5 months at least. The Lady of the Rose Palace, Cecilia Ragnar, says she'll happily leave him in Rendon's capable hands. She also hands over a bag full of gold coins, telling him to give Theo a bit more attention. The filthy bastard takes the money and tries to reassure her that she doesn't have to worry. In response, she says she isn't worried at all because she believes in her Theo. Later, we see Rendon walking down the corridor with the bag of money in his hand, grinning. He's thrilled that he's getting paid such a handsome amount to teach Theo absolutely nothing. He smirks to himself, thinking how mother and son both are imbecile. Not only is he getting paid to train someone from Ragnar's direct line, but he's also going to be rewarded by his other master for leaking all of Theo's secrets and sabotaging his growth. It's an opportunity he's never had before. We then also see Theo in the corridor, sprinting at full speed, and he zooms right past Randon. His so-called master just scoffs and calls him an idiot. Loser as he runs by. Theo was running to meet his mother, and as he approaches, he calls out to her. When she turns around, she sees him completely out of breath. Without a word, Theo hugs her tightly and begins to cry, overwhelmed by the feeling to see her alive. This moment finally convinces him that he really has returned 10 years into the past. The painful memory flashes in his mind when Rando forced him to watch his mother's lifeless body. But now, seeing her alive fills him with genuine happiness. He is now determined to change the future for her sake. If that mysterious system window is real, he knows he can grow stronger with the help of Ragnar's talent trait. He's sure he'll be powerful enough to hold his ground in the damned war for the throne. Most importantly, he's determined to get strong enough to take revenge on that piece of shit Randone. The second tutorial quest arrives, telling Theo to train his body to the limit. It's still early in the morning and the sun hasn't even risen yet, but Theo is already hard at work, fueled by thoughts of revenge against Rondon. He knows he needs to get stronger as soon as possible. In his previous life, he was part of an intelligence agency known as Black Word, but he was relegated to the information and was never given any major role because he lacked the combat skills. He never expected he would end up using the information he gathered back then like this. One thing he remembers is the potion that greatly empowers the body, known as the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir. Its true worth will be revealed in the future through the secret manuals. Most importantly, he recalls the extreme training he had given up on because of his lack of talent. But now that he has the Ragnar talent, he's sure that he can gain strength if he works hard. His face twists with happiness as he notices that his running speed is increasing, and the system window promptly shows his progress as well. Other clan members have also appeared in the training halls, and they're quite bewildered to see him running without getting tired. They wonder if he's always been this fit. Afterward, he swings his sword and can definitely see that he's swinging faster than ever before. A few days later, we find him practicing in the dead of night. It's then that we also meet the training ground manager, Evelyn Nervaville, who is yawning and feeling tired. She reflects on how he's been training without sleep for days, and he starts to wonder if he really is the talentless fool people say he is. On the other hand, Theo is so tired that he feels like he's about to collapse, but seeing that progress bar going higher and higher keeps his spirits up. Just last night, he was totally wiped out from all the training. He had hit 90% progress, but right at that moment, his percentage dropped to 89, just because he took a little time to rest. That's exactly why he's been practicing relentlessly, pushing himself without a second thought about what speed even means. Now he's hit 98%, so he picks up his speed, knowing he's almost there. After this final push, he's exhausted and can barely breathe, but there's still 1% left to achieve. Somehow he manages to push through, and finally, his sweat pays off as he sees the 3-digit number he's been craving for so long. The system promptly congratulates him for successfully completing the tutorial quest, and informs him that he has obtained the dragon heart as a reward. But before he can read all those juicy details, he just faints from exhaustion, while the system hovers over him, asking if he wants to receive the reward. Now his hand trembles as he tries to lift his but he manages to press the yes button. As soon as he receives the reward, a blue light engulfs him, and the hall manager watches in disbelief as he undergoes this power-up. A while later, we see him in a room. As soon as he opens his eyes and looks around, Evelyn appears and reassures him that he's in the break room of Training Ground 4, and reminds him that there was no need for him to push that hard. When Theo spots her, he recognizes her right away, which surprises her that he remembers her and goes on to introduce herself formally as the manager of the 4th training ground. Explains that he lost consciousness while training alone earlier in the morning, so she brought him here to rest for a while. He thanks her for her kindness, and she offers him some water, while reminding him that within the Ragnar clan, opening one's mana hall before the official awakening ceremony is strictly forbidden. Theo has no idea why she's bringing this up but agrees, saying he's aware of the rule. She then asks if he knows why did he break it. He still looks unsure and asks why she's questioning him like this. That's when she reminds him that right when he lost consciousness, there was a mana wave that perfectly matched the opening of a mana hall. With a menacing look, she demands to know if he opened his mana hall. Well, Theo was completely clueless about what she's talking about, but then he finally remembers the incident that took place before he passed out. As we know, he received the dragon heart as a reward, and as a bonus for clearing the quest early, he also gained the magic power of 10 of his past life. When he recalls this, he's at a total loss for words, because getting a dragon heart is no walk in the park. You see, a dragon heart is special because a mana hall can be placed within it. Placing a mana hall in the heart allows it to operate more efficiently. However, humans, unlike dragons, typically place their mana halls in the lower abdomen because the human heart can't handle that kind of power. That's why every warrior, especially those in the Ragnar clan, longs for it. Dragonheart, and it's the quickest way to become overwhelmingly powerful without placing the mana haul into the abdomen. However, humans have never been able to overcome the natural limitations of their heart. But now, with the dragon heart given to Theo as a quest reward, in an awkward situation. The rewards are incredible, but it's clear that this has put him in a tricky spot. On top of that, he is sitting before Evelyn Neville, a high-ranking swordswoman, who is now retired after losing her left arm and has become the manager of the training grounds. Evelyn was the commanding officer of the white-armored dragon cavalry, and her skills were so remarkable that even the demon dragon revered her. Known for her fierce principles, she was not the type to care about status or strength. She could not tolerate dishonesty or cowardice. At one point, when she found him inflexible, she relinquished her position as his direct master. In other words, if she discovers his dragon heart in Mana Hall, he could very well lose his head. But he smiles because he has a plan in mind. As long as he doesn't get caught, there's nothing to worry about. He makes a sassy comeback to her accusations, asking how she can talk about executing him just based on her gut feeling. He asks if she can handle the consequences of her words. The girl falls silent, unable to counter his question. Theo further tries to demoralize her by reminding her that he is also an heir of the Ragnar clan. If they find out that the suspicions against him are baseless and false, it could be seen as defiling the Ragnar name. She agrees, acknowledging that these are the rules. With a menacing look on his face, he asks her if she knows what the punishment is for humiliating an heir. She confidently replies that it's execution. He is glad that she understands and tells her to think before she speaks. The lady is blown away to see this new side of him and wonders if this is the same person she knew. In any case, she's sure that what she saw was definitely a mana wave, so she decides to investigate further. Even if he is of Ragnar's bloodline, rules are rules, and she intends to hold him accountable. However, she soon realizes that he actually doesn't have a mana haul. The expression quickly falls as she understands she might have been wrong. Theo just feels cocky and asks her if she's satisfied now. According to the rules, she sits down at his feet and, without a shred of hesitation, tells him to just execute her, claiming she will pay for her sins with her lowly life as she bows her head lower and lower. He reveals to us that dragon hearts are different from ordinary mana halls. The existence of a dragon heart is essentially a mana haul that can be controlled freely by its user. In other words, he can hide his mana at will. Plus, the fact that humans can also possess a dragon heart will only be discovered a few years later, so Theo is confident that no one can accuse him of having one. Instead of executing her, he places a reassuring hand on her back and tells her there's no need for that. He walks away, saying she did her job, and that not many would risk their lives to demand the truth from an heir, which he appreciates about her righteousness. But the truth is, Theo just doesn't want to kill her because she is one of the strongest. Keeping her alive would benefit him in the long run. He then explains that the restriction on opening mana halls before the awakening ceremony is meant to prevent overflow. He's glad to see her concerned about someone like him, who is a bastard of Ragnar. He leaves her sitting there quietly. Theo walks confidently, feeling on top of his world as he recalls that not only does he have the dragon heart, but he also gained 10 years worth of magic power from his past life. A few days later, we run into this shithead once again, screaming at telling him to swing a bit more to the right. It seems like Theo is pretending to be weak, and it's getting harder to listen to Randon insult him every chance he gets. Theo can't help but notice how this bastard is subtly but deliberately teaching him weird sword techniques. He's becoming more certain that there's a mastermind behind Randon's actions, and he's convinced that the person who gave him that final blow in his previous life must be the true mastermind. Theo decides it's time to find out who that mastermind is, and a smirk spreads across his face as he realizes what he should do next. Rando, meanwhile, keeps yelling at him, and that's when Theo snaps the stick he was holding in two. He lets this jerk know that he can't listen to his yapping anymore because his lessons are utter trash. He further asks this piece of work how he even became a mid-rank swordsman with the trash skills of his. To further provoke him, Theo reminds him that he'd probably struggle even against demonic beasts. Of course, Rendon takes the bait and is fuming at this point, but Theo isn't backing down either. He strides toward the old man and makes it clear once again that his skills are pathetic. We soon learn that Theo's plan is to provoke Rendon into resigning from his position. And if things go south with Rendon, Theo is certain this bastard will contact his mastermind. The scene then transitions to Camellia Palace, where we see a man bursting into a pub with a big grin on his face. He calls out to someone named Axion and announces to everyone that the bastard of Ragnar is going to duel his master next week. The man in question, Axion, just sits there silently, unable to even lift his glass from the table. Meanwhile, the excited guy keeps going on about how Theo was blaming his instructor for his lack of talent, and is confident that Theo will be left disabled after the duel. Suddenly, the glass Axion was holding smashes into the loud guy's face. knocking him out cold with a single hit. The guy is seriously pissed off, and makes it clear that he doesn't care if some bastard ends up half disabled. Of course he doesn't care. After all, he's just another Ragnar. Specifically, the Four Hounds of the North, Dark Tiger, Axion Ragnar. The man standing next to him is Remington Narsho, one of the Four Hounds of the North, Silver Lion. Just then, another guy makes his entrance. And this pissed-off man is Ed Troven, the Nine-Dragon Sky Dragon. He looks particularly worried and says that things might go wrong if they let their guard down. But Axion reassures him that this is only true for people with talent, so they don't need to worry about Theo, who is essentially a muddle-headed nobody. However, Ed points out that with the Ragnar clan, unprecedented things can happen, even from the slightest possibility. Axion responds that it's actually a good thing that Theo is trying to mess with Rendon, which means that the instructor should be more than capable of handling our boy. A week later, people gather at Training Ground 4, and it's not just members of the clan. There are also other big shots in attendance. In the arena, we see Theo, who appears quite anxious standing under the gaze of hundreds of spectators. He curses himself, recalling how he just wanted to get this shithead fired after the humiliation. But things have spiraled out of control. However, he isn't too worried since this was supposed to happen, and he's fired up to get revenge on Rondon. The system notification confirms that his third tutorial quest is to fight Randon and win. We then flash back to a moment when Theo confronted Rondon about his pathetic skills, telling him that he's fired and can get lost. Rendon tries to protest, claiming there's still time left on the contract, but Theo counters that since he's fired by the employer himself, there's nothing left to discuss. Theo would have loved to punch this bastard in the face, but he isn't sure about his abilities. On the other hand, and Randon can't afford to get fired since he hasn't accomplished his main goal yet. As he walks toward our boy, trying to convince him otherwise, a system window flashes right before Theo's eyes, stating that he must fight and win against Rendon. This blindsides him, and at the same moment Evelyn Neville pops into the scene, encouraging Theo to resolve this matter the Ragnar way, which is the rule of the strong. A sword match will decide everything, eliminating the need for a tribunal. They should just follow the will of the victor. The old bastard finds his chance and quickly agrees that this is a brilliant idea to solve the dispute. This leaves Theo at a loss for what to do, while Evelyn keeps insisting that this is a great idea. However, Theo isn't so sure about it. He doesn't feel ready to beat this bastard yet. But eventually, Theo finds himself confronting Rondon. The people in the crowd smirk among themselves, sharing how pathetic Theo is. They whisper that he doesn't even know how to swing his sword, and are sure he's going to get crippled today, because there's no way he can beat a mid-rank swordsman. Rendon then cockily tells our hero that if he apologizes now, he'll pretend nothing happened as there's no need to risk his life over his pride. But Theo has sass for days and fires back, saying that Rendon should be the one apologizing. He warns the old bastard that if he doesn't want to become a one-armed swordsman, it would be best for him to accept that he's been fired and leave quiet. Randomly, Rendon simply smirks with a big grin on his face, thinking about how this fight is in his hands. He decides to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Theo while pretending it's just an accident. Once the battle starts, Rendon invites our boy to come at him first, offering the first strike as his teacher. Theo charges at him with his sword raised, and everyone's jaw drops when they see this imbecile charging recklessly. Even knowing how to swing his sword properly, Rendon delivers a few sword strikes, but Theo manages to safeguard himself. Meanwhile, the old bastard continues his barrage of swings. As he corners Theo, he thinks to himself that this is the obvious result. Theo isn't even a low-ranked swordsman, he's an apprentice swordsman. He strongly believes that while Theo's skills may have improved slightly, it's still not enough. He admits that if Theo were at least at the level of the Four Hounds of the North, it would be a different story. But in his mind, there's no way this imbecile from the Ragnar clan could ever beat him. The scene then transitions to a few days earlier, where Theo turns to Evelyn and asks her what she was thinking when she suggested the match. She simply replies that she was trying to help him. If he wants to cut Rendon out, he needs to be strategic about it, as she strongly believes Rendon has someone backing him up, so just firing him won't solve the problem. Theo asks her how she knows all this, to which she responds that it was obvious since Rendon was teaching him a bizarre sword's style. She had someone secretly investigate him. Theo is bewildered to hear this. Evelyn didn't bother to catch this person in his past life, but now she's making an effort to expose him just because he caught her interest due to the Mana Hall incident. She explains that her investigation revealed that all of Rondon's traces lead back to Camellia Palace. Well, this isn't surprising to Theo. He's more annoyed to realize that all of this is happening because of the miserable war for the throne. But then he quickly dispels his anger and annoyance, saying it's surprising she deduced this much. He explains that with his current skills, he's afraid he can't beat Rondon yet, so he asks her what she plans to do now. Now, to this, Evelyn tells him that he can beat Randon and advises him to stop underestimating his own potential too much. Back in the fight, Randon keeps throwing one blow after another, but Theo fends off all of these attacks as if they're no big deal. This is making Randon wonder what happened to this brat, as he's clearly not the Theo Ragnar he knew. The tables have completely turned, and now it's Rondon who's struggling. Everyone in the crowd can feel the constipation of defeat. We also see this hoodie guy, Remington, and he is also shitting his pants in some corner of the seating area, though I'm not entirely sure if he is Remington. Meanwhile, Evelyn is having the time of her life watching the fight. For some reason, she's really proud of him. Then, the scene shifts to the past, and we find out that in just 1 week, she's the one who personally trained him. She admits it is technically against the rules for her to do so. But since Randon is a jerk, he doesn't deserve to be a teacher anyway. This revelation puts a smirk on our boy's face. He's feeling a mix of excitement and arousal, convinced that having Evelyn in his debt was totally worth it after all. However, there's one thing he's concerned about. He wants to know what's her real reason for going so far to help him. He asks if it's because of what happened last time. She agrees that's true to some extent, but she also mentions there's someone she knows who would like him, because that guy is obsessed with collecting tea. Talent. Back in the present, the battle rages on, and Randon is getting more desperate by the minute. He starts to wonder if this brat has been acting like an idiot and pretending to be weak on purpose all this time. In the middle of the fight, our boy asks him who's backing him. Him. Which makes the old bastard lash out, questioning what he means by that. But Theo reminds him that he already knows he was teaching him trash lessons on purpose. He finally gets blunt and asks if he's working with Carmelia Palace. This revelation leaves the old coot stunned for a moment, and the old man's reaction confirms to Theo that it's true. With that cleared up, our guy swings his sword the very next moment, severing the old man's hand. The amputated hand flies through the air, leaving the crowd absolutely bald. The wannabe teacher out in pain and starts cursing under it. Breath. Theo strides confidently toward this shithead, head finally feeling like he's actually gotten strong. Anger. He reminds this old bastard of the words he had said in his past life. It was his fault things had come to this because he had been a weak, talentless fool. With a menacing swing of his sword, Theo throws those same words in the old man's face, reminding him that he's the weakest one here. He tells the old man that given Ragnar's belief in the rule of the strong, someone as weak as him shouldn't have come here. Then, with one final swing, the sword comes down, and this fucker's head rolls across the leaving the blood splattering everywhere. The system window pops up promptly, congratulating him for successfully completing Tutorial Quest 3. Not only did he win the fight, but he also exceeded the objective, so he's earned a bonus reward. The system asks if he wants to receive the reward now, and of course, we already know what his choice is. Everyone in the crowd has finally shorted their pants. It's mind-boggling to witness an apprentice swordsman just slaughter a mid-tier swordsman like that. Meanwhile, our guy is feeling like this old bastard was ridiculously weak. He's actually embarrassed that he ever suffered at the hands of someone like that in his past life. But hey, things are definitely different this time around. The system then reveals that the ability known as observation has been activated as a reward and as an additional bonus. He's gained 1 year of magic power, and that's when a man comes crashing down from the sky, slamming into the ground like a goddamn meteor. Before our boy can even react, this man shouts Theo's name as he grins widely. The man in question is none other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo is absolutely stunned to see him. He can't believe it's really him and starts wondering how long he's been watching this whole time. Meanwhile, the crowd starts losing their minds, because this man is the commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry, and everyone's freaking out, trying to figure out why someone of his rank is even here. I think this is the guy Evelyn was talking about, the one who likes collecting talent. We then see Evelyn herself absolutely devastated and dejected that the commander has literally destroyed the flooring with his landing. On the other hand, Julius looks like a literal beast, and his terrifying appearance leaves Theo sweating and completely unsure of what to do next. But his worries seem unwarranted as the man just laughs, flashing a big broad grin. It looks like a friendlier version of Brutus from Popeye the Sailorman show. He gives gentle pats to our boy, which, let's be honest, are not so gentle. He continues to laugh, saying he's quite surprised to see someone carrying this much talent with him. He adds that it was a little disrespectful to kill his teacher, but he admits Rondon deserved every bit of it. But then he bursts into laughter again, as he pats Theo over his shoulder, and then promptly invites him to join the white-armored dragon cow. Evelyn had already expected this much. while everyone in the crowd is left with their jaws hanging open. They're struggling to believe that the infamous Julius Ragnar has scouted someone as inexperienced as him to join the elite white-armored knights. That's when we catch a glimpse of Remington once again. He asks a guy nearby if he's ever heard of a case where an apprentice swordsman who hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony has been scouted. The stranger looks unsure how to respond and admits he's never heard of such an occurrence. Of course, Remington knows this too. It hasn't happened in the entire history of their world. Meanwhile, we hear our hero's thoughts. He thinks it's impossible to gauge someone's true potential while their mana hall is closed. Even if their swordsmanship is exceptional, their magical power could be lacking. So no matter how great Julius Ragnar is, he can't be entirely sure if Theo has any potential. Still, he wonders if the demon dragon Julius can see that kind of potential in someone like him. Theo quickly declines the offer to join, doing so flatly, without a shred of hesitation or doubt on his face. Julius is left looking like he just bit into a sour lemon. The crowd is in shock as well, their jaws hanging open at how coldly Theo turned down such a prestigious man. There's a moment of silence in the entire hall as everyone processes what just happened. As the day passes, news of the incident spreads throughout the clan. Everyone is talking about how this young master Theo, seen as an imbecile, destroyed his teacher. And when the demon dragon tried to scout him into the white-armored dragon cavalry, he turned down the opportunity. Opinions are divided on whether he's being humble or just arrogant. The scene transitions to Carmelia Palace, where we see a lady who looks pretty pissed off that Rendon has been killed and everything has gone off the rails. She is actually the lady of the Carmelia Palace, Amiel Ragnar. The man steps in to assure her not to worry, reminding her that Rendon was a noob, assigned only because of his terrible skill. She brushes it off, stating that his death isn't a major concern. The man speaking to her is her brother, Sky Dragon Ed Troven, whom we've seen before at the pub. She explains that the demon dragon personally reached out to Theo, and what's even more troubling is that people are saying Evelyn ordered it. This means they can't interfere by assigning Theo a new master anymore. If Theo starts to stand out, it'll become much harder to take control of the Rose Palace. At that moment, Axion enters the scene, casually asking why they're so worried. He reassures them that there's no way the clan head will take an interest in this situation, and their plan can proceed as usual. Amiel asks if he understands that the best way to take control of the Rose Palace without offending the clan leader is for Theo to remain powerless. Her son acknowledges this and says he knows it already, adding that he's certain Theo is still powerless. After all, how much could someone like him really have changed? He believes that Evelyn and the demon dragon have always been interested in underdogs, so there's no reason to make a big deal out of it. But Ed Troven isn't vibing with his nephew's nonchalance and warns him not to take the situation lightly. That's when Axion pulls out a letter, and with a sly grin, says that since his mother and uncle are so worried, he'll just play with Theo a little and remind him of his place. Later, the scene transitions to the training grounds, where Evelyn is giving Theo props for his good practice session. He thanks her back, saying it's definitely different learning from a proper master like her. She then mentions that it would have been better if he had joined the white-armored dragon cavalry, and she is curious about why he declined the offer. Theo thinks to himself before responding. He considers how it would be a lie to say he didn't regret rejecting that juicy offer since it was his dream in his past life. However, he just smirks, thinking that joining now would be detrimental for him. No reason to limit himself this early in the game. When he thinks about the privileges that will come with being at the top after the awakening ceremony, getting into the white-armored dragon cavalry doesn't even compare. So he just smiles and says he didn't want to receive any special privileges and that he still feels he's not ready. He's satisfied just training with her for the awakening ceremony. Evelyn then reminds him that the commander will probably be disappointed after being rejected like that. At that moment, Theo decides to use his observation skill for the first time. He reads all of her stats, and without a doubt, she's a high-ranking swordswoman. He learns that she admires his humility and character, and she feels a sense of energy and purpose teaching him, which is something she hasn't felt in a long time. We also read that she misses the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo is thrilled to realize just how useful this observation skill is. He then squints a little and notes the last line about Evelyn missing the white-armored dragon cavalry, which he finds quite surprising. That's when a guy enters the scene, introducing himself as Sibyl Dreja. He mentions that he's come from the Southern Inspection Post and has something he needs to discuss with Theo. Finds this guy a bit intimidating and isn't sure what this discussion is going to be about. He then decides to use his observation skill again, and he learns that Sibyl possesses a strong longing to spar with him. The revelation makes him sweat with anxiety, and he feels terrified at the thought of fighting someone with such a scary face. Right on cue, the system notification pops up, showing the 4th tutorial quest. His main goal is to discard the title of Imbecile of Ragnar, and he has already made almost 28% progress. Sibyl Drea was quite frank with his intentions. He declared that he wanted to follow the young master Theo. He even honestly confessed that he was one part of the masses that just ignored the seemingly untalented Ragnar. He used to believe that the title of Ragnar's imbecile was a perfect fit. Theo appreciated the honesty, but he could not help but feel a little pissed off. The bastard was practically bad-mouthing him without realizing what he was saying. Sibyl had a change of heart when he came to learn that the young master came out every morning to train harder than anyone else. Moreover, he was honored to see the results of such efforts in the fight against that fraud, Rendon Harper. Sibyl reveled at the sight of the instructor's head flying in the air. He was astounded to see Theo's miraculous growth firsthand. The Sibyl revealed at the sight of the instructor's head flying in the air. He was astounded to see Theo's miraculous growth firsthand. The sight of demon dragon Julius Ragnar personally inviting the young master to the white-armored dragon cavalry was etched on his mind. Sibyl proclaimed that Theo had become his idol from that point on. He wanted to give up on himself after being called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but that changed when Theo appeared. All he wanted was the opportunity to clash swords with his hero. The young man's frankness was quite shocking. Usually Theo would doubt anyone's true intentions, but the observation skills showed the young man's true nature. Sibyl Drea held a strong respect for Theo, and all he really wanted was a spar. Everything points to him being genuine. It was a little unexpected, but Theo was pleased. After taking down Rendon, and as the rumor of him receiving Lord Julius's attention spread, Theo thought that people with their debilitating inferiority complex would swarm to test him. He never expected that there would be people who would admire and willingly follow him instead. That means some people still have Ragnar's pride in their vein. This could work out perfectly, as Theo would need people he could trust in his circle too. He will need competent subordinates if he wants to become the clan head of Ragnar after all. Furthermore, he could use this situation to progress the final tutorial quest to get rid of his imbecile title. It was a moniker that he had never been able to escape from in his past life. With the new opportunities that the system provides, he was determined to completely abandon the shameful title altogether. Theo turned to Evelyn to ask permission to spar, and his new master gladly obliged, urging him to show off his skills. With his blade in salute, he formally introduced himself as Theo Ragnar, the apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, awaiting the awakening ceremony under the guidance of Master Evelyn Narraville. The one-armed swordmaster smiled with approval. Sibyl Drea clumsily saluted back as he introduced himself as an apprentice swordsman of the Southern Inspection Post. He inherited the swordsmanship of the Karai clan and focused on the quicksword. Finally, the sparring session started and Sibyl blasted off the ground. He looked like a madman going for the kill right from the get-go. Theo blocked the first attack, causing their blades to spark in the collision. The idiot of the Southern Inspection Post was undeniably quick. His speed was the one thing that he was incredibly confident about. Just from their first exchange, Sibyl could already feel that the young master's skill was the real deal. Meanwhile, Theo was wondering why the kid was labeled an idiot in the first place. If he faced this guy in his previous life, he would have struggled to take even just a few hits. But of course he had come a long way from the previous him. Went on the offensive and swung his blade to send Sibyl flying like a rag doll, losing grip on his sword. For the current Theo, this was child's play. Poor Sibyl almost threw up his insides from the excessive force that hit his solar plexus. He eventually crashed against the training area's stand. Fortunately, he wasn't gravely injured. Sibyl tried his best to stand up and praise young Master Theo's mastery of the sword. He immediately conceded the loss with gratitude. Leo remained graceful in victory and saluted the young man, telling him that it was a good fight. While holding his sword in salute, he stared at his reflection from the dazzling blade. An idea struck his mind. Maybe he can also use the observation skill on himself. Upon activation, he discovered that it does work. His talents included observation, player, Ragnar, and a bunch more beyond his current access. He's a level 1 swordsman with balanced stats and an abnormally high 190 points in magic power. Now that he has finally perceived stat points, they will be notated with numbers from now on. Under talent, his abilities were on full display. Based on the currently locked slots, he can just keep doing quests to get at least 4 more. Being able to check his own stat values anytime he wanted was also a great discover. Theo attributed his abnormally high magic power stat to his past life's magic and the dragon heart beating on his chest. What he did not like was his negative 49 points in luck. He wondered if he was cursed to have such an abysmal luck stat. Maybe all the misfortune he suffered in his previous life was all because of this rotten luck. He definitely needs to figure out a way to increase his luck as fast as he can. Theo was so focused on his spar and evaluating his status that he failed to notice the crowd of young men standing all around the arena. They have practically formed a circle surrounding him, their intentions unknown. He considered that no matter how weak and trashy his previous instructor was, that bastard was still a mid-ranked swordsman, since he beheaded Randon, the fraud, and received the approval of a respected commander. The emergence of these young swordsmen was natural. With its rule of the strong motto, there could only be two reactions from the people under Ragnar's rule. It's either they become envious of Theo, or he becomes the subject of their undying admiration. As for the ones gathered in the arena, In could plainly see their stance. They belonged to the latter. They were amazed to see that the rumors regarding the young master were true. So, respect and approval were evident in their eyes. Each of them imagined being in civil shoes for the spar, and each one of them wondered if they could even block Theo's sword. This thought only spurred their desire to clash blades with the young master further. One of these young swordsmen was Yod Nalan. Theo scanned the crowd and was pleased with their reaction. He singled out Yod Nalan, surprising the young man. The young master called him to come forward and have a spar. Yod Nalan stalwartly saluted and introduced himself as the third son of Viscount Nalan, specializing in the double ascension swordsmanship. Theo returned the salute and casually wished for a good fight. Without wasting any more breaths with formality, the fighters assumed positions and started going at it. With each clash of their blades, Theo's basic swordsmanship proficiency steadily increased. Eod was no pushover. He was fast and clever and enough to sneak a slash that seemingly had no immediate counter. At that moment, Theo felt like the world slowed down. He shifted the grip on his sword and met the attack with a perfectly angled block. It was enough to make Eod's blade fly away from his hand. The crucial block increased Theo's proficiency in the changing heart swordsmanship. Theod was stripped of his sword. It was a clear and utter defeat in the hands of the young master. The young man acknowledged his loss and gave his eternal approval to Theo. Much to Theo's surprise, gaining Eod's approval also increased his luck. Maybe luck is tied to his reputation. If that was the case, he just found a method to remedy his abysmal luck. Could just keep on fighting until he literally turns his luck around. Next on the chopping block was Bernat Ramiro. That was an easy dub. With another gained approval, his luck increased by another 1 point. Then came Eric Moran. He put up a decent struggle, but it was a struggle nonetheless. Next was the approval of Manfred Nonbert. Without stopping his sparring onslaught, he wiped the floor with Manuel Noir. The thuggish-looking Vero Parenque did not even last a whole minute. After a while. Meanwhile, Theo was wholly immersed in battle as he continued his winning streak with Daniel Raymond. By the time he was done with most of the young swordsmen, he was itching for more. He called the next challenger, but no one was stepping up to the plate. He fought so much to the point of near exhaustion. But upon checking his quest progress to escape the imbecile title, it had only progressed by 1%. Maybe it's because these people have already approved of him. He might need to seek stronger foes or show off his skills in front of the people who still look down on him. Either way, he's going to need something different. Suddenly a man parted the crowd, telling Theo that he looked exhausted. He argued that he'll rest when the need arises. But right now, he can still fight, since he claimed that he's still in shape to fight. The armored man, dubbed as the Silver Lion, Tenarcio formally asked for a sparring match. Theo and the crowd of young swordsmen were not expecting so esteemed to show up. Remington's one of the four hounds of the North, after all. The four hounds of the North consisted of Hulkus-like Anka, Ray Ragnar, Remington Nardio, and finally, Camellia Palace's very own Axie and Ragnar. They hold the title of the four strongest people within the Awakening Ceremony generation under the Ragnar claim. Remington Narcio claimed to have come early to observe the swordsmanship of the young lord before the Awakening Ceremony. Saluting with a smile on his face, Remington thanked Theo for honoring his request. The Silver Lion is a talented sword genius with keen senses and an outstanding work ethic. Right now, he's just surprised at the appearance of an unexpected rival in the form of Theo. Theo Ragnar returned the salute with pride. This time he introduced himself as the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. He never expected to meet, let alone spar with the sword genius Remington. He respected this man in his past life. When he stated that he was honored to be able to cross swords against the famed young deputy clan head of Narcio, he meant it. Immersed in the intoxicating vibe of fighting non-stop, Theo just wanted to show Remington his skills. Both of them are looking forward to a great fight. Right. Theo watched as the Silver Lion's aura exploded to a terrifying degree, and he wondered if his current self could actually defeat Remington. Both fighters charged forward, their blades colliding and sparks flying. How strong could one of the four hounds of the North be? Each one of their clashes shook the stage fiercely. Theo kept his eyes on the prize as shards of steel flew all over the arena. Remington smiled as he did the same. One of the fighter's swords was cleanly cut after sustaining quite a bit of wear and tear. Evelyn did not let her gaze wander as she watched closely. The young swordsmen who were defeated at the hands of Theo were speechless. In the middle of the deathly silent arena, the broken blade's clanging noise as it hit the ground reverberated. It was Theo's sword. In a single clash of sheer strength, Remington sliced his blade cleanly, stopping his attack inches away from lopping Theo's head off. To everyone who saw what happened, the result was clear. Young Master Theo lost. Zibble refused to believe that his idol would be trounced so quickly, but it was the obvious result. They resigned to the fact that no matter how much Theo had grown, it was still impossible for him to beat one of the four hounds. They were the strongest of the current generation for a reason. Sybil argued that the fighting spirit Theo demonstrated was more than enough to admire. Much to every bystander's surprise, the White Lion suddenly declared that the duel was his loss. He respectfully saluted Theo. His form was impeccable, as he humbly thanked the young lord for the duel. Remington asserted that Theo's sword was already worn out by the time they started, not to mention the fatigue he was feeling after multiple fights. Theo insisted that on a battlefield, no one would offer such considerations, so he already accepted his defeat the moment he lost his blade. Remington returned with an understanding smile. The White Lion and the imbecile shook hands. More profound respect for one another formed between the unlikely tandem. Remington genuinely hoped that they could have a proper duel in a more ideal setting next time, and Theo did too. Everyone watched in surprise as Theo was acknowledged by one of the four hounds, thinking that the young master really was built different. The duel with Remington raised his quest progress up to 35%, a massive jump, all things considered. Inside and relief from the sidelines. This could not have ended more perfectly. Theo finally had a gauge of just how strong the hounds were. To Remington's display of power, maining talent and secret manuals through quests, Theo had become incomparably stronger than he was in the past, but he felt true power the moment he crossed blades with the White Lion. He was reminded that he's still greatly lacking in a lot of aspects. It was a shame that the duel fizzled out thanks to his current condition, but he still gained a lot from the brief exchange. His luck increased by 10, and his reputation has dramatically improved. But as for the quest, he's still a long way from finishing it all at once, so he might have to actively look for other methods. He needs to set a stage to gain approval. Nixon confessed that he did not come to this place for a simple duel. He actually wanted to extend an important letter to Theo. It was a formal invitation to the so-called Scaled Dragon Society. Just hearing the name of the Scaled Dragon Society made all the young swordsmen's blood rush to their heads. It's a high society group with an exhaustive selection process. Furthermore, Remington himself was inviting the young master. To be invited to the Scaled Dragon Society was an honor for any rising star. Theo modestly asked if it would really be okay for him to be admitted to the club. The White Lion hurriedly assured him that he was more than qualified. Besides, he insisted that it was not that serious of a group in the first place. Most of the prominent members simply view it as a social group for peers waiting for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Theo can't discern if Remington had ulterior motives for this invite. But he knows that the Scaled Dragon Society is currently centered around his half-brother, Axion. It's a gathering filled with snakes who look at him with contempt and ridicule. That also made it the perfect environment for Theo to progress in his quest. In addition, it would allow him to do some recon on Axion and the Camellia Palace. Seeing no reason to refuse, Theo took the letter of invitation and formally thanked Remington for going out of his way. He promised to participate and enter the den of his enemies. Clinton happily shook his hands, glad to have roped in another rising star. He also told Theo to never hesitate to ask him about anything. The meeting will be in 2 weeks, so that's all the time he has to prepare and set up a plan. Evelyn took a drag of her cigarette, seemingly worried about his new disciple. Moments later, the news of Theo getting invited to the high society gathering reached the Rose Palace. Theo's mom, Cecilia, burst into his room with an excited smile plastered on her face. He was just about to personally deliver the news, but that doesn't seem necessary anymore. Cecilia had already gathered the palace's grooming team to his room. Since he had been invited to participate in something significant for the first time, his mom was naturally excited. It was a club featuring Axion, the son of that cunning Amel, and brilliant talents like Remington. The youngsters even garner attention from the council itself. Cecilia knew that everything, from how Theo dresses to how he composes himself, would be under close scrutiny. She took out a tape measure and started taking Theo's sizes. Cecilia knows that her boy would show no fault when it comes to etiquette, but attire and demeanor are different matters entirely. Fortunately, this was a facet of high society that Cecilia could personally help him with. She used to be a successful actress after all. She was just glad to be involved and to be of assistance to her dear son. Knows that his mother had always carried the weight of having an illegitimate child as a commoner concubine. Cecilia carried the guilt of giving her son such a shameful label. even though that was not her fault at all. In the cold Ragnar clan, where strength trumps all, he could only imagine how hard it must have been for her to have such a weak child in the past life. Cecilia might be acting excited and joyful, but deep inside she was mother concerned about her son's well-being and nothing else. He held Theo tightly and assured him that his mother would always believe in him, that he'll be able to do anything. The warmth of his mother's embrace melted the coldness in Theo's heart. She returned the embrace and held his mother with love. This time around, he's determined to work his ass off to stop making his mom worry about him. While she was excited at the thought of her son joining the Scaled Dragon Society, all Theo could think of was pulverizing the whole damn snake. 2 weeks later, the night of the society banquet arrived. Remington personally came by the Rose Palace to pick Theo up in a lavish carrot. As soon as he saw the young man, he thought he was seeing a different person. Theo had ditched his training clothes and obtained some exquisite drip thanks to his mother and the palace staff. Instead of a warrior, he looked more like an aristocrat. Remington commented on his new look, and Theo took it as a joke. The White Lion wasn't joking. He was genuinely impressed by the young master's transformation. Had to admit that his body had undergone a massive overhaul. He grew taller, his muscles developed perfectly, and all of this was a result of a mere 2 weeks of diligent training. During those 2 weeks, Remington surprisingly came to see him to train together every day, and they have gotten pretty close now. He also gained quite a decent following with Sybil and the others. Evelyn was saddled with teaching a whole battalion of Theofanatics, when she only agreed to teach the young master for a short It was a lively 2 weeks of training to say the least, even now. Theo was still recovering from interacting with so many overeager people. Today he's headed to his first formal banquet. Assured him that there was no need to be nervous, but the White Lion left him with a single warning. Like, getting all this information certainly changes things. Not for the worse, mind you. This was actually better for Theo, already looking forward to being greatly insulted left and right. At the banquet hall, the dark tiger Axion Ragnar had already started sipping on expensive booze. He was quite excited to turn the imbecile of Ragnar into his new toy. The carriage pulled up in front of a lavish palace, signaling their arrival at the banquet's venue. Remington and Theo got out of the carriage. The young lord immediately scanned the place. He's about to enter the Camellia Palace, the home court of the scum who instigated Rindon to interfere with his growth. In the past life, they consumed him, his mother, and the entirety of the Rose Palace without mercy. His thoughts of vengeance were interrupted by Remington's invitation to go in. The lively Remington had received news that Axion would personally come and greet them, and he should be waiting at the entrance by now. It was obvious why that bastard Axion invited him in the first place. The fool must be thinking that since the imbecile of Ragnar is acting up, it's up to him to stop Theo's moment. But the young master did not willingly come inside the snake's nest without a plan either. He will make Axion understand just who he's trying to mess with. As they got close to the palace, Theo stopped in his tracks as soon as he saw something in the corner of his eye. Up on the higher floor of Camilla Palace, the bizarre blue light of a system quest called to him. He was momentarily distracted by a possible quest inside the palace, so he didn't notice something rapidly descending in his position. Remington tried to save him from the unknown material, but it had already exploded with white smog before he could get close. Remington panicked and hurriedly called Theo. Thankfully, he was fine. It was just a sack of white flour aimed at him and launched from up above. Remington was furious at the childish prank. Theo acknowledged that he would not have been able to dodge, and the outfit his mom painstakingly made would have been ruined if this was his previous life. If he thought Remington was in on the stunt, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The White Lion was just confused and angry at the unexpected situation. Welcoming him with flour must be the best those dumbasses up top could think of. The one stupid enough to think of something so immature must be those smug nobles watching from the windows. A familiar voice parted the nobles out of the way, and asserted that this was just a little greeting between friends. A basic courtesy, if you will. Remington wasn't having any of it, though. He really was angry. Axion finally showed his smug face as he insisted that he was just extending a fun greeting to his brother. Our boy immediately used his observation skills to assess the dark tiger. His talents included madness, psychopathy, and overwhelming swordsmanship potential. Currently expectant at having found a new toy to play with, Theo smiled and said thanks, confusing his psychopathic brother. He continued that with how welcoming Axion was to him. He was naturally grateful, and he was very much looking forward to the party today. Axion's confusion quickly turned to elation. This brother of his had really become fun since the last time they'd seen each other. Finally, Remington and Theo entered the banquet hall, where every member of the promising noble society was gathered. It was an extremely private event, so only a select few were invited to wine, dine, and converse with their fellow talented peers. Everyone was focused on today's special invite. They can't understand why Axion would invite a bomb. Even if Theo is also from a direct line of the Ragnar blood, he's still widely known as the imbecile. Having such trash in the scaled dragon society was an unpleasant surprise for most. They had to admit that the drip was cold, though. Most nobles were privy to the fact that Axion was just playing with his new toy. Seeing as the trashy nobles didn't even bother lowering their voices, Remington apologized to Theo, insisting that these gatherings aren't usually this scandalous. Theo was just letting them talk trash about him as much as they wanted. In fact, the more people badmouth him, the better. That would make crushing them later much sweeter. Also, he noticed that the location of the blue quest light was nearby. He was pretty sure that it could be significant, but he doesn't have a natural way to approach it. Yet Axion, the host of the party, descended the stairs to ask his brother if he was enjoying the party. Theo forced himself to calm down and just proceed with his plan as he mapped it out. He smiled and thanked Axion for inviting him again. Axion sarcastically apologized for the flower incident a few minutes ago, playfully admitting that he went a little overboard. He closed the distance between himself and Theo in the blink of an eye, grabbing his brother's shoulders tightly as he pressed Theo to accept his apology in front of everyone. Remington wanted to intervene, but Theo interjected that Axion had nothing to apologize for. He insisted on using Axion's words that the prank was just a greeting between brothers. The psycho was at a loss for words. Theo was just too calm and composed to rap. Battle. He laughed and patted Theo on the back as if he was a proud brother. He never knew that the kid had spunk. He had changed a lot from how he used to be when they were little. Axion actually liked him more and more now. The nobles took in the sight of Theo smiling, going along with his brother's whim, calling him Axion's bitch. They even commented on Theo's illegitimate lineage compared to the noble blood of Troy Van. While it's true that they were half-brothers, the nobles believed that Theo and Axion were on an entirely different level, even if they were both Ragnars. Trovan clan is the swordsmanship powerhouse of the East, while Theo's mom is just a random woman who came from bumfuck nowhere. Theo smiled as he took in the blatant insults that the nobles were hurling at him, letting it fuel the flame inside. One thing the nobles were confused about was Remington's closeness with the imbecile. They started extending the insults to Remington, calling him an illegitimate son of the Narcio family. The White Lion had been on edge since they arrived at the bank. Onquit, hearing these nobles broach a forbidden topic, almost made him snap on the spot. Theo reckoned that in just a few seconds, Remington might just go and steal his spotlight. He was thinking of observing and listening to more insults for a little longer, but that won't do now. Before Axion could take him upstairs, he paused. Since he had just arrived, Theo asserted that he should greet his new friends as well, so he walked over to this banquet table where the snickering nobles were gathered, all of their eyes focused on the imbecile of Ragnar. Theo quietly took a bottle of wine from the table. He walked towards the noble who was running his mouth about Remington's lineage and motioned to fill his glass. The noble smugly smiled and asked if he said something wrong. Theo shifted his grip on the wine bottle and swiftly shattered that thing on Blondie's head without mercy. Remington and even the psychotic Axion were shocked by this sudden turn of events. Blondie grabbed his head in agony as blood stained his piss-colored hair. Theo stood on top of him, still holding the bloody broken bottle. The bastard dared to sit up and curse at Theo for humiliating him in front of everyone. Before he could run his mouth with a litany of the usual arrogant noble yapping, Theo sent a kick that broke the bastard's jaw. Theo's straightforward plan had finally started, as his eyes turned cold and crazy. He insisted that he was just giving Blondie a little greeting only to get a hurtful response back. The other nobles stopped in their tracks, scared and confused by what was happening. Meanwhile, Theo's quest progress was starting to go up, reaching 43% now. Remington had spent 2 weeks of training with the young lord, and he knew the guy to not be a hot-headed thug. He considered that Theo might be doing this for his sake. As Blondie continued bleeding on the palace floor, Theo asserted that this was his form of welcome greeting. He stepped over Blondie's arm and situated the noble's limp body on top of a platform while slowly applying pressure. Since he sent his hellos already, it's time to say goodbyes now. Blondie desperately shouted for him to wait and stop what he was about to do, to no avail. Theo stomped on the bastard's arm and completely shattered Blondie's bones, sending a horrifying cracking sound all over the banquet hall. The nobles who were running their mouths freely just a few minutes ago were stunned and tongue-tied at the ruthless display of punishment. That little breaking bone act raised Theo's quest progress to 58%. Blondie passed out from shock and agony, his drool staining the palace carpets, as Theo discarded the limp body like the trash that it was. He asked the crowd if anybody else wanted to say hello. His intimidating actions pushed the quest progress to 66%. Suddenly, knights that had been hiding from the shadows made their entrance and surrounded Theo from all sides. They drew their blades and focused on neutralizing the threat at hand. 4 blades surrounded Theo, trapping him in place. The knights wanted payback for the sin of hurting their young master. They asserted that the punishment for such vile actions must be death. Theo smiled as his plan just kept on getting better. He asked the knights who's this guy he just trashed. They answered that Blondie was the 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan, young master Ian Hanavi. Theo was amused by their confident answer. The Hanavi clan is one of the 6 snow clans that support Ragnar. He knew that the bodyguard knights of these spoiled nobles would not be able to sit by and watch the whole time. They always look down on the imbecile if he starts acting up. So Theo asked the knights what the problem would be if he roughed up their young master. With a deep sense of pride imbued in his voice, he asked them if the dogs of one of Ragnar's bannerman clans dared demand his death. Can they really take responsibility for threatening Kyle Ragnar's bloodline? He's not one to tolerate disrespect, after all. Meanwhile, the knights felt their grips on their swords loosen upon hearing Theo's threat. Their anger for watching their young master ruined was replaced by the innate fear they had for the Ragnar clan. In addition, the oppressive aura the young man was emitting was suffocating them. This was not the imbecile of Ragnar that they knew and routinely made fun of. Now that they're thinking about it, Theo also has the right of succession to the throne as a direct blood of Ragnar. On top of that, Ragnar is the Lord of the North, the overseer who reigns over the 6 snow clans. To declare death to the blood of the dragon is not something that any sane person should do. It is a sin for which the destruction of an entire insignificant snow clan would not even be considered unreasonable. That protection and prestige haven't been applicable to Theo for such a long time as a useless descendant that most people forget, but that won't do anymore. All 4 knights knew that they had made a colossal blunder, and they needed to apologize. But Theo had already issued the kill order to a mysterious presence lurking nearby. The swift glint of a blade blinded everyone with its speed. The next thing you know, 4 severed heads were already flying in the air, nightblood staining the palace floor. Theo was as calm as the eye of a storm as the blood of his enemies swirled around him. The mysterious presence he ordered to slaughter the knights steadily landed on the carpet full of grace. It was none other than his master, Evelyn Naraval herself, with more blood spilling all over the place. The arrogant nobles finally felt the threat looming over their heads. This is not a joke anymore. Theo's quest to escape the imbecile of Ragnar title had reached 70% completion. Axion had no choice but to watch as his banquet turned to Theo's show of force and dominance. Evelyn looked at his disciple and asked when he realized that she was tailing him. Well, it was a given, really. He doesn't exactly know why she followed him all the way to Camellia Palace. But thanks to her, Theo will be able to turn the tables on these morons without worry. As the crowd was stunned into silence, they seemingly waited for Theo's next action. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius paid Evelyn a secret visit. She came to rag on her about not taking in any more disciples, yet diligently training her new student every day. Evelyn must have gotten used to this brute sneaking into her quarters, as she didn't even want to entertain his games. Recently, Julius's only joy in life has been tormenting his former comrade. That includes raiding her expensive wine stash for his own enjoyment. Tonight, Commander Julius really wanted to hear just what Evelyn saw in the kid. She knew that taking the bottle away from the brute's hand was impossible now. Evelyn answered that Theo was simply beyond expectations. Considering his attitude about honing his craft and talent, he's truly among the best ones she has ever taught. Considering that even Axion passed through her hands, that's a bold claim. Evelyn did not mince her words. Considering Theo's potential, she could confidently say that he was beyond that of even young Master Axion. She sincerely insisted that she was not just speaking empty words. While Julius always trusted her eyes for talent, she had 2, while he only had 1 after all. Julius reckoned that a person cannot change so drastically overnight. So the most reasonable explanation for Theo's case was that the kid hid his strength all this time for some reason. Admittedly, it was odd to believe that someone would do that for such a long time, only to start suddenly showing it off now. As a trainer, Evelyn believes that being hasty in one's steps makes one bound to trip and fall. But what she saw in Theo was different. It seemed like he was being chased by something intangible, like he was pushing himself out of fear. That's also why she's worried about his attendance at this scale dragon society. Julius finished the bottle of wine and ascertained that the Axion brat really was worthy of worry. He was also the one who suggested that Evelyn should just follow the kid to be safe. Commander Julius feels like something will happen at the banquet. It might be different from what Evelyn's worried about, but something will definitely happen. Being a Ragnar himself, he knew from first-hand experience that when wolf cubs who are hungry for blood gather, they start to establish a hierarchy. The commander laid out a uniform on the table and urged Evelyn to try to tempt Theo to join his unit once more. Not only the kid, but Julius also wanted Evelyn back in the white-armored dragon cavalry. He refused to give up on Evelyn. He doesn't want her to retire just because she can't ride a dragon anymore. She has to come back and take responsibility for what she started. Julius exited Evelyn's quarters, thanking her for the delicious wine. She lost an expensive bottle, but she might have just regained her purpose. Back to the present. Inside the Camellia Palace, Evelyn started piecing the events together. She reckoned that Theo must have noticed her following from behind and orchestrated the situation on purpose. Maybe he joined the Scaled Dragon Society aiming for this scenario in the first place. Her worries didn't need to begin with. She wondered at what point did he notice her presence on the way to the palace. Theo actually sensed his master discreetly tailing him the moment he got in the carriage. With his dragon heart, he can unleash his energy perception of his surroundings, effectively acting as a sixth sense. Anyway, what matters now is that the change has been set for his revenge. Theo turned to Evelyn and explained that most nobles in the banquet hall have shown blatant disrespect to a successor candidate of the Ragnar clan. He asked what the punishment for such a horrid crime is. The guilty nobles almost fainted on the spot. They knew exactly what the punishment was. Evelyn, ever a stickler for the rules, stated that depending on clan laws, immediate execution of the guilty parties is enforceable. Theo smiled and he set it up. Evelyn perfectly finished it off. Acting like a magnanimous man, Theo asserted that the offenders are just children who haven't even been through their awakening ceremony yet. He would be satisfied with just taking one arm from each criminal to consider the sin forgiven. Evelyn acted quickly. She was an unstoppable slicing machine aimed at the bratty, panicking nobles of the Scaled Dragon Society. The second son of the Byron clan tried to move out of the way, only to get his right arm severed. The first son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps screamed in agony as his blood spurted from his stump. The dainty arm of the fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild was not spared. The third son of the Clark clan tried to run, but outrunning Evelyn was practically impossible. When the first daughter of the Howard clan got turned into a one-armed Stumpy, Theo's quest had reached 79% completion. One of the pathetic nobles crawled towards Axion or Axe for those close to him to beg for help. Axe just repeated his brother's words. He can't intervene as this was just another form of greeting. The crawling noble saw a glint of blade in his periphery, and then his arm was sliced cleanly, his blood almost staining Axion's clothes. As the first son of the parent family twisted and turned in anguished, Axe looked at his former teacher. Evelyn nonchalantly met his gaze and nodded. Axe never expected to meet his former trainer in the middle of such a grisly sight. Evelyn saluted with her blade. Axiom observed the bloodied banquet hall and ascertained that Evelyn only aimed for the ones who made outright comments about the bloodline. Theo made it so that even as a fellow successor candidate, Axiom would not have the authority to stop the slaughter. It only took Evelyn a few minutes to cut the right arms of 14 people under Theo's orders. As for their staff, notice, they can still take their arm to a priest right away and get them reattached. But their lives as swordsmen will be a different matter. Everything went just as planned. Axion was more interested in how Theo got both Remington and Evelyn to his side. Theo Ragnar, the imbecile of the Rose Palace, had evolved into something terrifying. The psycho in Axion rejoiced. He really wanted to crush this brother under his foot. Since he had finished what he set out to do, Theo called Evelyn and Remington to leave the premises. They slowly made their way out of the palace with the frightened stares of the remaining nobles fixed on Theo. The brothers stared at one another's eyes. They didn't need to say a word. But before they departed, Theo grabbed Axion's arm. He gripped tightly, tight enough to wrinkle his brother's suit. After a quick second, Theo let go and waved goodbye, telling Axion that he had a ton of fun in this bloody bank. The final tutorial quest to escape the imbecile of Ragnar title was finally completed. Axion was fuming. He wanted to make a move right then and there, but he knew it wouldn't be wise. The psycho vented his anger by crashing out of his own home and screaming Theo's name at the top of his lungs. With all the tutorial quests finished, no one would dare to call Theo the imbecile of the family. The tutorial is finished, but his true revenge is only getting started. His reward for literally changing his public perception was an experience elixir, a tonic that instantly raises one's level by 5 if the user is below level. News of the bloodshed quickly reached the ears of other palaces. Anyone would be shocked to hear that Axion's prestigious Scale Dragon Society was torn limb from limb, literally and figuratively. As for Theo, he was on a very celebratory move after flexing on those nobles. His subordinates took him to a pub in celebration of his flashy and gory high society debut. Every one of his followers was there. Even Evelyn stopped by to get some drinks. He wondered how the Scaled Dragon Society was feeling after being done in by a man they loved to call an imbecile. Inside the Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar is in disbelief after learning that not only did they give the MC justification for his actions, but he also chopped off everyone's arms in front of Axe's. Axion answers positive, relatively, which makes her feel frustrated since it makes no sense to her, and she remembers warning Axion beforehand not to take things so lightly. She is disappointed to hear that they didn't just try pressuring him into submission, but have given our boy complete authority to go wild. Axion tries to defend himself and tells her that once Theo gets recognition, it will be hard to conquer the Rose Palace, assuring her not to worry. However, she tells him to reflect on his actions and doesn't agree to listen to him any further. She points out his mistakes, which almost caused their great plan to get ruined. Axion decides to listen to her and leaves. Emil wonders who Axion takes after to be so obnoxious. Ed Troven replies that Axion resembles her when she was young. She's not in the mood to joke around, so he apologizes and assures her that the incident might not be worth worrying about so much. He explains that the Rose Palace has been a part of the clan head's harem, so it's very difficult to get its ownership. Even though it has been outside of the clan leader's interest, since it's a place where riffraff gathers, it still has the support of the clan leader himself. He shares his plan that all they needed was justification and Thankfully, since our boy Theo has created chaos at the scale of the Dragon Society meeting, he is slowly becoming the representative of the Rose Palace. By using the incident as justification, they can suppress the MC through legal procedures. Amel is left speechless after hearing this and contemplates that the reason she was afraid of Theo becoming stronger was that she feared his power and influence would expand over time if the clan leader focused more on the Rose Palace. However, by using Theo, who is slowly becoming stronger, she realizes the Camellia Palace can suppress him through legal procedures, and the Rose Palace will have no other choice but to bow down in front of the Troivans. She believes the plan might actually work, and asks Ed how long it's going to take to prepare. The guy assures her that all preparations are already finished, and tomorrow morning when she wakes up, she will hear some great news. He comforts her, and tells Emil that she can enjoy a bath and sleep well for the night, while sharing that he has prepared an aromatic candle for her from the South Achran volcanic reach. Amel decides to depend on her elder brother and shows her gratitude. Meanwhile, inside a tavern, Remington expresses how shocked he was, and says he didn't know Theo cared so much for him. Our boy doesn't understand what he's saying, and finds it funny to see him act drunk after drinking just orange juice. Remington says that despite enduring insults directed at himself, Theo didn't hesitate for even a second and stepped up for his friend as soon as Remington started getting insulted. He feels embarrassed and regrets not doing anything. Remington looks at the MC and feels surprised that Theo has been enduring the times when everyone looked down on him, and saw him as an untalented, useless child, but he still ended up not giving up and becoming stronger. Even against opponents whom he doesn't have a slight chance of winning against, he showed strong willpower to win his battle against the Camellia Palace, which no one defies. Remington recognizes that Theo has the courage to wield his sword without any hesitation, and Theo did all that just for him. Theo's friend starts to get teary, and he realizes Remington has greatly misunderstood the situation. The guy gets up and tells our MC that despite the orders of his clan, he wants to follow a different idea and shares that he wishes to follow Theo. The people observing both of them start cheering and call the MC and his friend amazing. Theo tries to clear the misunderstanding, but Evelyn telepathically tells him to just let his friend be. He notices her, and she shares that it's not a bad misunderstanding, that everyone probably intends to get along with our boy. After hearing this, he starts to smile but understands that he is nothing special. Since all of his powers are thanks to the status window, he looks at his own stats and realizes that whatever he has gained is thanks to the status window while recalling that at first, he assumed it was a fragment of his own regrets. However, seeing how detailed this is, he realizes the status window is something else. He gets a vague sense of déjà vu but decides not to care about it since it's helping him improve. After the Scaled Dragon Society incident finished, the MC notices that his level has increased. Whenever a level up occurs, the system gives him points that can be used to raise his stats. Theo understands he can increase his abilities however he wants, and feels scared of the shining future that someone like him, who has so much potential, will bring. Evelyn sees his evil smile and gets concerned. Theo decides to prepare for the counterattack of the Camellia Palace first, and asks Remington if he is willing to help our boy with something. His friend assures him he can ask anything. A bit surprised to be called Remy in such a friendly manner. Theo pulls something out. And while giving it to Remy, he shares that the war for the throne between our boy and Axion is going to begin soon, so he needs help in the preparation for when the time comes. Remy becomes silent, recalling that in his past life, Remington became the clan head of Narcio, and the clan's forces became powerful enough to confront the Ragnars. The MC realizes how valuable this opportunity is for him to pull Remy to his side. and he gives Remington a piece of paper. The guy assures him that since he has already pledged loyalty to our boy, he will do everything in his power to help. Theo shows his gratitude, and suddenly someone barges into the tavern while screaming Theo's name. Name! Everyone becomes a pfnt. Surprised as some knights barge, and announce that under the sword of law, Theo is under arrest for assault, threat, and intimidation. Evelyn calls it complete bullshit, but our boy tells her to calm down, and moves forward to see the arrest warrant. He notices that it's real, and that the ink hasn't even dried, which shows his enemies were in a rough. He decides to go without a fight, and they quickly handcuff our boy. As he is being taken away, he smiles at his friends since he trusts them to handle everything in his absence. Remington and Evelyn are in complete shock. Remy directs his focus towards the paper. Him. The news of Theo getting arrested reaches the Rose Palace, and Theo's mother Cecilia becomes stunned to hear that her son is being taken to the tribunal, and falls down on her knees in shock. Her servant becomes concerned, but she assures him that she's fine and questions why her son was taken away. He reveals that it's because of the Scaled Dragon Society and her son is being accused of inciting a rebellion. She becomes surprised and questions if her son will be taken to trial. Her servant believes Theo won't easily get out of such a situation since he destroyed the Scaled Dragon Society. Cecilia was not expecting that her son being invited would lead to such a mess, but believes that her son will definitely be able to get through this, because that's the kind of kid he is. Cecilia wishes he comes back safely. Meanwhile, inside a carrot, as the MC is being taken away to the tribunal, they reach their destination, and he remembers it's been a while since he saw this place. Since Theo completely obliterated the Scaled Dragon Society, he understands that he won't get a simple punishment, and will probably have to face trial because of his actions. He understands that since he's the successor of Ragnar, they will question his qualifications as a successor. The knights order him to get all off, and as he walks, he realizes his enemies want to crush him completely, neatly, but smiles because everything is going exactly as he planned. The knights announce that the prisoner, Theo, has been escorted, and they get permission to bring him inside. The MC thinks that if he wants to take out what he has prepared so far, he wants to do it on a stage of such magnitude. He stands before some amazing figures and becomes a bit anxious seeing all of them gathered in one room. He sees the demon dragon captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry, Julius Ragnar, and 4 of the 9 dragons who protect Ragnar. Sky Dragon Ed Troven. The MC admits that he would have been extremely overwhelmed in his previous life, as he notices that the sword dragon lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar, and the elder dragonhead counselor, Wolfgang Ragnar, are also gathered. Wolfgang sees our boy, and the MC remembers that it has been a while. He was not expecting to see Wolfgang in this place. Our boy understands that Wolfgang values bloodlines, so to him, a half-blooded illegitimate child like our boy must seem completely disgusted. And he notices Wolfgang does not even try to hide it. The man asks our boy if he is aware of the fact that he was summoned to answer for his crime. He continues to tell our boy that the Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanavi clan are all cutting ties with the main family because of his foolish actions. Wolfgang becomes angry and calls him a bastard, questioning if he can bear the damage he has caused. He makes it clear that our boy is going to be held accountable for dragging Ragnar's honor through the dirt. Theo agrees with him, and admits that he was far too careless. Instead, he should have cut off their heads, not just their limb. Sometimes everyone becomes shocked, but the MC continues to tell them that all the other clans are their subjects. He says the Lord has given them land and honor, and the subjects are the ones that need to offer their loyalty and lives to the Ragnar. This is the way of chivalry, and despite knowing this, they defied their lord. The MC shows his frustration, and says that if he had known about their insolent behavior, he would have severed their heads instead, and tells Wolfgang they should be punished to restore the principles of chivalry. He says he could not just sit by and watch Ragnar's honor maintained for over centuries, get trampled on. Everyone becomes speechless while Julius calls our boy impressive and expects he will be given a normal punishment after the justification. Wolfgang thinks that the MC is mocking them with his sophistry, but Osa Ragnar understands his opinion and admits that Theo is correct. Wolfgang is surprised to see her take his side. Osa explains that Ragnar is strong, but it's not truly great, so they still need to listen to the voices of their vassals and knights. Otherwise, their clan will inevitably fall because she thinks that they can't rule the world with power alone. He understands her and decides to keep that in mind. The MC observes that the first wife of the clan head, who is the best swordsman in the north, is fortunately taking his side and is not hostile toward him. He is surprised by her actions and doesn't understand why she is doing that. Osa hopes our boy understands that the punishment he is going to receive is justified. He asked about the punishment, and Wolfgang tells him he will get 3 months of probation. Theo shares his wish to participate in the ceremony, which angers Wolfgang as he thinks our boy is talking back. But Osa decides to take his words into consideration and allows our boy to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. Believes that it has already been decided that the children Theo injured will be participating next year. But thanks to the demon dragon's interference, our boy got a lighter punishment. Ed is satisfied with the results of his plans, and knows that the delay of the awakening ceremony brings dishonor within the Ragnar. And since the MC is the one representing Rose Palace, for him to carry such dishonor will allow the Camellia Palace to forward take the Rose Palace. He starts smiling and believes that as his plan is put into motion, our boy won't be able to do anything about it, and he will have no choice but to accept defeat. Pete. Ed knows that if Theo decides to appeal, he will get killed, but Ed believes our boy is not that foolish. The MC announces that he wants to appeal. Well, surprising not only Ed, but everyone else as well. Ed tries to stop himself from smiling as he calls the MC a huge fool since his arrogance has no limits. Ed looks happy that things are becoming easier for him. Julius questions if our boy is aware of what it means to appeal. He answers positively, and understands it's not something that can be resolved with just 3 months of probation, so the demon dragon definitely pulled some strings. But he decides to follow his plan and tells them that in the strong and proud Ragnar, appealing means war. Theo is not planning on taking even a slap on his wrist, and says that in the end, only the strong speak the truth. He thinks he should be rewarded for his actions, which leaves everyone speechless. Meanwhile, at the hidden northern branch of the series Merchant Guild, as everything is engulfed in flames, Evelyn fights off the last guy left. Remington realizes this is where they were hiding. Just as the MC said, Remy and Evelyn find something after destroying the place. Trial. Ed's eyes light up with joy as he sees the Trovan Camellia Palace is now finished. As the MC stands before all the important figures, Wolfgang questions if he wants to take an issue that can be easily resolved if he waits 3 months into a war. Wolfgang calls it arrogance and questions if our boy is confident he can face the forces of 15 clans alone. Theo says that this is something he needs to handle, since in their case the difference in power is huge. He thinks appeals through proxy battles are a normal thing. The MC understands that appealing means deciding the winner and the loser through a battle. However, if the war is completely impossible to win because of the sheer difference in power, each force is allowed to send a representative, and the winner gets decided after a 1 versus 1 sword battle. This is how a proxy battle goes, which means our boy will represent himself. While there is a high chance that the representative of the plaintiff is going to be Axion, Julius understands that if this goes on, it is guaranteed that the MC will lose. He questions if Theo has a plan in mind, and thinks that if our boy believes someone will step up to be his representative, he will be disappointed. Theo requests to have a proxy battle in a week, just as the rules say. Ed thinks he can see through our boy's plan, understands that he is planning on having Julius or Evelyn as his representative, but no one is going to agree with him, so he will have to fight personally. Ed decides to send Axion as his representative to make the MC understand his place by finishing him off. Ed decides to announce his representative, but suddenly all of them hear someone and become completely speechless. Someone walks in and praises Theo's clever plans as he observes that our boy has changed a lot since he last saw him. He is the clan head, Kyle Ragnar. As soon as he enters the trial room, everyone bows down to show their respects. And the MC also gets on his knees and greets the incarnation of the great dragon god. The system window opens up, telling him to complete a new quest to take over the Camellia Palace and uncover its hidden secrets. He notices it's his first quest after the tutorial and questions if this is related to the blue light he saw earlier. The MC realizes he completely forgot about it because of what's been happening lately, and remembers that there was something there. He stops contemplating and decides to focus on the present as he faces his father. He needs to take care of the situation first since the king himself appeared, which is an insane variable that can jeopardize his plan. The MC asks the reason his father is here. Kyle tells him to stand up and says he heard about the whole situation and understands that his son is trying to make an appeal through a proxy battle. Theo responds positively, and his father says he recognizes it's going to be difficult for his son to enter the battle himself, and questions who Theo is planning on choosing as his representative for the proxy battle. Our boy realizes his father is trying to test him, and says there is no one who can stand in his place, so he is naturally thinking about stepping up himself and being his own representative for the appeal. His father believes his son will lose, but Theo thinks he shouldn't come to such a conclusion without even letting him try. The MC becomes determined to face his challenges and not bend against anyone willingly. After hearing all of this, the king bursts out in laughter and asks the other members of the trial if they heard what his son is talking about. The king becomes impressed by our boy, not lowering himself against anyone, and recognizes that this is the best way to describe the Ragnars. The king praises his son for such an amazing attitude. Our boy feels grateful and starts to smile as everything is going according to his plan. He remembers the proxy battle is just bait, and since he doesn't have to fight, he feels amazing to say such words without holding back. He remembers the work he requested from his friends Remy and Evelyn, and understands that he will get his hands on the proof of Camellia Palace's treasonous conspiracy, which will make his victory absolute without even fighting. The king decides to give his son an opportunity, and as the master of Ragnar, Kyle says he wishes to test a single strike against our boy. Theo becomes shocked as his father tells him to forget about the trial. He says if the MC can endure a single blow, he will clear all the charges without punishment. The king tells Theo to come out, but Ed starts shouting as he tries to object. He thinks that testing a single strike against our boy means the king approves of him, which means that if, by any chance, Theo is able to endure the single strike, he will receive the approval of the clan head himself. Ed is sure the MC won't be able to endure it, but just in case he somehow does, Ed decides to object and tries to stop the MC from looking favorable in the eyes of the king. He questions how the vassals and bannermen dare to comment on the blood of the clan leader's son, and continues to talk about the rules of the proxy battle. But Kyle Ragnar tells him to shut up, and makes it clear that if a vassal dares to speak against the Ragnars, they need to just get rid of him. Ed has no choice but to follow the clan leader, and Kyle asks if Julius has anything to say since he has been giggling for a while. The demon dragon says he is just surprised to see the king show interest after such a long time. Kyle Ragnar gets to the point and asks his son if he is willing to do it. Our boy understands that things have taken a huge turn, and even though he was not expecting this, he smiles and decides to accept the challenge. The MC speaks up and tells the clan leader this is too heavy for him, as it is absurd to compare a single strike from the clan leader himself with a proxy war against vassals and bannermen. The king asks if he is trying to refuse, but our MC answers negatively and says he only wishes to have a fair transfer since, once the trial has become stricter, he demands that his compensation should also be increased with a cheeky smile on his face. Kyle Ragnar asks his wish, and the MC turns around to look towards Ed and says he wants something like Camellia Palace. Observing all of this, Ed is left speechless. Ed becomes frustrated, and Wolfgang calls it complete madness to propose such a deal with the clan leader himself. He thinks he needs to put the bastard in place, since agreements are based on the understanding that both parties hold equal standing. Wolfgang assumes the MC will fail because of his arrogance, but to his surprise, the clan leader agrees with our boy. Kyle thinks that if the MC aims to become the successor, he needs to be at least this courageous and bold. The clan leader asks if the Sky Dragon has any objections, but the man assures him everything belongs to his lord Kyle, so he can't dare to comment on his decision. The lord is happy to hear this and orders them to quickly prepare a stage, as he wants to test his son himself. Theo becomes a bit hesitant, after a while as he confronts his father Kyle Ragnar. The other vassals stand on the sidelines to observe. Ed is in complete frustration since the trap he set to catch RMC has turned into a stage favoring him. Ed assures himself not to be anxious, as he thinks that even if Theo has gotten stronger now, there is no chance he can withstand even a single strike from the clan leader, a feat not even high-ranking swordsmen can easily accomplish. Ed assumes Theo is going to die here, but our boy sees through his plans and is confident he won't die thanks to the tutorial reward he received. The king notices something about his son has changed, and questions whether he consumed an elixir without anyone noticing. The king believes even an elixir won't help him change this much, but decides not to care since it doesn't matter to him how the MC became so strong. Our boy realizes his father has seen through him easily. Even the 9 dragons haven't noticed he took an elixir. The king asks if he has warmed up. Theo answers positively, and his father cheers that normally he uses his great sword. But since our boy doesn't even know how to use mana yet, his father is trying to go easy on him by using a rusty steel sword instead. The clan leader asks if he has any objections. Theo says he doesn't, and the father becomes serious as he decides to begin the fight. An immense aura starts to spread everywhere as the clan leader moves forward, making our boy anxious. Theo observes the immense pressure his father emits with just his fighting spirit alone. The clan leader praises him, surprised that his son is still standing. Theo remains confident since his strength has almost tripled because of the reward he received after clearing the tutorial known as the Experience Elixir. Using the elixir, he was able to gain 5 levels, and he put all the stats into his strength. With this much strength, he feels true freedom as he leaves the realm of the weak and enters the realm of the extraordinary. The MC is confident he can survive at least a single strike from his father, and as the clan leader throws his attack, everyone becomes speechless while Ed believes the MC will die. Our boy puts all his focus into defending himself and is able to see the attack coming. The huge red beam of light falls to the ground, destroying the whole stage, and after the smoke clears, The clan leader smiles to see that he was able to finally find a decent son, as our MC remains standing, leaving everyone shocked. Theo proves his innocence through his will and determination. After successfully surviving the strike, the trial concludes, and the system shows that the sudden quest, single strike from Kyle Ragnar, has been successfully finished. Theo receives an inventory and a mysterious blue key as a reward for his achievements. After some time, our boy wakes up while questioning where he is. His mother, Cecilia, becomes happy to see her son wake up and shares that he fainted while standing. She starts to cry while holding his hand as she expresses her feelings about when she found out the clan leader himself challenged our boy. Cecilia becomes concerned and asks if he has any more injuries, assuring him she will immediately call a physician if he has any fractures or dislocations. Theo tells her he is fine, but doesn't recognize where he is. Julius comes in and says that by the orders of the clan leader, the Lady of Camellia Palace Axion and the Director of Intelligence have all been vacated. Theo becomes happy as he realizes they are inside the Camellia Palace. The system updates him on the situation and shows that he just needs to uncover the secret now. Inside the Camellia Palace's garden, Emil starts creating a fuss as she doesn't understand why she is being forced to vacate her own property. The servants try to calm her down and start begging her not to create such a fuss. Meanwhile, observing all of this, Ed gives an order to Axion to kill Theo Ragnar. Axion shares his plan for the awakening ceremony, but Ed tells him to cut off Theo's head to finish him off for good. Axion observes Ed's eyes, which are burning with intense desire for revenge. After everything settles down at the Camellia Palace, our boy understands that despite everything going against his plan, he achieved far better results than what he was expecting. He managed to obtain the Camellia Palace without using his trump card, and on top of that, he has obtained another authority. He uses the inventory skill and pulls out an item from inside it. The MC munches on the apple and wonders how such things are possible, but recognizes it's very useful. Theo pulls out the blue key from his inventory, which he obtained recently, and believes that it is definitely related to something important. As he focuses on a door, the keyhole suddenly lights up. Theo decides to unlock the door, and as he opens it, he's surprised to see a deep tunnel. The system tells him he has discovered a dungeon for the first time, and the experience he gains inside the dungeon will double as a reward. Seeing a cave inside the Camellia Palace, he assumes it is another quest of some kind and decides to clear it since he doesn't want to miss out on any experience. Before he enters, he remembers he shouldn't go inside the dungeon and prepares. After a while, he comes back with his inventory filled with weapons and decides to check the dungeon. As he walks forward, he notices a huge wolf staring at him and recognizes that it is big enough to be a demonic beast. The wolf monster pounces on him, but our boy is able to defend himself with a shield. He notices the wolf is very strong but quickly pushes it back, determined not to lose in a battle of strength. As he confronts the wolf, it charges toward him while screaming. He quickly slashes the wolf with his sword but fails to injure it and realizes its hide is too thick and the wolf is fast, meaning he won't be able to win against it with half-hearted attacks. The MC recognizes it's no ordinary wolf and might even be as strong as a demonic beast. He admits it won't be easy to defeat the wolf. And suddenly the monster tries to use its claws as it charges toward him. He wishes he could replicate the ray of light he observed when facing his father's single strike. He calls it amazing and tries to use the pure white arc on the wolf, but fails to copy his father's move, accepting that it's not going to be this easy. A single strike is an easier way to label a strike that brings certain death. He finally understands that the key to mimicking his father's attack is to put all his strength into a single sword strike. He leaves his shield and thinks about improving his sword skills and the secret sword arts that rely on his speed taught by Evelyn. As he charges toward the wolf and stabs its eye, the monster starts screaming and takes a step back. Our boy realizes his plan is working, attacks the wolf once again, believing he'll win. 2 months later at the training ground, Eode observes that the number of people is increasing. Sybil agrees with him and thinks they need to change the training grounds. A rumor about the clan leader teaching the young master Theo a single strike has been spreading lately. So many people now want to spar with him. As Sybil is talking about our boy, someone comes from behind and addresses him as a lackey. It is Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace. He questions when the incredible young master of theirs is coming, as it has been 2 months already. Morris is disappointed and says he assumed the young master never missed a day of training. He calls the MC a coward and thinks he ran away after a fake story of his spread too far. Sybil becomes angry. But Henry doesn't stop and thinks the whole rumor might be a total lie since there were no witnesses. He assumes our boy exaggerated it. Henry assumes the scared dragon society being destroyed must also be fake news. But Sybil's patience runs out, and he punches Henry with all his might, completely destroying his face. Another guy from the Plum Palace becomes angry and insults Sybil, calling him a dropout. Everyone in the training ground starts glaring at him. Sybil calls him a shitface while making it clear that no one can compare to their young master. Eode is surprised to see his friend call someone ugly with such a face. Sybil shares that he was already annoyed to see the guys from Plum Palace who kept coming here to cause trouble and makes it clear he won't let anyone disrespect their young master Theo. Sybil and his comrades pull out their swords and declare war on the guys from Plum Palace. They also become determined to put the dropout losers in their place. But as they are about to fight, someone comes between them and freezes all of their weapons instantly. Everyone is surprised, and Sybil recognizes it as Ray Ragnar from the Four Hounds. Someone also joins in on the fun and starts laughing. It is Holkus Lenka of the Four Hounds. Sybil is surprised to see two members of the Four Hounds suddenly appear, and Holkus notices someone is missing. Holkus asks one of the Plum Palace guys where the Luster Tiger is, which confuses him. Holkus becomes fired up and questions if everyone is deaf, as he is asking for the master of the training ground. Holkus announces that he is here to challenge our MC, Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the MC reaches his limits and his sword shatters as well. The system notifies him that he is leveled up. Suddenly, multiple system windows start to pop up showing that his stats are increasing and he has hunted 170 demonic beasts. Our boy sits on the corpses of the monsters he has defeated, and the system shows that only one monster is now left. Theo drinks a healing potion to restore his strength. Remembers that he almost died multiple times, but the healing potion always saved him. At first it was difficult for him to defeat the monsters, but as he leveled up, things became easier. He's still surprised to see how fast time flew by. He has already spent 2 months inside the dungeon. This system shows him that only one demonic beast is left. He realizes that it's definitely a boss monster as he notices some stairs. The MC starts walking forward and enters the 5th floor. He looks at his broken sword and realizes it won't be usable, so he decides to enable his inventory and pull out another one. He finds only one sword and realizes it's his last one. Our boy remembers he received this sword from his mother as a birthday present. The MC recalls his past life. He had a lot of friction with his mother leading up to the awakening ceremony, so he decided to toss the sword away in his room and let it go to waste. He observes the ceremonial sword and realizes it's a good one forged from white snow steel. Theo becomes silent as he remembers his past life. His mother barged into his room wishing him a happy birthday and shared that she was waiting for midnight to shower him with gifts. But he became angry at her and told her he didn't want to waste his time on birthday presents as the ceremony was near. He was expecting better from his mother and made it clear that no good equipment would ever change his bloodline. He remembers asking his mother to leave him alone, but decides he won't repeat any mistakes from his previous life. Our boy finds the boss room, and the system warns him to be cautious as a strong demonic beast is going to appear soon. Inside the boss room, Theo finds a dragon taking a nap. He becomes relieved to see that it's just a lesser drake. Theo starts to question why the final boss of the quest is draconic. The Ragnars are said to be the descendants of dragons. Our boy wonders if it is merely a coincidence but decides to focus on defeating the boss monster as he can't get out of the dungeon without it. The system shows him the quest scenario and the number of monsters remaining. Any questions if he can actually win this battle since he is still facing a kind of dragon? The MC starts focusing and decides to use a single flash. He remembers practicing it a lot against the wolves he faced, even though it might not be on the same level as his father's dragon flash. He charges toward the dragon, believing that if he utilizes his dragon heart to the maximum, he should be able to land a serious hit. He pierces his sword through the monster's eye and successfully wounds it as the monster starts screaming in pain. Suddenly, it attacks our boy with its tail, but he is able to dodge easily and becomes disappointed that his weak attack was not able to pierce through its brain. The drake starts screaming and gets ready to kill our boy, but he is able to see possibilities and currently charges toward the drake, believing he might be able to win. The MC lands a few hits and decides to distract the monster first with normal attacks, so he can look for its weak point. All of a sudden, the lesser drake starts screaming again, and fear begins to dominate the battlefield. Theo's body completely freezes because of fear, and despite being able to see an attack coming his way, unable to dodge but blocks it with his sword. He gets thrown away and hits the rock wall, realizing how strong the boss monster is. He admits he can't keep this up for too long and gets up to attack the huge monster coming his way, while hoping he can hit its weak points for a quick win. Our boy already knows a dragon's weak point is its reverse scales, and just jumps onto the lesser drake's body while dodging all attacks. He is able to pierce the reverse scales with his sword, and blood starts gushing out of the monster. He keeps hitting the spot as it starts screaming in pain. Our boy believes his plan worked, but the lesser drake doesn't fall down in support. Prizes Theo. At the training grounds, Holkus gets mad at Ray and makes it clear that he wants to fight the young master first. She calls him a loser and tells him to stay out of it, but he starts defending himself and says he lost 3 years ago. He has worked hard to improve his skills every day, so 3 years are more than enough to close the gap. Rei doesn't listen to any of his words and calls him a loser again, which makes Hulkus angrier. He decides to have a duel with her and mentions that the winner will get a chance to fight Theo Ragnar. He hits her with a huge weapon, but she is easily able to stop his attack without being phased. Sibyl and Henry don't understand what's happening, but become scared seeing the four Hounds members fight. As they both move forward to attack, Remington appears between them and tells them to go elsewhere since this is the domain of the young Master Theo. He makes it clear that he won't allow anyone to cause trouble for the Master. Hulkus becomes happy to see Remington and shares his desire to fight him as well, but Remington asks Hulkus to understand his words. Suddenly, all of them start to feel an immense pressure, and Remington questions the source of this menacing killing intent. All of them look back to see the MC enter the training grounds. Remington is surprised to feel such overwhelming pressure and starts to wonder what happened during Theo's seclusion training. Rei and Hulkus become excited to see that the young master, after Theo has finally arrived, our MC dominates the whole training ground with the skill Lesser Drake's Fear. Earlier inside the dungeon, after the MC pierced through its reverse scales, the Lesser Drake finally died. The system congratulated our boy on hunting it. As soon as he touched its reverse scales, the monster started going crazy. Our boy thought he would die, but the monster wore itself out after a few minutes, since the scales were definitely its weak point. System notified him that he had obtained the Lesser Drake's tooth and claw. The tooth was an enhancement material for weapons, while the claw could be used to increase a weapon's sharpness. He decided to use his rewards to fix the sword he had since he didn't want to lose a gift his mother gave him. The MC also received a skill called Lesser Drake's Fear, which surprised him. He read the stats and realized the skill could inflict fear on a target weaker than him. He was shocked to receive such a skill, as he believed only a few chosen ones could use it. He's happy to see he is getting a chance to try it, and while putting all his stuff back in inventory, he questions whether the skill will be useful for him and Ragnar, since the place is already swarming with powerful people. The Camellia Palace dungeon gets cleared, and our boy finally gets out after finishing the quest of uncovering the palace's secrets. For successfully clearing Scenario Quest 1, he receives a nest compass as his reward. He doesn't understand what it is and questions whether it's going to be useful in the next quest. Theo puts it in his inventory and decides to go rest in his room first since he's completely exhausted. But suddenly a maid rushes towards our boy and informs him that he needs to take care of an urgent matter. She notices the wounds on his body, but he brushes it off and asks about the issue. The maid informs him that there's a brawl happening in Training Ground 4. Our boy enters the training ground after hearing this, dominating everyone with his new skill, Lesser Drake's Fear. He angrily tells everyone to get lost since he needs rest. The immense aura knocks people unconscious, but Hulkus becomes excited to see such overwhelming killing intent, charges toward our boy without a second thought, to see who is stronger. Hulkus attacks with his sword, but the MC easily overpowers him with just one swing, leaving everyone shocked. Hulkus gets knocked back and cannot believe his strike was deflected so easily. The MC is surprised by his progress after dungeon training, but Hulkus doesn't back down. He has always been considered the weakest member of the Four Hounds of the North because he is very dumb, and never rounds out his arsenal either. Hulkus attacks Theo again, challenging him to block it. Despite being the weakest, Hulkus has never once been outmatched in terms of raw strength, but now the MC is surprised to see that he is able to keep up with Hulkus. And with a single slash, he counts. Hunter's Hulkus, and he feels amazing after leveling up so much. And Hulky starts coughing up blood, loses consciousness and falls down. Theo realizes he was too careless and should have held back, but feels glad he was facing Hulkus, who is known for his toughness and can tank such attacks. The MC notices Hulkus only fainted. Sybil becomes surprised, and everyone in the training ground starts cheering for the young master who easily defeated the Black Bear, one of the Four Hounds, with a single strike. Theo assures them Hulkus is still alive. Suddenly, his sword breaks as well, which disappoints our boy since it was a gift from his mother. Everyone keeps cheering for the MC, and they all praise him for breaking his sword with a single strike. He doesn't understand why they are so happy. Meanwhile, observing all of this, Rei remembers one of her past memories. When she was a little kid one day, the MC found her and questioned why she was walking around in such cold weather while wearing barely anything. Theo gave Rei his own scarf and thought she still looked really cold. So he decided to take her to his house and told her he would take her home once the snow finally stopped. After recalling all of this, she starts smiling, leaves the battleground. Remington is surprised to see her smile. After a while at the Camellia Palace, our boy looks embarrassed as the maids congratulate him on getting a new title, Luster Tiger. One of the maids is happy to see his hard work finally paying off, and advises him to keep it up and maintain the momentum until the awakening ceremony. She believes he can do it, and suddenly his mother appears and starts feeding him the new abalone dish forcefully. He tries to stop her, but she doesn't stop. She starts stuffing his face with more food as he begs her to stop while eating. He remembers his past life, and starts to feel grateful. He tells his mother the food is very delicious, and she notices the broken sword. She becomes shocked, and the MC starts sweating anxiously. He tells her it broke it during his training and starts apologizing since it is a precious gift she gave him on his birthday. Theo's mother becomes angry at the person who swore it wouldn't break, as it was made with white snow steel and ebony steel wood. He asks if she is talking about the steel wood from the southern jungle. She answers positively and tells him it is a rare and precious material, but feels disappointed to see it was all a lie. She thinks that if the guy was telling the truth, the sword wouldn't break so easily. The MC realizes how precious the materials are and becomes surprised since he was not expecting it to be so valuable. He wonders how his mother found such a sword. She decides to go ask the maker for some explanation and force him to make a better sword this time that is perfect for her precious son. He assures her it's fine and that he can just use another sword. But she rejects the idea and tells him people are finally coming to see his true powers, so he needs to be even more careful than before. Since the awakening ceremony is really close, she says she won't allow him to attend the ceremony while carrying a shabby old sword. Theo is happy to see his mother care so much about him, and Cecilia decides they should get going since they are done talking. The MC is confused. She reveals that they are going to the best workshop in all of Winterra, known as the BASK Workshop. Dask Workshop is one of the top 3 manufacturing workshops of Winterra, and its fame comes from the sheer size that rivals a factory. However, the most notable thing about the workshop is its master. She is a person who falls into the category of special rank by the intelligence agency, and a blacksmith with the title of master craftsman, which only 2 other Ragnar artisans hold. The MC is surprised to see the elf of capitalism incarnate, the demon craftsman Kurson. He never expected to meet such a tycoon, and questions how his mother has connections with the demon craftsman. Cecilia angrily questions why her mother is still smoking. Hearing her call cursing her mother, our boy becomes speechless. Kurson tells Cecilia not to address her as mother, since their relationship is not that of a parent and child. On the day Cecilia decided to run away, Theo was told his mother is an orphan with no family in the world, but is surprised to see she is the daughter of the high elf Kurson. He realizes that the reason he looks so handsome is that he is also a quarter elf. Kurson asks why Cecilia unexpectedly decided to visit her. Theo's mom throws back the sword and tells her it is a defective product. Kurson doesn't believe her and becomes mad hearing her daughter call it a defective sword, even though she forged it herself. Kurson pulls out the sword and realizes it's broken. Cecilia questions if that's not a defective product, and Kurson becomes speechless. The high elf asks who the wielder is. Cecilia tells her Theo is the wielder of the sword. Kurson asks if it's the kid behind her, and she tells her mother to watch her mouth because the MC is a genius who will one day reign over Ragnar from here on. Theo introduces himself to the high elf and expresses his gratitude for being able to see the renowned master of Bask Workshop. Kurson remembers him and praises Cecilia for raising such a child. Kurson asks if he is the only one who used the sword, and the MC answers positively. Cecilia thinks the sword is defective, but Kurson becomes surprised and realizes it's going to be a long conversation, so she invites them inside. As they all walk in, the MC asks if his mother is related to the demon craftsman. She says he is right, and he becomes curious if Kurson is her real mother. Cecilia tells him he wouldn't know since she didn't speak much about it. But even though it was for a short period, Kurson took her in as a foster mother. Cecilia shares that her mother loves anything she finds beautiful, whether it is music, jewels, theater, or even people. She says that is the reason Kurson took her in as a foster child. Kurson tells them to stop talking about the past, calling it pointless. Cecilia thinks she is lying. Her son asks how she ended up getting out of this place. Kurson reveals that Cecilia left because of her desire to marry the Ragnar clan's leader. Kurson never expected her daughter to willingly go to such a miserable place and is surprised she has survived for so long. Cecilia says she couldn't resist the manliness and handsomeness of the clan leader who loved her dearly. Kurson is disappointed that despite running away from home, she came back last year and started begging Kurson to forge a sword to gift Theo. Kurson calls her shameless. But Cecilia becomes annoyed to hear her say such things in front of her son. They both start arguing, and the MC smiles as he has never seen his mother talk like this. He remembers that in his past life, he never tried to learn anything about his mother and was an extremely ungrateful son. He questions if he was just too obsessed with the clan and notices that Kurson cares a lot about his mother as well. He wonders why she didn't do anything in his past life. They finally reach their destination, and Kurson shares that this is the room she lives in. Cecilia asks why her mother brought them so far inside, and demands her to make the best sword for Theo to make up for it. Kurson suddenly tells Cecilia to wait outside as she grabs Theo and closes the door, leaving Cecilia outside. Inside her room, Kurson completely ignores Cecilia calling her and decides to get straight to the point. She asks if the MC has the relic of the primordial dragon. Our boy becomes confused and questions if she is talking about the ancestor of the guardian dragon that protects the clan. He shares that he has heard about the legend that treasure has been distributed across Winterra for the descendants of the Ragnar clan. She makes it clear that it's not a legend and questions if he really doesn't have any relic. Curson starts to tear up and becomes frustrated, wondering how he was able to destroy her sword, even though she poured her heart and soul into forging it. She doesn't believe the sword can break against anything other than a relic in question. If our boy has any idea how precious the sword was, he tries to apologize and remembers that the sword got damaged while he was fighting a lesser drake. He doesn't understand anything about relics, but she gives up and decides to show him instead so he can understand faster. She shows him a cask that's completely sealed with chains and asks if he notices something. The MC starts to see the blue glow and questions if it is a quest after recognizing it as the same glow he saw from the door of the dungeon in the palace. Curson shares that she doesn't see anything, but believes he was able to notice something judging from his actions. She starts dragging the casket and tells him she has tried many times to open the sealed casket and obtain the item inside. But she always fails. She puts down the shield casket and mentions the primordial dragon's relic. Curson shares a story of the primordial dragon that removed one of its fangs and forged a blade from it known as the monster sword White Moonlight Blade. She tells him that if he tries to break the seal on the casket and is successful, she will hand him the sword known as the White Moonlight Blade. The MC looks a bit confused, and she reveals that if he fails to open it, he might lose his life in the process. She questions if he still wants to try it, and the MC starts smiling out of excitement. He makes it clear that the sword is now his. The system shows that the next scenario for the quest is to be chosen by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. The White Moonlight Blade is a sword of the leader of Black Snow, who is one of the 9 dragons known as the Black Dragon. Very few people know about the sword because everyone who has ever seen or talked about it has either died or gone missing. Our boy remembers a mysterious man who noticed him and was surprised he was visible to Theo. The MC ended up seeing the true form of the sword through sheer coincidence and doesn't understand why the Black Dragon let him live. He is surprised to find out that the Black Dragon's White Moonlight sword is here, and it is an actual relic of the primordial dragon. He remembers running into the Black Dragon 4 years ago and realizes Curson was in possession of the sword during that time. She asks if he wants to open it, and the MC starts smiling, becoming determined to obtain the sword no matter what. He tells her it's his sword now, and while observing the casket, he realizes it's very similar to the Camellia Palace. He tries to use the blue key to open the casket. Curson is confused as our boy unlocks the gasket. Light starts to shine. Suddenly, Curson becomes concerned as our boy starts getting pulled inside by a mysterious black fog. The MC tries to free himself but fails and gets dragged into a mysterious place. He opens his eyes and doesn't understand where he is. Theo recognizes the Rose Palace while everything is engulfed in fire. He doesn't understand why he is seeing all of this again. And while watching his past memories, he realizes he completely forgot how weak he used to be. Because of this, he needs more power, enough to defeat Randon and crush the Camellia Palace. A griffin starts messing with his brain and grabs our boy, ready to eat him whole. But the MC wakes up and grabs its beak, catching it off guard. He becomes aware that the monster is trying to take over his mind by using his desire for power against him. The MC realizes this is why it is called a monster sword. The mysterious griffin calls him insolent and tries to free itself, but the boy confidently tells it he has already conquered all the despair it's trying to show him a long time ago. He questions if the monster was hoping he would be tempted by its useless powers, even though he has already seen many quests. The griffin becomes confused, and our MC notices it looks very different from the griffin in his memory. The monster tries to free itself, but our boy doesn't let go, and remembers it was at least 10 meters tall. But right now they are both of similar heights. He questions if the griffin became smaller because it was seen for a long time. He decides not to care about it, and makes it clear that the Moonlight Sword is now his as he tries to punch the griffin with an evil look. The monster tries to talk it out with him. Meanwhile, inside Curson's room, Cecilia starts screaming after seeing her son knocked unconscious. She tries to wake him up, but nothing works, and Cecilia starts crying as she questions her mother why her son is unconscious like this. The person becomes speechless as Cecilia cries and says she never asked her mother to do this. She just wanted a sword for her son. Curson observes that there is a monster's energy linked with Theo's bloodstream, which is something she has never seen or heard about before. She was hoping he would be okay since he already possessed a relic. Cecilia tells her mother that if anything bad happens to her son, she will never forgive Curson for her actions. All of a sudden, the MC grabs the Moonlight Sword, and a mysterious light starts to form around his chest. Cecilia becomes concerned and tries to wake him up. Theo finally opens his eyes. She hugs her son tightly as she starts to cry. She tells her son she was very worried, but he assures her not to overthink it as he is completely okay. The system congratulates him on hunting a griffin and finishing the quest. As a reward, he becomes the owner of the White Moonlight Sword. The MC understands that he survived because of his luck. The griffin was easily defeatable because it was just freshly unsealed, and any psychological attacks were of no effect on him. The system notifies him that he has observed the monster energy of the White Moonlight Sword, so now his magic power has greatly increased. His magic power surpasses 200 and his body starts glowing. Our boy learns that his magic power has started to gain divinity, and has increased to the level of a high-ranking swordsman. He feels disappointed to know he can't use the magic power right away, as he needs to hold himself back until the awakening ceremony. Curson expresses how surprised she was and congratulates him on succeeding. He questions if she is going to keep her promise, and she assures him that elves do not lie. He notices the sword is being rebellious and questions if the sword still hasn't acknowledged him as its master. He becomes a bit anxious, but the elf assures him the sword is acting this way after being trapped for 400 years. She says since the sword is finally out in the world, it wants to release all the pent-up frustration. The person suggests he can try taking a swing at the wall with all he has. He questions if it will be okay, but she starts mocking him and thinks he is worrying for no reason because, even if it is the legendary sword, a swing from a brat like him who is inexperienced and hasn't even had his awakening ceremony can't damage the BASK workshop. He becomes unnerved to hear this and decides to give it a try. Our boy understands that he can hide his dragon heart whenever he wants, so this is a nice opportunity for him to test out the new legendary sword he just received. He walks toward the wall and tries using all of his magic power. The MC excuses himself and removes the cover of the legendary Moonlight Sword as he gets ready to take a swing. Curson observes him and becomes concerned. She tries to stop our boy, but he ends up using an attack known as Single Flash, completely destroying the workshop's wall. Cecilia becomes astonished while Curson's eyes fill with anxious tears at the sight of the destruction. Contrary to what Curson thought, my guy literally split the building wall in half with just one swing of his sword, and he was not even aiming to destroy the wall. Curson couldn't help but sink into despair at yet another costly loss from our boy, especially after the sword he had just broken. Even Theo thinks this is seriously overkill, and he's already running on empty because that sword drained all his magic to pull off that devastating slash. Right at that moment, Curson starts giving him some mana, and she dashed towards him so quickly that he didn't even notice when she reached him. She's startled to see he really has no control over his magic at all. Whatever the case, after looking at this massive crack in the 10-foot thick wall, she's sure this lad is an absolute genius. She starts to feel kinda proud to have a grandson like him. And I can see those dollar signs in her eyes, which clearly show that her greedy mind is cooking up something juicy to profit off our boy. She puts her hand on him and tells him she'll be his patron from now on, and all he has to do is spread his wings and show the world his skills. Well, there you go. She's literally using him as a walking, talking billboard for her workshop, and Theo can clearly see the glint in her eyes. He bluntly tells her he can see those dollar signs shining right back at him. As the night deepens, Theo and his mother prepare to leave Bask's workshop after exchanging their last goodbyes. They part ways. We see the fangs she's holding, and it turns out Theo gave them to her as wall repair funds. She's thrilled to have this loot from a drake, and is sure he must have snagged it while obtaining the relic. She's also feeling proud of her daughter, thinking about how she raised such an incredible son. Right at that moment, someone drops by and greets her with her title of Demon Craftsman. Curson freezes for a moment at the sound of this familiar voice. She turns around and asks why he's here. But this mysterious crow of Robo-Ra-Nar just simmers with a red glint in his eyes and doesn't say a word, leaving us hanging in suspense. 5 days pass, and the day of the awakening ceremony has finally arrived. As usual, Evelyn and Theo are in the middle of a sparring session. After exchanging blows with him, she can tell that his swordplay has gotten stronger and faster overall. My guy just flashes a grin, saying he's really glad to hear this because he never thought someone like Evelyn would ever praise him. The onlookers, as usual, are sweating their balls because they feel like weak sauce compared to Theo. You see, it's been half a year since Theo began to change, and Evelyn is amazed that he's already grown strong enough to push her back. If he awakens his magic today, it'll be the birth of a monster. After they spar for a while, the lady gives him props, saying he's done a great job, and that he might even aim to become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony, and her prayers are with him. Theo flashes a big smirk back at her, thanking her for her kind words. He says that if he becomes valedictorian, he'll mention her name during his speech in front of everyone. Of course, Evelyn gives him this worn-out look, wondering if that's even necessary, while his fellows come over, excitedly telling him to mention their names too. Theo couldn't help but feel a bit proud, thinking that being popular is such a drag, while Evelyn just gave him this creeped-out look, clearly thinking how he is getting way too full of himself. The scene then transitions to the central headquarters, where Theo makes his grand entrance, introducing himself to the guards as Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. Once inside, he notices the large crowd in attendance, as the awakening ceremony is the most important annual event for the Ragnar clan. Every participant is hoping to get good results, and as swordsmen of Ragnar, this is their first chance to be acknowledged and honored. With everyone from the Ragnar clan watching, including the clan head Kyle Ragnar, the pressure is high. Even some big shots are present, like the 9 dragons and the former clan head from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar. Before Theo looks at Hilda, the less she seems like someone who's 150 years old. Either way, he is relieved to see her attending again. The conductor then bangs a drum to grab everyone's attention. This guy is Vanna Ragnar, the judge of the ceremony, and a Dragon Gate swordsman. He snaps everyone to attention and tells them it's time to begin the preliminary examination. The prelim involves grabbing a sword placed on the ground and leaving a mark on the steel wall on the platform. He reveals that the wall is forged with a mix of white snow steel, so ordinary steel blades won't even scratch it. But that changes if they channel their magic power into their attacks. To help with that, he decides to hand out Soma to everyone. This single Soma pill will provide the power of 10 years worth of magic, an elixir designed to help open their mana halls. He tells them to swallow the Soma and focus on opening their mana hall in the Dantian, and only then will they be able to cut through the white snow steel wall with their swords. The depth of their cut will determine their results. Vahana screams out that from now on the participants whose names he calls will have to step forward, grab a Soma, and get on the platform. The first participant is Theo Ragnar, and they tell him to come forth. Of course, my guy steps forward promptly, and as he's taking that pill, he reflects on how, in his past life, Axion was the valedictorian. He then grabs a sword and walks toward the white wall, determined that this time won't be like the past. As he does, a system window pops up with Scenario Quest 3, become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony to clear the quest. We then cut to the 150-year-old Hilda, asking Kyle if this boy is the one he mentioned before. Kyle responds positively and asks if he has caught her attention too. Hilda replies that she's definitely curious after hearing so much about this boy, and wants to see for herself just how competent his descendant really is. My guy stretches his shoulder muscles while he can't help but to feel nervous. The judge, Vanna, promptly appears and reminds him to swallow the Soma. Theo promptly pops the pill into his mouth, reflecting on how in his past life he had swallowed the Soma but was unable to control the mana, seriously injuring his Dantean. But this time, something like that won't happen. As soon as he swallows the pill, he feels a surge of power, and the mana begins to scatter around the area. Vanna finds himself bewildered to see this brat causing a mana wave of this size. He's worried Theo might not be able to properly control it. You see, when someone swallows Soma, they need to handle it with care. In order for the mana hall to settle in the Dantian, the more talented Ragnars, who have loads of mana, need to be extra cautious. If not, they can end up disabled. And Vanna is certain this brat is done for. But as surprising as it is, my guy quickly stabilizes. Theo couldn't help but feel a rush of happiness, realizing he has both a dragon heart and a mana hall. It's almost a bit disheartening how easy it feels this time, unlike in his past life. But anyway, from now on, he's officially allowed to use mana, and he won't have to hold back the vast amount stored in his dragon heart. He prepares himself, leaps into the air, and just unleashes everything. A dragon manifests from his mana, soaring straight toward the wall. In a single flash, it hits the wall, creating a giant crack. Vanna is left absolutely boggled, and he announces without a doubt that Theo Ragnar has passed. The spectators are equally bamboozled by such a display of power. A system window promptly pops up before Theo, announcing that the curse of bad luck that's been in effect has ended, and his fame is beginning to spread throughout the world. A genuine joy spreads across our boy's face because he's finally reached the same starting point as the others. The system further reveals that many people have taken an interest in his impressive performance. Osa Ragnar Plunus wishes to take him in as a disciple, while Julius Ragnar is discontent with the amount of attention focused on him. Meanwhile, Robert Ragnar remains cautious about him. And lastly, Hilda Ragnar shows interest as well. My guy is thrilled that not only the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon are paying attention to him, but the fact that he's also caught Hilda's eye makes him especially happy. After all, she has the heart of Garuda. He thinks to himself how amazing it would be if he could just obtain that. The other contestants also try their luck with the white wall. One of them manages to leave only a tiny scratch as thin as a hair. He cries out to see that he has a long way to go to even come closer to Master Theo. Ray Ragnar gives it a shot, and so does Hulkus Lenka and Remington Necrio. They all do their best, but none come anywhere close to the massive cut my guy left in the wall. This poor guy is absolutely devastated that all 4 Hounds of the North had monstrous results. Yet not a single one of them made a mark as great as the young Master Theo. It's finally Axion Ragnar's turn. And as he walks forward, people start murmuring among themselves. Some say that at this rate, it's a contest between the Luster Tiger and the Dark Tiger, while others doubt even Axion can match that level. The fact that people are talking about Theo like this only angers Axion beyond belief. He strides toward the wall with his sword in hand, and once he swallows the Soma pill, the mana crackles around it, and out pops a giant red dragon that slashes directly at the wall. The sheer power of it leaves Vana utterly speechless because this is the first time he's been surprised so many times in one day. The crack in the wall is massive, and Vana promptly announces that Axion Ragnar has passed as well. The crowd goes absolutely bonkers because Axion Slash has left a crack just as big as Theo's. Now everyone is on edge, knowing that the precision grading will be the deciding factor in who comes out on top. As dusk begins to settle in, Vana announces that with this, the first stage of the awakening ceremony is officially over. This year, he's particularly satisfied to see so many people significantly increase their scores. He says that those who passed should prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony in 4 days. Finally, the rankings that everyone has been waiting for will be announced, including the valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony. Everyone in the arena held their breaths in anticipation as the valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony was announced. The clear front runners, Axion and Theo, were locked in as they both hoped to hear their names called. In the end, Theo Ragnar manages to clutch the win for himself. While he is stunned, the arena erupts in booming cheers. Vana Ragnar is pleased to announce that his performance earned him a perfect 10 out of 10 from the judges. Whether it's technique, magic power, control, or speed, every aspect was flawless. While his followers were cheering, most of the candidates found it hard to believe that the Flash Tiger had taken first place instead of Axion. As it turns out, the depth of his sword mark came close to the record held by young Master Thorkel. That little tidbit made the crowd go even wilder. Thorkel Ragnar is an enigma. He is one of the 5 major candidates of Ragnar, and he is speculated to be the closest in the line of succession. The salutatorian award fell on Axion Ragnar, and his displeasure is apparent. He also got a perfect 10 out of 10 score. However, he has been relegated to second place as his sword mark was a bit shorter than that of Theo's. That fact made his blood boil even more. Remington Narcio snagged 3rd place, Ray Ragnar in 4th place, and Hulkus Lanka in 5th. The Hounds of the North had the top places on lock. Meanwhile, the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post and Theo's first follower, Sybil Drya, eked out the last slot at 87th place. The second stage of the awakening ceremony will start in 4 days at the treacherous Winter Mountains. All 87 examinees who have passed are advised to prepare as best as they can. With that, they are dismissed, and the first day of the ceremony concludes in an unexpected direction. That night, Theo's faction immediately went straight to the tavern for a celebration. The place rumbled with cheers for the first and second placers. Everyone felt vindicated as the true might of Training Ground Number 4 was made known to the world. Praise and applause for their very own Sir Theo and Sir Remington started flowing along with liquor. Theo thanked his men for the support, but he knew better than anyone else that the trials were not over yet. His goal is for every one of them to pass the second stage together. He pulled his buddy Remington closer and confidently announced to everyone that they would be aiming to be the final valedictorian and salutatorian of the batch. Evelyn is also in a festive mood, and she genuinely believes that the two can pull it off somehow. Remington personally congratulated the young master for such a splendid display of power earlier. Seeing Theo's hard work bear fruit filled everyone with pride. But at the same time, Remington cannot help but feel ashamed of himself for falling so far behind his friend. Theo smiled at Remy, assuring him that he just got a little lucky this time. Also, ranks and such things should not matter between friends, right? Hearing that cleared Remington's mind of useless anxieties. They made a toast with their orange juice glasses, and promised to try their best in the upcoming second stage. Sometime later, Theo found himself roaming the nearby snowy mountains. Finally, away from this crowd, he processed what it really meant to snag first place in the awakening ceremony. It is an achievement that he would not even dare dream of in his past life. Though it might not have been a real fight, he defeated Axion fair and square. He can hardly believe how far he has gone in such a short time. Clenching his fists in anticipation, Theo proclaimed that this was only the beginning of his story. Defeating and decapitating that traitorous fraud, Randon is far from enough. That guy is just a lackey to the actual players. Theo's true enemies are the psychotic Axion and the tricky Sky Dragon backing him up. Theo is willing to use everything at his disposal to get his ultimate revenge down the line. He has another matter of great importance to take care of concerning the nest compass he got as a reward. The mysterious artifact is actually pointing toward the Winter Mountains, the venue of the next trial. In the second stage, he will have the chance to find out what the compass is steering him into. While he was lost in his own thoughts, he sensed something fishy nearby. His instincts immediately kicked in, ready to defend himself from whatever was hiding nearby. Someone has been tailing him, and Theo hates surveillance. The hooded spy watched in surprise as his target vanished out of thin air, only to feel the cold glint of a blade aimed at his neck from behind. Theo demanded to know who the spy was, and the dude tried his best to convince Theo that he was not Seuss. He introduced himself as Gatsby Yoten of the renowned Gale Sword Platoon. Gatsby insisted that his captain sent him after witnessing such a splendid performance at the first test of the awakening ceremony. Theo had an unreadable poker face as he stared into the man's soul. It seems like the scouting offers are arriving sooner than he expected. Gatsby elaborated that their captain is offering Theo an opportunity to take an admittance qualification test. This offer flabbergasted him. He is offended that the Gale Sword Platoon wanted him to take some useless test, rather than a full-on invitation. Gatsby bragged about the illustrious reputation of his platoon, asserting that even a chance to take the test is hard to come by. Before the dude could spout any more bullshit, a fiery voice cut him off, calling the Gale Platoon a bunch of morons. A woman carrying a great sword on her back addressed Theo as a young master, and offered a far better deal than the morons of Gale Sword Platoon. This feisty girl is Ayan Sosoli, also known as the Fire Goblin and Vice Commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. She personally came to extend a direct invitation for Theo to join their ranks. Gatsby stumbled on his words as soon as he saw who had just come through. Those that recognize the Fire Goblin's name know not to piss her off. But before Ion can get close to Theo, multiple scouts from different factions come out of hiding in fear that such a promising candidate might get signed before they can extend their offer. They all ran in, shouting their ridiculous proposals. The Black Sword Platoon is willing to promote him to squad leader within 3 years. The Swords of Law and the Security Bureau also threw their eager hats in the ring. Annoyed at the bidding war unfolding, the Fire Goblins snapped in anger. The scouts were supposed to entice the young master with promises of assisting and advancing his career, only to fight and bicker amongst themselves. Theo just watched from the sidelines as the idiots cursed and jabbed at one another. He figured that he should just quietly slip away before they pester him even more. But his exit plan might have to wait. Pink plum petals slowly filled the area, dancing in the air. A sultry voice silenced everyone with sheer aura. Even though she knows she will be criticized for being too greedy, the newcomer just can't help herself. Slightly sullying her sterling reputation is nothing if it means gaining an exceptionally talented individual to her side. Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the sword dragon herself, Osa Ragnar Plunus, has joined the scouting war, shocking everyone into silence. Ion was the only one who dared to question what business the clan head's first wife had in this place. Lady Osa confessed that she came with the same intention as everyone else. She has come all the way out here just to see Theo Ragnar personally, while Theo is dealing with the ridiculous situation he was put in. The salutatorian is relieving some stress by beheading some people. Calling Axion Ragnar a sore loser is an understatement. This dude is wantonly killing his men to get his frustrations out lest he explodes. He weaved, maneuvered, and slashed his way through a number of young swordsmen, treating them like training dummies as he snuffed their lives out one by one. Axion Ragnar is hungry for blood, and blood he shall get. With every dash and slash, he remembers Theo's smug face after leaving a bloody, armless mess back in the Scaled Dragon Society banquet. The image of Theo unleashing so much draconic aura when he took the first slash in the trial has been etched deep into Axion's disturbed mind. Losing by a few inches made the defeat even more infuriating. The only thing running in his mind is the thought of killing and gutting Theo Ragnar. For now, killing his own men will do. By the end of his rampage, he had completely abandoned his blade in favor of using a much more hands-on and brutal approach to venting his anger. By the time he calmed down, the training ground was already filled with lifeless young swordsmen who thought they were just getting a spar with their young master. When another person stepped into the arena, Axion's eyes darted around. Without even looking at who just arrived, he picked his sword back up and motioned to attack. He threw the whole blade with pinpoint accuracy, aiming for the intruder's head. But for someone like the Sky Dragon, stopping such an elementary outburst is simple. He just grabbed the sword's tip out of the air. Ed Trovan cursed his nephew out for being so pathetic when releasing his rage on random people won't change a thing. When Axion got a good look at his uncle, he calmed down a little. The Sky Dragon advised that at times like this, Axion needs to cool his head and come up with a proper plan. Ed Trovan had already put some things in motion, and Axiom only needed to follow. The nefarious uncle and nephew duo are hell-bent on turning the second stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo Ragnar's funeral. Back in the snowy woods, the scouts made way for Lady Plumblossom out of fear and respect. They knew that whatever they tried to offer Theo would be insignificant if she was in the competition, just as they were about to appeal how unfair that would be. The space between Theo and Lady Osa was severed from the outside world, locking them in her personal domain. Ayan reckoned that setting up an isolation zone could only mean one thing. She might be planning to personally share her teachings with the young Ragnar inside the swirling lump of energy. The inside of the isolation zone was a lot bigger than what it looked like outside, as the space stretched as far as they could see. Theo recognizes this as one of Lady Plum Blossom's signature moves. She can freely create a perfectly isolated space severed from the outside. He used to hear stories about the technique, and now he's experiencing it. His popularity is catching up with him. Lady Plum Blossom laughed at his reaction. She's certain that Demon Dragon will be furious once he finds out what she's trying to do, but no one can stop her from giving Theo a gift if she wants to. By gift, it can only mean one thing. She slowly unsheathed her blade as she described how intense the clan head swordsmanship was. It is akin to dragon fire descending from the heavens and destroying everything and incinerating everything in its path. Lady Plum Blossom's style cannot be more different than that, for she prefers to embrace countless variations in her sword. Theo looked around to see that the snowy trail he had walked on a minute ago had turned into a tranquil field of vibrant plum trees. Her steps are rhythmic, sending ripples on the surface of the still water floor with each stride. This is the form of the dragon that she pursues, one that contains constant and infinite changes. As the sword dragon began slowly moving forward, she started swinging her sword, making the plum blossom bloom as countless petals gently drifted down. Her blade softly traced through the petals as they danced alongside her blade. She executed a peculiar flow of movement that seemed impossible. She slashed, stabbed, and chopped with a strange tempo. By the end of her demonstration, she slowly lowered her sword, making the petals spiral alongside the blade, beautifully falling on the ground. It was absolute cinema, a feast for Theo's eyes. The ridiculous thing was the entire sequence was performed within just a single breath. What she just showed is the celestial flower rain, the first full-bloom technique of the plum blossoms. Opening her eyes, the First Lady's deep gaze turned towards Theo. The young man was speechless as he felt his heart pound loudly. He just witnessed something truly awe-inspiring. Within a single continuous movement, he counted 120 circles and variations. It gave credence to the claims that in terms of pure swordsmanship, she is above even the clan head. If Theo could absorb and apply even a little bit of what he had just seen into his single flash, his power would undoubtedly skyrocket. He humbly asked her if he's really deserving of such a gift. She laughed lightly and assured him that it was fine as long as he enjoyed watching it. Finally, Lady Plum Blossom dissolved the isolation zone. The tranquil field of plum trees vanished and the snowy woods returned. She asserted that if Theo ever wishes to see what comes after the first technique, he can come to find her whenever after the awakening ceremony. Such a blatant offer shocked the scouts. The First Lady simply wishes for Theo to become a new wind in this desolate place. With that, her body turned into a pile of beautiful plum petals drifting away. Theo knows more than anyone that he just received something far too great. It would be hard even for him to act shamelessly and not show any gratitude to the First Lady. Now he's in a complicated position. He reckoned that it would be way too greedy to become Lady Plum Blossom's disciple and join the white-armored dragon cavalry at the same time. 3 days later, the second phase of the trial has finally kicked off into full gear. The 87 eligible candidates have gathered at the Winter Mountains near the Northern Great Wall. Such a treacherous venue is perfect for the challenge ahead. Winter Mountains stretch across a ridiculously vast distance, from their home of winter all the way to the Demon Sea. In this place, the Ragnars have shielded humanity with all their might. They have been at war with the cursed land beyond the Great Wall for over a millennium now. They have been culling the Demon Sea, a place where countless demonic fiends lay waste. High-ranked swordsman and second-stage exam overseer Jackie Ragnar cautioned everyone that the new generation would inherit that duty one day. This makes Winter Mountain the perfect testing ground. However, as apprentice swordsmen, the examiners are not allowed to cross over to the Demon Sea, and the exam area is restricted to the inner side of the Great Wall. Today the exam is very simple. They will have 15 days to defeat demonic monsters that roam the Winter Mountains and retrieve the bells that have been placed on their necks. There are 7 different colored bells out there: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, the colors of the rainbow. Each bell increases in point value in the same order. Naturally, higher points mean confronting a more powerful demonic fiend. Overseer Jackie emphasized the danger of violet bell fiends. Those abominations are at a level that no apprentice swordsman can touch, let alone defeat. Yet they are worth a ton of points. The hunting method will be left entirely up to the examinees. Whatever method they choose to use doesn't matter. All they have to do is bring back the bells to be tallied before the exam ends. Everyone picked up on what the overseer implied. Since they can use whatever method they want, snatching someone else's prey or bells is allowed. No, it is encouraged. They are purposely sowing seeds of discord amongst everyone. But that's just another reflection of Ragnar clan's law of the jungle approach to things. As a final note, the overseer taught them about the totems that repel fiends installed across the mountains. Inside these safe zones, supplies have been buried nearby, and everyone's encouraged to utilize them effectively. Finally, Overseer Jackie formally signaled the commencement of the second trial. As soon as he dismissed everyone, several candidates rushed off and scattered without hesitation. Most of them had the same idea as Sybil. Since the exam will stretch for 15 days, supplies are essential. First, they must secure those resources and then go with their own strategies. It had only started, but Holkaslanka loved every second of this test. He is in his element. Axion, motivated by revenge, has come into this exam with a malicious goal in mind. His Sky Dragon uncle heavily emphasized that he must move precisely according to plan. All he has to do is play his role, and Theo will fall. As Axion single-mindedly pushed forward at breakneck speeds, he failed to notice someone tailing him from behind. It was none other than the ever-so-mysterious Ray Ragnar. Seeing as everyone was already rolling out, Theo walked towards the woods to get started too. But before he could get far, a familiar voice called to him. Remy ran to his side and asked if Theo remembered how he said they were friends. The Silver Lion has thought long and hard for the past 3 days leading up to the trial, and it seems that he considers Theo both a friend and a rival. With that realization, a desire has taken root inside him. The desire to truly surpass young Master Theo in power. The young dragon was shocked at first, but he eventually grinned with delight. He knows what Remy is feeling all too well. The moment they first crossed swords in that training ground, a mutual respect for one another blossomed. Theo felt the same way as the Silver Lion. He considered him a dear friend and rival too. Remy heartily laughed in relief as he had been stressing if the feeling was one-sided. With renewed clarity, Remy proclaimed that he would try to beat Theo during the second stage. Theo genuinely wished him good luck with that goal. Without wasting another precious second, Remy exploded in speed and headed deep into the Winter Mountain. Theo took a second to soak the feeling in. Someone incredible like Remington has set him as a goal, someone to surpass. It made him feel a thrill he never felt before. He's finally becoming someone that's truly strong, and it is delightful. Opening his inventory, Theo set the mushy feelings aside for after the trial. He retrieves the nest compass and officially starts the search for the dragon's nest. The compass needle pointed him in a general direction, enough to get started. On the side of one of the deadly cliff faces, the familiar blue light of the system shined through a hidden cavern. The nest compass led Theo to the treacherous outskirts of the Winter Mountain. Upon arriving at his supposed destination, he was confused and saw absolutely nothing that stood out. The compass has turned its needle to the ground, so that must mean something, right? Maybe he needs to start digging until he hits the jackpot. If that was the case, he really should have brought a shovel, as using the white moonlight blade to dig in the snowy soil would have been a gross misuse of a legendary blade. As he was considering what to do, Theo's spidey senses started tingling once more. He steadily took his sword out of the scabbard and turned around on a dime, his eyes fixated on the unwelcomed presence. Sometimes, if the wind is not doing its job, then you have to take to the oars. He sent a sweeping attack, the force of the slash mowing everything on its way down. The trees were cleared in a single file and the ground was wrecked. Spilling some killing intent to the presence tailing him secretly, he gravely urged them to come out. Some unsavory characters started coming out of the woods, confused as to how Theo noticed their well-concealed presence. As soon as Theo saw the man's face, he was taken aback. It wasn't just one man, there were 3. In Theo's previous life, he knew these monsters as the 3 scoundrels of Vuk Mountain, Hyde, Cow, and Rune. These aptly named scoundrels are the scum of the earth. They were widely known as the ones who slaughtered civilians under the guise of accidents during missions. They are the cancer that cropped up as a side effect of Ragnar's rule of the strong. Theo especially cannot ever forget the massacre they committed in Vuk village. While he was working in Black Snow, he was assigned to personally pick up after the bastards. He knows the horror that these 3 will inflict upon the world better than anyone else. In public records, the death toll of the single incident was reported at 761, with another 220 people missing. The shocking part was that none of the corpses could be identified at all. It was because their killing method involved absolutely decimating the heads of their targets for fun. He already considered that their terrible nature would get in the way down the line, so he's planning to deal with them at some point. But he never expected to meet them this early. Since they were expertly tailing him, Theo asked if Axion sent them for a hit or something. One of the scoundrels just laughed at his assumption. He cleared up that they cannot be ordered around by kids. Naturally, they were employed by someone so high up that Theo would never even imagine who was behind the hit. But the young dragon quickly narrowed down the culprit to one person for certain, the head counselor. The reaction of the scoundrels gave it away. Theo correctly guessed who the employer was in one try. It wasn't too hard to guess, given how much they were talking about blood and heritage. An exam proctor is nowhere to be found nearby, so they must have been included in the conspiracy too. Theo's sharpness was a big problem, but the scoundrels were confident that they would get this job in the bag no matter what. The leader of the scoundrels asserted that he feels the best when he crushes a good-looking face like Theo's. Bro is just glazing at this point. The Flash Tiger remained unfazed as he refused to let the three out of his sight. He did not even let the mouthy scoundrel continue with the childish trash talk. Theo immediately slashed away, summoning an avatar of an ancient dragon with his force. They hadn't even gotten the chance to close the distance yet, and the scoundrels were already at death's door. Theo chopped his sword thrice in quick succession with perfect precision, and executed his newly formulated technique, Triple Dragon's Claw, each one targeting a scoundrel. The young master never shies away from violence, but he does not want to become like these pieces of trash, so they do it as revenge for a crime that they won't commit until a few years down the line. He will do the opposite of what the scumbags did. Only their heads will remain. The destructive power of the dragon's claw was so potent that it could decimate a human body into a pulp while leaving the head intact. He simply flexed on these criminals, giving them the comeuppance they deserved. Theo was actually surprised at how fast these troublemakers fell by his blade. Maybe that's because they were still young at this point in time. He owed this new skill to the celestial flower rain that Lady Plum Blossom imparted upon him briefly. He dissected and reconstructed the style for the past 3 days, and came out finding a way to use 3 single flashes in a row. Using circles and arcs to draw curved lines of slashes was hard. A whole new world of different transformations and applications has opened. Of course, completing those transformations 120 times in a row like the First Lady is still out of reach. Theo quickly grabbed the severed heads with the scoundrels' pained and surprised expressions have been preserved. He simply threw the evidence down the cliff for beasts to feast on, while he went back to thinking about how to get underground. Much to his surprise, he heard a dull thud as soon as the heads reached a couple meters down. Upon further inspection, he ascertained that there was an invisible staircase winding down the cliff. It's now stained with scoundrel blood. The hidden quest to find the unseen stairs and explore the blue cave has officially started. Theo excitedly jumped down from the cliff to head for his treasure. Unbeknownst to him, a strange bird has been keeping an eye from afar. Back in the palace, the officials posted that they were receiving the test's initial results for the first few hours. Currently, Axion Ragnar holds the first position with 41 demon bells collected as he tears through the exam with 20 of his men. Second place is Ray Ragnar, but everyone has been wondering about one thing. How is Theo Ragnar faring? The messenger had to scroll all the way down to the last page of his report for Theo's recorded progress. Currently, the young man has collected 0 demon bells, and he is off on his own without a team. It's safe to assume that he is moving quietly or lying in ambush somewhere. Those assumptions can easily be verified if there are proctors to confirm. Everyone at the table heard Lady Plum Blossoms is impatient. The head counselor argued that there are no rules that exceptional performance in the first stage would lead to the same caliber in the second. He even proposed that the kid's heart might not be prepared for real battles, especially considering that he is a so-called natural child and not a pure Ragnar. The head counselor assumed that his goons must have taken care of business quickly, doing their job better than expected. Suddenly, the old councilman received a telephonic transmission from Ed Troven, asking him if he did anything behind the scenes. The head counselor did not even bother to deny the allegation. He's bummed that he couldn't tell everyone else beforehand, but it looks like things have worked out, so that's good. Even the Sky Dragon was shocked at the geezer's brazen attitude towards an impure child of the throne. It pissed Ed off that some crazy elitist old coot acted without permission or consultation, potentially stifling his plans. After Camellia had been taken from his family, the Sky Dragon campaigned for an opportunity to take over the Rose Palace. However, he could not find the primordial dragon's relic anywhere. Ed Troven has come to a hypothesis stating that Theo must hold a clue about Rose Palace's relic. Sky Dragon can feel it in his bones. That boy, Theo, has some clues about the relic on him. Grown and shown that he is a threat. Using telepathy again, Ed jacked into a guard's mind with a message to hurry Axion up. Lady Plum Blossom can see that the head counselor and the Central Intelligence Director are scheming something, and they're not as sneaky as they think. The pro-Theo group might have to set up some precautions and countermeasures too. It was a reasonable idea, but Julius Ragnar heavily opposed such a thing. The demon dragon genuinely believes that Theo is not someone who would crumble on a mere challenge. Julius trusts his gut that Theo is safe and just stuck in his own unknown circumstance. Also, Julius has not gotten over the fact that Lady Plum Blossom sneakily met with Theo. The First Lady feigned ignorance and playfully laughed. Back in the Winter Mountain, Theo finally managed to see where the stairs were leading. Inside was a relatively simple cave structure, but there were a lot of pesky skeletons hanging around on the outskirts. They constantly attack with a pretty strong mental attack trap set up inside. Most people will have a breakdown if they happen to get caught in it. However, such low-level mental attacks are nothing after he passed White Moonlight Blade's tough test. More importantly, Theo managed to follow the compass needle and find something. To check on the situation, Theo expanded his senses outwards, making the wildlife scurry for their lives. For times like this, the special divinity skill is just too juicy. He can even see what's lurking behind every corner. Casting those thoughts aside, Theo was the first to arrive and be tested. Finally, he found the hatchling's lair. 3 years from now, things might be a lot different. Black Snow will end up killing the hatchling and discovering a priceless legendary item. Walking deeper into the cavern, Theo quietly apologized for the future of Black Snow as he planned to take one of their historic records. Behind the gate is the Amen Grimoire, a one-of-a-kind game-changer. As soon as Theo entered the gate, he was frozen in place, overwhelmed at the sight before him. There were literal mountains of gold and legendary weapons, gems and trinkets scattered everywhere. One thing is for sure, this place is not a hatchling's nest at all. In the middle of the gigantic room was a sleeping draconic beast and an ancient dragon, using its sea of gold coins as the most expensive bed in the world. Looking a bit closer, he saw that it seemed to be in a deep sleep, uncaring of the outside world. Theo wasn't delusional. He knew that if this thing woke up and attacked, he could forget about the relic and all the riches in this place and he would surely die. Could the reports from Black Snow be false? Why is there a full-grown dragon in the chamber instead of just a hatchling? Maybe he's a victim of misinformation. Or maybe he just came 3 years too early. Either way, he needs to think of his next move in this unexpected situation. He seriously considered just leaving without touching anything. It's unfortunate, but he can always just come back before the Black Snow can get here again a few years later. But that choice left his hands as soon as the dragon opened its eyes. When he turned around, Theo was locked into a staring contest with one of the most archaic beings in the world. Much to his surprise, ancient dragon Roadbroke spoke in human tongue, calling him the first selector that had come in a long time. The giant beast was actually kind of chill. It even introduced itself without a hint of hostility. Roadbroke explained that the Ragnar calls her the guardian dragon and the owner of Winter Mountain. Everyone who grew up around the clan knew the name Roadbroke. Trying not to be rude and disrespectful, Theo crashed down to his knees and paid respect to his ancestor. Roadbroke was quite interested in the fact that the young human called her an ancestor. As far as Theo was taught his whole life, the guardian dragon Roadbroke is the companion of the Ragnar clan's progenitor, Sigurd, and the mother of Friedrich. The beast asserted that Friedrich the bastard must have been spreading nonsense out there. While it's true that she and Sigurd were old companions for a time, she viewed it just as a sign of respect for the contractor who sold his soul to dragons. There wasn't much emotional exchange between them. It is impossible for humans to mate with dragons in the first place. Maybe the humans in this world are not real monster bangers. This led Theo to ask if his family's line really has the blood of the dragon, or if it is just one big propaganda to lift the Ragnar name up. Roadbroke cleared up that the claim was not wrong at all. Through the long-term contract between her and Sigurd, her dragon's blood is shared. Just as Theo was about to ask more questions about his family's history, Roadbroke cut him off as she was done with the pleasantries. She will now begin her duties as a guardian dragon to the selectors. From this point forward, Roadbroke is going to keep the covenant made at the beginning of the clan, and will allow the selector who passes her test to ask 3 questions. He can finally breathe in relief and thank the gods, as this seems like a non-battle situation. Since his goal is to eventually stand at the peak of the clan, deepening his knowledge of the family's lore is crucial. Through these 3 questions, he needs to get as much information as possible. Outside, the second phase of the awakening ceremony is still in full swing. Axion continued dominating the leaderboard and the beasts in the surrounding area. His 1,000 Dragons roar is already powerful enough to one-shot most enemies. As a white tiger beast fell to the snowy ground, bloodied and lifeless, Axion walked closer. He was heading for the green bell dangling on the poor cat's neck. With another bell secured, that makes 57 confirmed kills. He's quickly racking points up. Nevertheless, killing these monsters was secondary. Axion was just itching to find Theo, but his scouts kept on telling him the same report that Theo was nowhere to be seen over and over. One of Axion's lackeys, Orion Gardner, smugly remarked that Theo must be scared, now that he has to risk his life and face real monsters. Orion was determined to attach himself to Axion's entourage the whole way through, no matter what. He fears and believes in the maniac's strength. But he might have run his mouth a little too far when he admitted that Theo got stronger, but lived as an idiot for far too long. The next thing you know, Orion's tearing up and gasping for oxygen, as Axion's hand slowly crushes his windpipe in a chokehold. Axion reckoned that this pissant of a follower must not know a simple fact because he had never been strong. In the clan, having power means having no need to fear anything. The Dark Leopard is on the brink of mentally breaking at this point, and he's still as cruel and paranoid as ever. Orion tried to eke out an apology between his desperate gasps for air. This little outburst would have continued if not for another messenger coming in with a message from the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Troyven. The message was simply a reminder to hurry up and carry the plan out. Axion threw the pissant away like garbage and asked the messenger to send a reply to his uncle to stop pestering him. He doesn't need to be reminded of the goal because no one in this world wants to kill that punk Theo, more than this psychotic half-brother of his. Meanwhile, Theo is just chilling down in the dragon's den, still trying to think of a fitting question that would give him as much information as possible. After a while, he finally came up with his first question. Roadbroke yawned. She was just glad that the young man finally made up his mind as the boredom nearly knocked her back into a deep sleep. So the first question was why the guardian dragon is still here. He kept it short and sweet. Roadbroke instantly clocked his strategy of asking basic questions to figure out some hidden background knowledge and praise the kid. The reason why she's still hanging around is quite simple. There exists a monster situated at the very edge of the world. Its body is spread across the seas. They call this entity the Nameless Monarch. For the past 1,000 years or so, Roadbroke has been lying in wait and staying in her lair, because she was tasked with the mission to protect the world. The Winter Mountain and this dragon's den are just an outpost. Theo fell silent, digesting the bombshell that his ancestor had just revealed. He was certain that he did not feel it wrongly. For a brief moment, he felt what seemed like fear in Roadbroke's eyes. Who would have thought that an almost godlike figure who's as powerful as an ancient dragon is still capable of feeling terror? There is an existence out there that brings fear to a deity who has reigned for over 1,000 years. The Nameless Monarch must be one freaky bastard. Theo desperately wants to ask more questions and dig deeper into the lore, but there are more important things he has to find out first. So, for the second question, he asked what exactly these ancient dragon's relics he kept on hearing about. Roadbroke answered that there are about 3 relics out in the world, though she doesn't know much about them. She can sense that the young selector has been quite lucky. The 3 that Roadbroke knows of are the dungeon in Kamalea Palace and the White Moonlight Blade. As for the last one, it's a bit more complicated. Roadbroke called it the ancient dragon Papnir's relic. It is a result of a great ancient dragon's soul fragmenting into 31 different pieces. These pieces were then bestowed upon humans in hopes of protecting humanity and resisting the Nameless Monarch. The form of these ancient dragon relics is not limited. Some could be an item, some could take the form of an experience, and a rare few even turned into intangible yet strange phenomena. Hearing that last part made the gears in Theo's head turn. He can finally see that he always had the last relic in him. Everything he experienced after regressing in time flashed before his eyes. Going through 20 years of life and being brought back in time to the brink of death is the strangest phenomenon one can ever go through. His regression must have been just another form of the ancient dragon's relic, which means Theo himself contains the relic. He must have been given a fragment of Papnir's soul. But something's not adding up. There's always a dragon protecting the relics, but there was no such thing in his regression. Realizing something, Theo came up with the third and final question. He looked at Roadbroke right into her piercing eyes and asked why he was chosen. Why would the hand of fate choose someone as talentless as Ragnar's imbecile to fight something as powerful as the Nameless Monarch? Roadbroke stared back fiercely and decided to answer his final question with a question of her own. She asked why Theo would think that he was the only one chosen out there. The simple reply made Theo realize that he had not been looking at the bigger picture. He might not be the only one chosen by these powerful relics. Sky Dragon Ed Troven, Demon Craftsman Curson, and even the Black Dragon all knew about the existence of relics. They even actively go out of their way to find and collect said relics. Chances are they were also chosen by some form of Papnir's soul fragment. If that's the case, are they also seeing the same messages he has been seeing? Did they also regress back in time? While these series of questions led Theo one step closer to uncovering the world's truth, it also made things a lot more complicated. To summarize, there is a nameless monarch lurking at the fringes of the planet that even the ancient dragon fears. And it is entirely possible that there are more regressors apart from Theo. Now that Roadbroke has answered his 3 questions, the quest is complete, and Theo will be given his reward. The young man was so engrossed in all the implications of what he just found out that he almost forgot that he came to obtain Amon's grimoire. But now that his horizons have expanded, he had changed his mind. He needs something bigger, a lot bigger. He wanted something that cannot be compared to any item in this treasure trove. As a reward for the quest, he has given the chance to pick and take anything from the ancient dragon's treasures. Roadbroke proudly boasted about the variety and sheer quantity of her treasures collected from all around the world. There were gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, armaments, anything you could think of. She had them in stock. Whatever Theo chooses will be a priceless fortune worth beyond his wildest imagination. Roadbroke urged him to pick wisely, and she said she would deliver. Theo's lips slowly twisted into a sly smile. When prompted by the ancient dragon to state his desire, Theo Ragnar proudly proclaimed that he wanted to have Roadbroke herself. That answer was definitely out of her expectations. Theo's remark comes across as a joke to the ancient dragon queen, who responds accordingly. However, she's done with kidding around and wants the Ragnar descendant to speak his real choice. Standing resolute on his words, Theo declares that he just told her what he wanted. First, the dragon pauses and then asks to confirm if he's really serious. After receiving confirmation, the dragon exerts its menacing aura that makes the ground rumble beneath Theo's feet. Using the tantalizing dragon fear attack, the ancient dragon deems his words disrespectful and lashes at him for overstepping his boundaries. Feeling the sheer weight of the dragon fear attack, Theo does his best to stand his ground. That mere roar of the dragon is powerful enough to make blood come out of every crevice of his face. In response, he counters the roar with a lesser drake's fear of his own. Of course, it's a pointless attack in every sense of the word. Even Lodbrok thinks he's an idiot for challenging an ancient dragon's roar with an incompetent one. Determined on his feet, Theo shouts his request, reminding the guardian dragon that he was told to select any treasure from its nest. According to his own words, there wasn't a condition preventing him from selecting the guardian dragon Lodbrok as his desired treasure. He may be speaking confidently, but even Theo thinks this is a huge risk he's taking, one that he's willing to put his life on the line for. This beast, the guardian dragon Lodbrok, has firmly established the Ragnar clan with the help of the progenitor, Sigurd. Becoming her partner will mean for Theo to have proven himself as a legitimate warrior of the Ragnar clan. In order to prevent the atrocities of the dark past, he's willing to cast his life away for this opportunity. Theo demands the guardian dragon to surrender herself as she promised with her own words. The warrior begs for her aid with his aching voice. Just then, the guardian dragon sees a shadow of the legend of Sigurd. Seeing his image trailing Theo, Lodbrok releases her roar and accepts his request, much to Theo's shock. Seconds later, the dragon materializes into a smaller and more human-like state, her sharp golden eyes peering him down. Lodbrok has been impressed, so she's willing to give him a shot. She stands before him in her majestic beauty, causing him to go speechless for a few seconds. Lodbrok reminds him that she's over 2 millennia old, so there's no point thinking about those thoughts. Addressing the guardian dragon, Leo points to her chest, and he's not talking about the pair of personalities that you horned dogs are probably thinking about. He's referring to the hole which was a result of a battle 50 years ago. Lodbrok lost her heart, and ever since then, awaited her death. She's only got 3 more years in her before she dies. That's why she also can't leave her nest, which means she won't be of his aid in a direct manner. That's why extending her offer again. She wants to know if he's really in it to select her as the desired treasure. This simpleton smiles and confirms that he hasn't changed his mind, and that he would like to select her as his desired reward. You know, guys, under different circumstances, this would sound horrible. The system confirms the selection of the guardian dragon as his reward. Lodbrok deems it a foolish choice, but thinks it's just one of his qualities as the chosen one. The system has granted him the title of the guardian dragon's significant other, as well as the descendant of the progenitor of the clan. Promising to become even stronger and reach greater heights, Theo confesses that he will obtain the rest of the relics of the primordial dragon Fafnir. A soul link between the guardian dragon and the warrior is established as Theo promises to find something that could very well substitute Lodbrok's heart. After all, among the relics of the all-powerful primordial dragon, he believes there has to be something miraculous to help her out. He also levels up after gaining the experience points as a result. Theo thinks it's only right for him to do that much in order to claim the title of the guardian dragon's significant other. You guys see what I'm talking about, right? She gives him a smirk and hopes to be in good care of her new partner. Yeah, this is going on Santa's naughty list. Lodbrok reminds him that she's still incapable of leaving the domain, so he's gonna have to find a solution for himself until she hibernates for the time being. Also, she's got something for him, which appears to be an ancient book. Lodbrok explains that in order for a true soul to synchronize with her, it's necessary for him to read the artifact and awaken one's mind gate. She estimates that he'll be able to pull this off within a month, recommending that he take his time while skimming through. The system informs him about the bonus reward he just received. It's a grimoire called it Amen. Inspecting its properties, Theo is impressed to find that it contains magical principles that date back to the beginning of time. It's a special book containing rich knowledge of everything in the universe. Theo is glad that he was able to get his hands on this baby. But his real concern is the duration she just mentioned. He asks Lord Brock what she means by 1 month. The guardian dragon expresses that it usually takes that long to awaken a person's mind gate, and asks if he's got something more important keeping him busy. Theo is disappointed to express that he's got to deal with the second stage of the awakening ceremony, which is happening as they speak. The problem is, the exam is only 15 days long in duration, which means he's got less than half a month to work things out. That's why Theo wants to wait until the exam is over to get things going. I'm him down. Lodbrok unfortunately confesses that while it's possible, she won't allow that to happen. After all, she doesn't want him escaping so soon. That's why, for this dude, she wants him to open the mind gate even before the second stage ends. Until that time, Lodbrok will make sure that he stays here. Now that's a bone-chilling threat. The total time for the exam to conclude is 13 days, or roughly 300 and then hours, so he's got to wrap it up with that. Let's rewind things a little. There were 3 days left before the start of the second stage. When Axion's uncle talked about the details of how totems created anti-fiend safety zones, the cause is due to the fiends summoning marble resting inside the totem. It's a small sphere with amplified fiend energy resting inside of it, making sure that other fiends are repelled from it. Crushing the marble, he demonstrates what would happen. A fiend monster is released immediately after the marble is crushed, allowing for a summoning to occur at any given time or place. We can see multiple fiends surrounding the man, which goes to show how convenient the summoning marbles are. He crushes them with his dragon spirit, claiming that the objective of the second stage exam is to eliminate fiends and collect points. That's why Theo's only option is to hunt for his fiends for his points. Axion is starting to get a big picture of his uncle's strategy, which involves using the marbles to bait Theo into a trap. Though that's a part of the plan, his uncle reminds him that things aren't so simple. They won't just kill the guy with a simple baiting strategy, because they need to obtain further clues about the relics of the Rose Palace. Since Axion has a crazy hate boner against Tae Guy, he wants to torture Theo and force information out of him. However, his uncle has to humble this guy with a simple yet provocative reminder. He and Theo don't have an enormous gap in between their strengths, which means he's not going to get things his way like he delusionally believes. At the same time, Theo's actions showcase compassion, which means his followers could be used against him. Axion's uncle recommends he use the dropouts who gathered in the 4th training ground for the job. He thinks it will be easier to use them as hostages, and then extract information from Theo regarding the artifact. Since it isn't a direct approach of strength, Axion is pissed, but he accepts anyway. Fast forward to their plan and action in the present. The Dark Leopard internalizes how Theo shocked everyone by keeping himself hidden until the final moments of the exam. After all, only 12 hours were left until the second stage concluded. The Ragnar prodigy had scored first place with a staggering 800 points and 60 points. Still, he thinks that it's a pity for their plan to fail like that. One of his men wonders if the scoundrels of the council got to him first, which seems like the only reasonable explanation for his disappearance. Felix Ragnar is in 7th place and shares his observation. However, Axion fires back, claiming that his observation just now is bordering the line of stupidity. He provokes Felix by reminding him why Lady Plumblossom decided to take an interest in Theo instead of him. The guy is infuriated that he's reacting harshly when all he's trying to do is help him catch Theo. Felix is pissed as hell by his offensive remark, but it's not Axion who could give a damn about his feelings. He gets up and offers a declaration with his sinister smile. If Theo isn't prepared to come out in the open, he's willing to force him out. He's got both. The members of the Scaled Dragon Society and the Plumblossom Palace working under him. And it's time to lead the charge and murder the failure of the 4th training ground. This psychopath intends to maintain his killing spree until Theo is forced to come out. Eavesdropping on this conversation from her hiding spot is Ray Ragnar, who was in 3rd place on the exam. The scene transitions to a frost lizard fiend getting slayed by the warriors. They celebrate having defeated a yellow bell creature, thinking that it's a monumental achievement. These poor guys barely have any points for themselves, and there's only 12 hours until the exam concludes. They're worried for Theo, especially since they prepared a whole bunch of supplies. Maybe he's out to do something more important. That's what one of them thinks at least. After all, survival is just the bare minimum requirement of the exam, since rankings don't matter at all. Still, they wanted to see him top the charts and become the valedictorian once more. As they're carelessly chatting, one bastard impales them with his thrust. Orion Gardner has just killed Sybil in cold blood, while the rest of his friends question the actions of the Scaled Dragon Society. They're scared to learn that they've become the targets for the day in order to bring out Theo. These poor guys are going to eat shit for literally just existing. During the same time, we revisit Lodbrok's nest of gold and treasures. The guardian dragon is fervently impressed by Theo's remarkable ability to open his mind's gate in less than half a month. The system confirms his initial grasp on the magical principles. This is all thanks to what he heard in his previous life before regressing. The key factor in learning the Amen Grimoire is the quantity and quality of the magic power. Since Theo shares both a Manahal and the Dragon Heart, the tasks come natural to him, and he can learn twice as fast as the average person. As a result, a lower-ranked skill also manifests called the Hatchling Synchro. It allows mind-reading of objects using psychokinesis magic. Lodbrok believes that he's proven himself worthy of becoming her partner. With that, he's got the fundamentals down and the rest can be finished with training. She also tells him that when the time is right, at the higher level, he will start hearing her voice. Finally, she'll receive the greatest buff by being able to cast Lodbrok's power, gaining him the same ability as the progenitor of the clan. But before that happens, the guardian dragon requires her recovery, since she's only got 3 years left. However, an optimistic Theo is prepared to impress her with his accomplishments. She declares the completion of the primordial covenant. Lodbrok dearly offers him a farewell and hopes to meet him again soon. At last we saw this guy finally stepping foot outside. It's a good thing he got the pack down, but still, he has no points right now and only 12 hours to go. Even he thinks he's playing life on extra hard difficulty. Theo assesses his options, because if he hunts fiends in the typical manner, it's just going to be an impossible task to score first place in 12 hours. So the only reasonable strategy is to steal bells from other candidates. Remembering how Axion got first place in his past life, he thinks the same would be the case now. So all he has to do is take care of his Ragnar rival and claim the top spot. Of course, that's only easy to say. Behind him, a figure emerges from the woods. They barely made it here with their injuries and immediately caught the hero's attention. This is Ray Ragnar, and she's in really bad shape, which makes our boy wonder if she was attacked by a powerful fiend. Even then, he fails to understand that Ray was bested by a fiend. However, Theo quickly sees a sword slash across her body, realizing that a person was responsible for doing this. He worriedly asks for what happened, but Ray is in no condition to speak and urges him to go west. Before saying anything else, she collapses in Theo's arms. Armed with his latest ability to read minds of objects, Theo learns the memories of the sword's owner. He sees that Ray was secretly spying on the group who were out to hunt Theo's companions. The failures of the 4th training ground were all restrained and brutally beat down. The final decision was left whether to kill them or not. Orion was asked why he ended up bringing 9 of these clowns when only 2 or 3 would have been sufficient in a hostage situation. But before these lunatics ended the lives of the innocent, Ray valiantly stepped forward, exposing herself before Axion. The Dark Leopard reminded him that this is a personal matter, so she wouldn't be interfering. However, Ray refused to let this madness slide and prepared to fight Axion. Axion is disappointed that Ray has been persuaded by Theo and prepares to take her down. Their fight chaotically began, with a powerful exchange, but by the end Ray suffered a brutal slash. Beyond that, the memories are locked because of his low skill level. Theo is infuriated and perplexed as to why Axion went so far as to capture his allies, while Ray is shocked that he managed to uncover the truth without her saying anything at all. He begs her for answers, and in her half-dead state, she explains that Axion's goal has always been to capture Theo from the beginning. However, since he wasn't anywhere to be found, he took matters into his own hands by taking his friends hostage. This strikes a chord with Theo, who is supremely furious. He realizes that his enemies in his previous life aren't willing to back down in this one either. However, this time he's much more capable of taking them on. Theo demands to know Axion's location as well as his intentions. Speaking of which, one of Axion's henchmen reveals Theo's location in the northern cliffside. This information catches him off guard, but his men are more than certain that he's come in contact with Ray Ragnar, which means they'll be coming here soon. Filled with the joy of being able to cut him down, Theo anticipates his arrival with an evil grin. However, he's keenly reminded that there's no requirement to face Theo in a one-on-one confrontation. After all, his main objective is to gather clues of the relics. His men will take care of Theo, on the other hand. In the meantime, they want him to activate the summoning marbles to cause a distraction in the surrounding area. Axion is sold on this plan and states that he's willing to follow through. Going back to Ray, she is begging for him not to go. After all, even the Central Intelligence Proctors are a part of this grand scheme to take him down. It's a task beyond his current strength. She advises him about the current state of the exam, which is more of a slaughtering battleground, a trap that was set up purely to kill him. That's why going alone is the riskiest move ever, and it's better to seek the help of proctors. Even so, Theo thinks there's just no time, and while he's grateful for what she did, he can't allow his conscience to ignore the state of his friends. That's why he's willing to go at once after she drops Axion's location. At this point, the girl is convinced that he's gone crazy. The stakes are too high and death is promised if he goes there. She recommends playing it safe this time. In response, Theo lashes out, claiming that he has no desire to lose his precious loved ones a second time. They promise to make it out of the second stage together after all. Mouthing the inevitable fate of the Ragnars, Rei reminds him that sacrifices are always on the table. He bites back by pointing out her personal resolve to fight against Axion's cruelty, because not even she could bear to sit around and watch the terror unfold. The scene makes him relive the memories of his original life, where everything he knew went up in flames. All because he was weak in a clan that was meant to foster the strongest. Theo was done with always losing people and being played for a fiddle. He emphasizes how he doesn't want to relive the mistakes of his past. Fueled with his anger and determination, Theo demands to know Axion's location. The scene transitions to Remington Narcio's side of things, who has just come across the abandoned supplies dropped by Sybil and the rest of his friends. There's blood indicating that something is wrong. He turns to confront the two warriors standing in the distance. Holkuslanka, who is in 5th place, and then Erikalanka in 4th place. Finally, Remington Narcio is revealed to be trailing behind Axion as the 2nd placer. Going back to Theo's side of things, he's out here fighting a snow fiend. The first few attacks he manages to dodge, before quickly finishing the fight in one move, prioritizing other pressing matters. Theo runs in the direction of Axion, hoping that some of his friends are still alive and well. He knows for a fact that Ed is playing with Axion's feelings and making sure that Theo is taken out without much outcry from the clan. There's the fact that the Intelligence Bureau proctors are siding with Axion, which is the greatest piece of evidence available. Theo cuts down the creatures with his triple dragon's claw strike, reflecting that the proctors who are supposed to kill him will likely suppress action from lashing out. Still, he prioritizes his speed, knowing how Axion is just easy to provoke and impulsive in his actions. Lunging for an aerial strike against the fiend, Theo thinks that he could very well manipulate this nature of his in his favor. The sword pierces the creature's head, releasing a pool of blood. Let's see how Rei's doing. She collects her thoughts, remembering how Theo has never once changed from when he was a child. Despite her injured state, she wishes to help him out this time. The hostages are getting brutally smacked around under Axion's heel. It was prepared to cut them down for even making the slightest noise. Again, he's reminded by the proctors not to act on his own to cause unnecessary conflicts. That's why Axion stops his blade and patiently waits. He knows that 4 high-ranking swordsmen from the proctors are being sent to silently assassinate Theo. After all, his uncle is of the opinion that Axion isn't powerful enough to take down Theo, which is frustrating for him to accept since he regards Theo like an insect. To everyone's expectations, the devil himself decided to show his face. Axion spots him covered in trails of blood like a killing machine of war. Theo is armed with his determined eyes, seeing the hurt state of his companions all around. He glances at the scumbags who caused such a scene, and then turns back to Axion, who had been waiting for him for a long while. Finally, his eyes turn towards the corpse of his friends, making him clinch his weapon. Axion picks out his sword, ready to fight, but he's again reminded to stay put. That's why he releases his weapon. To follow up with the negotiations, Axion asks Theo to simply reveal information about the artifacts if he wants to see his friends live. Shockingly, Theo Ragnar questions if he is afraid of him. This is a calculated approach from him. Because he was planning on using Axion's nature against him, Theo arrogantly mocks him for being a coward and taking extreme measures, all for the sake of preventing a crushing defeat. Axion's blood boils, but the other guy's shit talk continues. He claims that the only reason Axion is surrounded by his scumbags is to protect his own name. Then, there's the hostage game going on. To Theo, he thinks it is just an all-out effort to prevent a defeat as a man unworthy of the title of the 4 Hounds. Axion is now royally pissed, which is exactly what Theo wants, as he keeps egging him on, challenging him to a duel like a real Ragnar would, unless he wants to back out like the coward he is, as Theo puts it. This is the final push for Axion, who can't contain himself anymore. Theo lays out the conditions for the fight. If he loses, he'll give up the information and his life, but if he wins, he will walk away with his friends. The Black Leopard has lost himself to his madness and arrogantly reminds the imbecile of the Ragnar of his place in the clan. He laughs before peering at him with a murderous glare, mocking his understanding of the situation. The CBI tries to intervene, even though they know he's trying to stir up Axion with his words. They urge him to follow the plan, but this guy is done playing around. He accepts Theo's challenge and walks forward to take him on, just like our boy wanted. The proctors watching the scene realize that things are going the opposite way of what they intended. They're prepared to act accordingly as planned if Axion is nearing a crushing defeat. The brutal warrior reminds his group not to step in to carry out the tradition of honor in a Ragnar duel. He also doesn't want anyone to hurt the hostages for the time being. Their fight begins with Theo taking the first slash and surprising his opponent. With that settled, it is time to get serious as both swordsmen clash on equal grounds. Axion talks down to his opponent and goes on the heavy attacks. He wants to show Theo the difference between their strengths by releasing a Heaven Dragon shout. This roaring attack even has Theo concerned for his life. In response, he prepares a charge slash of his own, and responds with the triple Dragon's Claw, severing Axion's attack and surprising him greatly. Standing before him is a confident man who can challenge the best of his attacks. Theo returns the trash talk and wonders if his opponent is really on his level to be lecturing him. Seeing this clash go down, Orion is sweating bullets after the aftermath of Theo's recent attack. At first he was doubtful of the warrior's abilities, but now, even he's starting to believe in the imbecile's real strength. The situation seems tense, and suddenly Axion is the one who might lose the fight. Concerned for his own life, Orion wonders if he should switch sides when there's still time. He also believes that Axion greatly underestimated his opponent. Ultimately, Orion decides against betraying Axion, as the bastard proctors of the Intelligence Bureau are sharply watching. He thinks they'll still take down Theo regardless. Commanding the rest of his men, Ryan tells them to scatter and search for the remaining proctors. They want to avoid getting caught up in their battle. The story explores Axion's past, who was expected to seize the throne of their clan at a young age. Both his mother and uncle sought his success for their prosperity. The Ragnar name is nothing more than a cover, because underneath they regarded the boy as a Troy Van. Axion can't help but praise his opponent's performance. He lunges forth to strike down Theo. However, his attack is unsurprisingly blocked with a confident smile. He's acting just like Theo intended for him to act. Breaking away from their fight and back at the council, they talk about Theo's resurgence and news of his contact with Axion. His supporters are pumped that he survived safe and sound, while his haters are shocked he wasn't done away with by the scoundrels. Axion's uncle is happy that he survived, and while no one knows what he's planning, their plans could be furthered by extracting information from the guy. He's just waiting for the information to come out, and then he'll send the high-ranking swordsman to destroy Theo. Suddenly they received new information regarding the fight taking place between Theo and Axion. As you can imagine, the dude is scared shitless because this is definitely against what he planned. Back to the fight, Theo executes his jester's footwork secret technique, giving him an edge in mobility and evasion. Axion is trying his best swinging his sword around, but nothing connects. Through their exchange, he has come to understand Theo's strength, which has grown immensely. A serious action shoots a sharp glare, and remarks that he's not as fast as presumed, now that he's caught an edge on his movements. He tosses his sword full speed aimed at our boy's head. This technique catches him off guard because he remembers his previous experience with a sword-throwing technique, while he was caught in his thoughts in the past. Theo was inflicted with a sharp sword impaling body from the side. Axion claims that he may be using a secret technique, but it still has predictable movements, which could easily pinpoint the exact location of where he would next appear. Blood trails down the body of the sword. It seems like Theo survived the attack by catching the blade with his bare hands. Now he's also confirmed the identity of the assailant who shot him down in his first life. Axion was one of the people who betrayed him and made the downfall of the Ragnar clan come to light. Filled with hatred, Theo is happy to confirm that he's the bitch who knocked him down last time. The same day he died was the day he couldn't even learn about the perpetrators who caused the downfall of the Rose Palace. He had no strength and ran blindly, but it's only thanks to Randon taking off his mask that he was able to understand what was going on. Evelyn's investigation concluded Randon's connection with the Camellia Palace. The rest of it was just a logical conclusion. The people who led the attack were none other than the ones belonging from the Troyvon clan. Among these bastards, the only person who could use the uncommon sword-throwing technique is none other than the sly bastard Axion Ragnar, who betrayed them. He was so arrogant that he risked losing his weapon. At first, he was only suspecting them. But now, the truth of the situation stands before his eyes. He grips the sword tightly and, in his fury, shatters it with his mere grip. Theo is dying to know what makes them so motivated to kill them that they have to go through such lengths. Seeing his display of physical strength, Axion is left speechless. Unfortunately for his enemies, Theo isn't the same man from his previous life. This time, he's hell-bent on prioritizing his life as well as those of his comrades. Theo releases the blade targeting Axion, who easily dodges it, talking down his aim and pathetic imitation of the throwing technique. All of a sudden, Axion feels a wave of anger and blood, lust emerging from his opponent, a killing intent so monstrous that it draws out an enormous mana level. Axion's eyes widen as he realizes that Theo has been hiding his skills alone. Our hero vanishes in the blink of an eye before it, appearing right underneath Axion for a devastating strike. The sheer force of the attack sends Axion flying on the back foot. He's the one going defensive against Theo's attacks now, who even manages to graze his face with a precise cut. Smirking at the impulsive warrior, Theo wonders when Axion is going to decide and pull out his full strength, provoking him even more. Surprisingly, Theo's arm is caught as Axion returns the favor by slicing his face. They're fighting each other on equal grounds. Theo chooses to disappear before his eyes again, and ushers a slash so strong that it knocks away Axion's blade. Now he's left wide open without any defenses. Theo quizzes his opponent before preparing his blade to pierce his damn stomach. He's about to take the kill shot and not even Axion can dodge it at this distance. Let's focus on Remington's side of things. He observes that the blood trails are caused by the dragging of an injured body. The only person that comes to mind is Axion, even though it doesn't make sense for him to act recklessly, especially with first place already secured. Remington cleverly deduces their plan to hunt down Theo during the second stage of the exam. Holkus is pissed that he had to take such measures and took the way of a coward. But Erica is unsurprised, stating that things like these are supposed to be within expectations in the awakening ceremony of the clan. Remington knows this, and claims that it's the very reason he despises the Ragnar way of doing things. They blindly believe in raw strength and cross boundaries. A provoked Erica warns him to watch his tongue. Remington doesn't really give a damn and focuses on saving the lives of his friends just like Theo would do. He wants their help, and Holkus is all in. For Erica, she doesn't care and turns away. She only wanted to meet Theo and he's nowhere to be found. She has no interest in saving weak men, which prompts her brother to ask if she's really that much of an asshole. Remington understands her intrigue to meet Theo, and he advises her that by helping him now would serve her benefits in the long run. The three warriors bounce to uncover the hostages' location. Remington is hoping they are safe and sound until they arrive. However, they're stopped by a bunch of men. Warriors of the Scaled Dragon Society are confronting them out of the blue, indicating betrayal. Orion is a little upset that the white-haired punk ran away to Theo's side and now associates himself with meatheads. Holkus is greatly offended while Remington warns his friend to take the easy path and step aside. But this bitch is apparently looking to catch some smoke, so he doesn't want to move. Faced with no other option, he draws his blade. All three of them lunge forward to defeat the Scale Dragon Society. The scene cuts to the hostages, one of which has grabbed the shattered blade that Theo threw. The purpose of the blade wasn't to attack Axion, but to land right next to the hostage. It's an opportunity to escape using the blade, their only chance of doing so. The man wriggles his knees in an effort to cut the rope. Zooming in on the battle, it turns out that Axion's life was saved at the last second by one of the higher-ranking swordsmen. They finally decided to show up after acknowledging the situation. This man is Liam Troven, and he's even prepared to accept punishment for his intervention. Liam breaks their clash, and suggests his men to take care of Axion. He begins his aggressive attack on Theo, while the rest of the proctors praise the young master for his fight. They even return him his blade. Axion doesn't seem to be furious or anything, just disappointed. Liam's ferocious slashes are really giving our boy a tough time out here. But still, Theo is managing to respond well in a near-equal exchange. Liam launches a forward strike, which Theo blocks handily. From this short encounter, the high-ranking swordsman is rather impressed by his defenses against both Axion and him. Despite this, it's clear as day that he's no match for Liam's sword skill. There aren't any proctors nearby to monitor the fight, making it the best opportunity to kill the swordsman prodigy. So for the sake of the Troven clan, he takes an aerial strike to finish Theo Ragnar in this one attack. Time for a plot twist. It's not Theo who gets impaled, but rather Liam out of nowhere. The one who impaled him is none other than Axion, who wants to remind his men of the fair warning he issued at the beginning not to interfere. The fight has just experienced a sudden upset by Axion's betrayal to his own men. The other swordsmen confront the young master for lashing out so blindly. Axion turns to them, furious that they thought he was going to lose. He deems it a mockery of his skills as the heir. Theo acknowledges that he's gone completely mad. For Axion, he finally recognizes the man's skill as Ragnar. His uncle fed the boy the delusions of grandeur from a young age, goading him to climb to the top and sit on the Ragnar throne. Axion claims that while Theo is stronger, he's weaker in comparison to him. He declares himself as the man who is destined to become the strongest warrior to claim the throne, so there's just no shot of him being beaten here in this fight. Axion is prepared to cut down anyone who stands in the way of his ambitions, and lunges to initiate a slash. But this sword slash just doesn't catch Theo, who has used his speed to soar to the skies. He manages to shock Axion with an attack that actually connects. Also turns out Liam is still alive, just gravely injured. He tells his men to go and help Axion no matter the cost. They need to kill Theo while they still have the chance. However, the high-ranking swordsmen are against the idea, seeing how it led to Liam's downfall. Liam doesn't care and orders them to go, since they'll all die if the young master doesn't make it out of the fight. Axion is seriously on the back foot, completely baffled that he's being outclassed right now. He remembers his uncle's words, who told him that the Ragnar clan is a realm of unpredictable outcomes. Anything could overturn the impossible odds. Axion is in denial, inches away from defeat. He always looked down on this guy, called him a worm, an insect, and even an imbecile who didn't know his place. But it turns out, his uncle was right about their skill gaps. still believing in the delusions of his own strength. Axion lashes out despite being brutally injured. He is now blind in his advances as he spouts maniacal beliefs of his destiny and fate. However, Theo thinks very little of such things. He thinks his ambitions led to the very demise of the ones he cherished. That's why, if Axion isn't willing to concede, he's going to forcefully subdue him. Saying that, Theo channels his powers, casting a beautiful blue dragon. One last time he roars Triple Dragon's Claw, declaring to become strong enough to slay anyone in his path. His attack pierces Axion clean. We get a beautiful frame of his body rupturing apart. When the smoke settles, a corpse hits the ground, its head severed from its body. Axion's head descends from the air and to become a paste. Blood trickles down, but nothing can be done now. The victor of this long fight is Theo Ragnar, who stands firmly after exacting his revenge. Lastly, Liam is left dazed at the sight of the young master's headless state. A fitting death for an arrogant man. Knowing his fate, if news of this blunder reached the Sky Dragon's ear, Liam spurred his remaining men to at least kill Theo in retaliation. As high-ranking swordsmen, the Trovan protectors snapped out of their daze and charged forth. Theo stood tall. A satisfied but wry smile was etched on his face. He is in grave trouble. Even if he was in tip-top condition, trading blows and surviving against a coordinated attack of 4 senior proctors would be improbable. With his current condition, it's even more hopeless. His stamina had reached the limit, and his mana pool had run dry from killing Axion. All he could realistically do was buy some more time with what little he had left in the tank. By his estimation, help should be coming any time now. The proctors finally got in range for one final effort to avenge the young master. Thankfully, the valiant Remington Narcio and the lanky siblings pulled together and arrived just in time. They surrounded Theo, forming a formidable wall of defense to shield against the proctors. From Remington's perspective, it's only natural that comrades should have each other's backs in times of need. Theo looked at the reliable Silver Lion and felt relief. Erika Lanka shot Theo a glance, pleased that the rising star she had heard so much about had handsome looks. Hulkus Lanka, on the other hand, was elated to see someone strong enough to kill Axion and hold his own against powerful swordsmen. Pumped up by the cavalry's arrival, Sybil Drea forced himself to get up and lend his sword to assist his young master. Remington turned his blade against the corrupt proctors and listed down their crimes. He would gladly pass down judgment on these low lives, directly interfering with a sacred tradition, now that things have gotten even more complicated. And with additional witnesses to their misdeeds, the proctors turned to Liam Trovan for the next move. Realistically speaking, they are doomed no matter which path they go down. They couldn't even find out anything about the Rose Palace's artifacts. That was their primary goal. They couldn't get rid of the biggest thorn in their plans in Theo, and the young master died under their watch. With so many witnesses and traces of their fuck-up, it's basically a game over, even so. The proctors still believe that their Sir Liam would think of a way to slither out of this hopeless situation. When things get too convoluted, it's best to go down the simplest route. Just kill everybody. Liam still has the marbles in his back pocket. They could cover everything up by staging an abnormal outbreak, which led to the extermination of all candidates on site. Disguising their botched torture and assassination plot as a freak accident would erase all traces of the Trojan family's involvement. With desperation, Liam dropped 25th grade monster marbles on the ground. If they could stage the site just right, they might be able to pull it off. Even in the face of destruction, the proctors chose to put the interest of the family on top of everything. Before the marbles could materialize into their true forms, Liam felt a sharp pain in his stomach for the second time tonight. The poor guy got a second round of backshots for the night. This time, the man holding the blade was the White Dragon Clan's supervisor, Selford Gardner, alongside another supervisor, Aaron Bacchus. Aside from the White Dragons, the Plum Blossom Palace and Daffodil Palace also pulled up with 2 supervisors, Natasha Koppel and Sally Gardner, respectively. Liam, the crafty son of a bitch, finally fell on the cold, hard ground. Supervisor Salford urged the remaining traitors to drop their weapons unless they wanted to die on the spot. The Trovan proctors were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Behind was the most promising young Ragnar talent. Up front were battle-tested veterans. When Theo saw that safety was finally guaranteed, the last embers of strength faded away. Breaking his fall was the woman who warned him not to go just a few minutes ago, Ray Ragnar. Before completely passing out, he thanked her for the heads up. While the criminals were being taken away into custody, Remington finally dropped the heroic act, running to his comrade with utmost concern. The Lancash siblings butted in. Erika wanted to make sure that Theo remembers her, and Hulkus just wanted to schedule another duel. Pushing them to the background, the rest of the training ground 4 boys came pouring in to wholeheartedly express their gratitude to the young master. All of them were crying their eyes out. Hearing and feeling all the care and concern of his people, Theo Ragnar smiled. This is the type of strength he had been longing for. Ray, of all people, understood his very nature. As the last embers of his consciousness fade, Theo requested some bells. He would be good with just enough to get first place. Moments after the arrest of the traitorous proctors, news arrived at Ragnar HQ. Of course, Ed Trovan could not believe the words coming out of the messenger's mouth. The round table of Ragnar's big shots remained silent as the messenger repeated the report. Axion Ragnar's death sent a thunderbolt of disbelief across the room. Hearing that his nephew died in some test where he arranged for another fledgling's assassination nearly made the Sky Dragon crash out on the spot. While Ed was trying hard not to go feral, the announcement of the second round blooming ceremony commenced. Gathered at the starting point, the survivors of the grueling test looked visibly worn, stepping up to the front and demanding everyone's attention. An old man praised everyone for their hard work. Announcing the official conclusion of the ceremony was one of the 9 dragons, the Zenith Dragon, Pharaoh Ragnar. Everyone in the family knew who the Zenith Dragon was, so the new generation was absolutely starstruck. The geezer rarely even shows up at formal events. Reading out the results, Old Man Furrow declared that 45 out of 87 candidates passed. It might sound bad, but the survival rate is actually above average this year. That's indicative of this year's talent pool. It might be a contender for best batch of all time. Furthermore, even in the stacked batch, the highest scoring candidate stood out brighter than ever. Can you guess who that top scorer is? Everyone was made aware that passing the second would result in an automatic promotion from apprentice to entry level. At this stage, they are allowed to feel proud of themselves. Those who passed are now qualified to work as Ragnar's inspectors under one of the many factions. To add to the hype, the Zenith Dragon moved on to the announcement of scores. First place, as expected, was Theo Ragnar with a whopping 1,021 points. Who would have thought that the guy who had 0 until the final minutes would shoot up to the pinnacle? Well, knowing that he took Axion's head makes it make sense. In second place was Remington Narcio with 926 points. Erica Lanky went third with 843 points, Ray Ragnar placed fourth with 789 points, and Hulkus eked out a fifth. The old man listed down the results until the passing cut off at the 45th place. These outstanding candidates are practically guaranteed prestigious jobs. But the blooming ceremony is not over yet. There is a third round that only the cream of the crop would qualify for. When those who collected enough bells to enter the secret ceremony were called to raise their hands, the usual suspects proudly answered the call. Only the top 4 were beast enough to enter the final trial. The hidden piece of the ceremony involves the quality breathing method. After collecting enough bells, one could learn from the inscriptions written within. It might sound simple enough, but gleaning insights, reading, and understanding the etchings require a high level of discernment. Those who are good enough to master these insights can attribute their visions to their arsenal, giving them the qualification to participate in one last assessment. In Theo's past life, he lucked out and got 1 bell. But he couldn't even understand a lick of the hidden message. And now he has hatchling synchronization, an ability that could peer through the thoughts of things. It basically allowed him to see the essence of the encrypted words as pictures and experiences in his head. He watched countless scenes of the past heroes and warriors honing their craft, infusing Theo with a profound understanding of the hidden truth in a short amount of time. Normally, it is rare to see even 1 person qualify for the last test, yet they have 4 this year. As far as Theo could recall, Ray and Remington weren't supposed to comprehend the quality breathing method tonight. Perhaps his actions affected their progress too. With the icy floor open, Old Man Pharaoh invited the top 4 to show him what they had. Going by the count, Theo Ragnar took to the stage. With Axion out of the picture, a lot of things will change fast. Instead of dreading the future, Theo felt serene and centered. Now he has all the tools to create a better future. Walking towards the center of the clearing, sparks crackled around his feet. The sparks quickly grew fiercer, turning into full-blown thunder. After sifting through a ton of bells, he finally became attuned to his natural attribute. To showcase his comprehension, he entered the first stage, granting his mana with the roaring thunder attribute. The second stage of comprehension involves expression, manifesting the thunderous mana. Seeing their boss looking like the god of thunder, the training ground boys were hyped. Usually outstanding candidates could stop here, and they would be hailed as true geniuses, but Theo Ragnar is built different. They haven't even invented a word that could encompass his talent. Using the dragon heart beating in his chest, he demonstrated the 3rd level of comprehension, complete and absolute control. In the crowd, Erica Lenka is drooling at the sight of the strongest man in her generation, while her brother looks like a kid watching Dragon Ball. Even the Zenith Dragon admitted that he never expected such a high level of comprehension in such a short amount of time. Everyone thought this would be the end. Control is practically the ceiling for most prodigies at this stage, but no. The Ragnar wants to hog all the spotlight for himself. After showing his impeccable control, his thunderous mana soared to an even higher level. The entire field lit up with a golden yellow light like a super saiyan is about to pop off. He sharply opened his eyes and swiftly drew his blade as wild bolts crackled. He swung the sword and launched a lightning strike in the form of a blade wind. He finally has a ranged attack. The attack seemingly gained a life of its own, manifesting the visage of a ravenous thunder dragon. Out of the 5 stages of comprehension, this is the 4th level. Expansion. This time, the other candidates couldn't say a word. All their jaws were clamped open in astonishment. Theo Ragnar aimed his new technique directly at Old Man Pharaoh. Of course, the old man simply chuckled in amusement. He was pleased to witness a generational talent show at this level of expansion. Before the thunder dragon could reach him, the geezer calmly raised his hand, summoning dewdrops out of thin air. Those little drops compressed themselves to the highest degree and blocked a whole-ass thunder dragon. The Zenith dragon wasn't offended that a candidate dared to test him. In fact, he was glad to find such an interesting gem in this year's ceremony. The audience was speechless. Is that guy really their peer? Seemingly in a better and livelier mood, Old Man Pharaoh awarded Theo with an additional 1,000 points for a bold display of mastery. Of course, Theo already took the old man's fondness for truly outstanding candidates into account when he pulled the last stunt. After his demonstration, Theo shot up to 2,021 points. 1,000 points is realistically unattainable for everyone else, yet this dude doubled that. Theo's performance could only be compared with the infamous Lord Thorkel. With his spirits lifted by Theo's boldness, the Zenith Dragon welcomed the remaining 3 to take the stage. Remington Narcio, attuned to the element of water, reached the 3rd stage of comprehension, control, netting him an additional 500 points. Ray Ragnar attained the 2nd stage expression for another 300 points. Her cold demeanor befits the ice attribute. Likewise, Erica Lanker reached the level of expression for 300 points. Just like her fiery attitude, she's rocking the fire attribute. The geezer was extremely pleased with the level of talent this year. Usually breaching the 1,000-point mark would put you at the very top. In other words, there are 4 candidates in this batch that could be the top dog in any other year. Of course, the gap between the 1st and 2nd was astronomical. Theo Ragnar cannot be compared to normal geniuses. Except for the 3rd round candidates, everyone was dismissed in preparation for the nomination ceremony taking place next week. The top 4 remained to be briefed for the next step of their journey. From the top of the snow mountain, an all-encompassing killing intent covered the entirety of the region. The top 4 almost fell to their knees from the hostile pressure bearing down on their bodies. With a grave expression, the Zenith Dragon officially started the next stage of their lives. With all the information he has about the future, Theo had never heard of something like this before. To add to his confusion, he felt a familiar power boiling at the top of the mountain. The force trying to grind them down is Lodbrok's energy. The final part of this blooming ceremony is a secret that only a select few are allowed to undergo, a face-to-face with the family head himself. No one knows what happens in this meeting. Everything depends on the whim of the patriarch. Through this meeting, a candidate may be selected as a prospect for the fight for the throne. Currently, all 5 frontrunners as the next family head participated in the ceremony's last trial. Being chosen for the family head battle is a mark of a strong candidate. That means Kyle Ragnar is currently waiting for this year's top contenders on the mountain peak. Still, that doesn't explain why Theo could sense Lodbrok's energy from up there. Then a chilling idea entered his mind. Could it be that the man who took Ancient Dragon's heart was his father? Old Man Pharaoh gave the go signal for the top 4 to ascend, break through the fear, and meet the Lord. Well, that is easier said than done when they could not even take a single step forward. To help his fellow contenders, Theo urged them to forget about withstanding the pressure with pure force, and simply match the pressure's wavelength using mana. Remington quickly caught on to what he was trying to say. It will be difficult, but creating an anti-phase wave to neutralize the mounting pressure could theoretically work. This test is basically a way of culling candidates who can't properly control the magic power. Erica listened on the sidelines, confused as to what the nerds were trying to say. Remington gladly elaborated and blabbered about the vibrational properties of mana. Erica just stared at him like an alien speaking an unknown language. In essence, they just have to project mana power with properties that are opposite to the pressure. Erica scolded Remington Goody Two-Shoes for using complicated terms when the solution was so straightforward. While the others were arguing, Theo, with his eyes closed, was already close to developing his countermeasure. A few seconds later, he exhibited a thick and rich aura and steadily neutralized the pressure, preventing him from moving a muscle. When asked how he solved the puzzle so quickly, he confidently answered that this feat was to be expected of the next clan head. His fellow candidates were taken aback by his brazen words, while the Zenith Dragon remained sternly stoic. Leaving his fellow contenders in the dust, Theo ran straight to the snowy woods. Old Man Pharaoh warned the rest to pick up the slack since points for this stage will be granted based on the order of arrival at the top. Those words certainly lit fires under their individual asses. When the last one left the starting point of the race, the Zenith Dragon turned contemplative. He chuckled to himself. In his old age, he never wanted to make a youngling his disciple this bad. Back in the Camellia Palace, a certain elf just burst through the gate with roaring laughter, eagerly looking for her daughter. The demon craftsman, Cursum, is banging and opening every door in the palace in search of Cecilia. The reaction of the maids makes it seem like she's been visiting the palace every day since young Master Theo became a rising star in the family. Interrupting an important meeting, Cursum pushed the right door open and cheered upon seeing her daughter. For the nth time, Cecilia warned her mother about maintaining decorum within palace grounds. Cursum could not care less about pointless shows of manners. She's about to become obscenely wealthy after all. Sure, she's already wealthy by every metric, but soon, her coffers will overflow with obscene treasures. I have to remind you that she's also known as the Elf of Capitalism incarnate. Since Theo became a star, orders have just kept flooding her workshop. Her business finally reached mainstream popularity. Of course, Cecilia is happy for her mom. More than that, she always believed that her son would excel. That's all she wanted before. But seeing her little boy in dangerous situations, a mother would not be able to stop worrying. What if he gets hurt? What if he can't stand the pressure and attention? Cecilia feels useless as she stands idly on the sidelines. Unable to contain her frustrations, Cecilia turned to the only thing she could do for her son, making sure that her son always has an immaculate drip. Meanwhile, Cursum is yapping about her future plans to expand her business. Aside from weapons, her workshop is about to venture into crafting and selling accessories too. Profits from that expansion alone could make her revenue grow tenfold. Since Cecilia had been thinking of ways to help her son more, she turned to her mom with a proposition, an order for a specially made prosthetic arm. Up in the snowy mountain peak, Kyle Ragnar is howling in laughter upon hearing his son's blatant declaration of aiming for the throne. The boss talked to a little black bird, assuring the little birdie that he's not the type of father who would stand in the way of his child's dreams. Not to mention, it is important to stop the ambition of youth. He was once like Theo in his younger years after all. In fact, the apex of the mountain filled with ownerless blades, the graveyard of swords, is proof of that undying ambition. All Kyle Ragnar wants is the prosperity of his family. To make that happen, he is willing to take care of anything or anyone that stands in the way. With the graveyard stretching as far as the eye could see, what's one more victim? For some reason, the Blackbird looked worried about this year's contenders. Kyle Ragnar promptly declared that his blade doesn't recognize blood ties when the big picture is on the line. After all, he is fully aware that his damn son is a regressor. That's right, the plot fucking thickens. Finally, the time has come for father and son to meet at the peak. Kyle Ragnar looked at Theo's ragged state, his smirk quickly fading away. The air of the jovial and happy-go-lucky father is gone. Now he looked like the guardian of death itself, surrounded by the blades of his fallen enemies. It took Theo 4 hours to climb the steep mountain when it would normally take him just 1. He was seriously hampered by that suffocating pressure. Kyle beckoned his son and asked if he knew what the graveyard of blades signifies. Most Ragnar kids have been told the legend of their father and the myth of this final resting place. This place embodies what it means to be the clan head of the Ragnar family. This is a position where the head must take on the heavy burden of infinite threats and challenges with no one to rely on. The position obeys the rule of the strong. A clan head must stand tall above every mortal. When asked if he has what it takes to seize such a position, Theo answered with a resoundingly confident yes. His father warned him not to give such a definitive answer so lightly. In Kyle's journey to the top, he had to send thousands upon thousands of souls to the afterlife. Not everybody can carry all that resentment. In this place, Kyle is reminded of his bloody warpath. He can still hear his victims' curses and threats of revenge beyond the land of the living. Even so, Theo's resolve remains unyielding. The kid knows what he wants to be. As for his reason, everything goes back to his past life and thirst for vengeance. If he can seize the throne, he can finally bring an end to the damned bloodshed inside the clan. Achieving that mission is the top priority. Of course, he can't give that kind of answer to his father. So, in true Ragnar fashion, he elected to answer the loaded question with his sword. Kyle Ragnar grind. His boy definitely knows what to say in situations like this. Since he chose to answer with his blade, he shall no longer be treated as a son, but as a challenger instead. Kyle is also itching to see what this brat learned from a special someone. Theo was certain that his dad was referring to Lodbrok. This pretty much confirms his suspicion that Kyle Ragnar took the ancient dragon's heart. He tensed up in defense, but it was way too late. It only took his father a nanosecond to cleanly slice him in two. When he realized what was happening, he could not feel his lower half anymore. Theo Ragnar felt death creeping up to claim him once more. Cleanly sliced like a piece of meat, he slowly lost hold of life. Kyle Ragnar wasn't fucking around. This is one of his terrifying techniques, the heart sword. After cutting his son down, the patriarch turned to the concerned black bird. He assured the feathered avatar that there's no need to be worried about the little prodigy. Only those with hardened will and resolve can break out of his heart sword. This is certainly a cruel challenge for a greenhorn in the middle of the awakening ceremony. But if Theo has it in him, he should be able to come back. But if he showed half-baked resolve, it would be better if he just dies here as a body with a lost soul. The patriarch doesn't need a regressor that could bring harm to the clan. Theo's soul was transported to an endless void at the boundary of life and death. He could feel the familiar sensation of death grinding his remaining essence into nothing. He quickly came to terms with his cause of death. Not everybody could survive an attack from a demigod after all. Theo reflected on his accomplishments in this life and tried to convince himself that he did all he could. He stole the Kamalea Palace from the Troivons. He killed Rendon and that rabid dog Axion, the bastards who cut his previous life short. Everything else aside from that would just be a stroke of luck. Compared to his first go-around, he lived a happier, albeit shorter life this time. Perhaps it would be fine if he just lets go and rest peacefully for good. As his will waned, accepting his untimely demise, the last bit of his soul evaporated like a dewdrop. Before the last droplets of his being were erased from existence, the griffin residing with his sword interfered. The giant bird forced himself into the infinite void to reprimand his boss. If the kid was going to give up so easily like this, the griffin would be incredibly pissed. Hearing the snarky voice talking trash to him, Theo's soul sparked once again. That first spark and the bird's sobering words were enough to wake him up from thinking like a loser. This will not be Theo Ragnar's final resting place. His soul quickly grew back to its original form, drawing upon his undying will. He had already given up once in his previous life. He can't possibly let his story end so soon. After rebuilding his soul, Theo went above and beyond to manifest a blade that could cut through the endless void. Theo remembered his solemn vow to himself. His body, mind and soul might break, but Theo Ragnar will never yield. Inside that empty space of nothingness, he brandished his blade with a desperate reluctance to pass. His purists to date proved to be sharp and strong enough to cut through the possibility of fading out of existence. The illusion of death shattered, letting in the light of life that rained upon his soul. Theo opened his eyes and he was back on top of the mountain. He successfully cut through the effects of the heart sword Jinjutsu. Thanks to the griffin residing in his sword, he prevented himself from being an empty vessel devoid of a soul. Kyle Ragnar stood in front of him with a discerning gaze. The ruthless demigod sneered and gave his son a passing grade. It was a literal do-or-die situation, and Theo came out on top. A whole week quickly passed after the final round of the blooming ceremony. Today is the day of the nomination at the clan headquarters. The Lonka siblings were in attendance, waiting for their names to be called. Holkus doesn't like being in such a crowded place, and Erica teased him for being a big, anxious baby. While you can't really blame him, the commanders of every unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, and the current patriarch are in attendance after all. Still, Erica warned her brother to stop acting so scared, or no one would pick him to join a faction. Besides, he couldn't even obtain elemental breathing even after amassing so many bells. Holkus is still salty about that. Furthermore, his sister doesn't want to talk about what she received from the clan head when she reached the mountain peak. The brute argued that Theo would have been a cool dude and shared the secret already if he had asked. The life of Alanka is dedicated to being the sword of Ragnar. Since that's the case, Holkus has already committed himself to the coolest and strongest man in their batch. The man who has it all: power, character, and ambition. Holy glaze, Holkus is determined to bet his life on the young master, even though he never really talked to the guy. He thought he could just be directly folded into Theo's camp by slyly joining the same unit that he would join. This is only possible because for some unknown reason, the patriarch is not taking Theo into the clan head's manor. That means scrubs like Holkus and other fans should be able to follow their idol into whatever faction he chooses. Cutting through the noise of the arena and the crowd, the ceremonial drum was beaten, signaling the start of nominations. Without further ado, the overall valedictorian of the batch, Theo Ragnar, was called up to receive his honors. The crowd was filled with civilians and swordsmen alike, every one of them cheering for someone who was once subjected to the worst insults. Theo took it all in with a smile as he stood before the Ragnar higher-ups. In the middle of the crowd, Evelyn Naraval silently cheered for the young master she helped nurture. If it were up to her, she would like to see the young man join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Of course, that would just be a selfish dream on her part. As class valedictorian, he has proven his ability to excel in every single category, outperforming every single one of his peers. Just as when he was about to be prompted to choose a faction, an unlikely figure stood up from the row of the 9 dragons. Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon and director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, wordlessly garnered everyone's attention. Tensions rose. Everyone was thinking that the madman might try to pull something to avenge his nephew. Of course, that would be an incredibly stupid move considering the other big shots in attendance. The announcer pushed back and firmly asked the Sky Dragon to sit back down. Theo reckoned that this man is likely still in shock over the death of Axion, but he doesn't feel too threatened, considering where he's standing. But much to everyone's surprise, Ed Troyven flashed a bright, phony smile and invited the young man to the Central Intelligence Bureau as the new deputy director. Theo murdered the dude's nephew and he's getting a job offer as a reward? Earning the honor of being a valedictorian in the Ragnar clan holds a special meaning. Theo used to belong to the lowest position in the succession ladder. Now he had finally hatched to rise up and take flight. Word about his accomplishments quickly spread around the clan. News about him killing Axion and going toe-to-toe with a proctor was all everyone could talk about. His story of starting from the bottom and rising to the top resonated with the hearts of many apprentice swordsmen. Now more people look up to him than ever. The perception of the general public quickly changed from disdain to admiration. The imbecile of Ragnar no longer exists. What took his place was a generational genius with monstrous potential. As he stood in the middle of the stage, the system rang out. The third scenario quest has been successfully cleared. As a reward, he obtained an ether core. Theo was pleasantly surprised. He spent so long without hearing from the system that he forgot about his quest. Considering how long the quest took to complete, this ether core thing should be something really nice, right? He couldn't even enjoy his reward without a two-faced asshole offering him a deputy director seat to one of the family's most integral factions. Using observation on Ed Troyven, he discerned that this asshole is aiming to take him under his wing to be used as a pawn in order to uncover the secrets of the primordial dragon relics. They knew that already, but it's nice to have confirmation. The Sky Dragon probably suspects that he already has one of the relics. Unfortunately for Ed, Theo would never prostrate himself to a Troyven. It is his life's mission to crush that cursed family with his bare hands. The demon dragon Julius immediately protested about Ed's thinly veiled coercion. Julius didn't hold back in calling the snake out for trying to scheme his way to vengeance. The Sky Dragon dismissed the allegations with mocking laughter. He admitted that he holds some resentment as an uncle, but as the central director, he only wishes to recruit the best man for the job. Julius clicked his tongue. Ed Troyven is a slippery son of a bitch. Even now, he's focused on fulfilling his hidden motives. The announcer broke up the argument before it got worse, and asked the 9 dragons to refrain from speaking out of turn and let the proceedings formally commence. When asked if he already has a faction in mind, Theo answered that he has yet to pick one. For now, he wants to hear what the various factions have to offer. He effectively wants to start a bidding war for his services. The first one to take the bait was the Sword Dragon, Osirignar Plunus, director of the Plum Blossom Palace. She swore to take Theo as a direct disciple and a junior lord. Lady Plum Blossom doesn't have any children of her own, so being her direct disciple and junior lord is a straight shot to a nifty legacy. She's essentially offering to accept Theo as an adopted son and successor of the Sword Dragon title. 2 of the 9 dragons presented their offer, as expected of a hot commodity like Theo. With such lucrative offers on the table, most commanders and directors won't be able to compete at all. Despite the intense bidding war, another prominent figure wanted to throw his hat into the ring. He made a flashy and thunderous entrance, a bird crashing down from the skies. Covered and masked up with bandages, Robert Ragnar, head of the Black Snow, also known as the Black Dragon, has joined the bidding war for Theo. The audience was aghast. Most people had never seen this guy make a public appearance before, but he was closely watching the awakening ceremony from the start. Robert conceded that Kyle was right, and the boy was quite interesting. If he agrees to work with Black Snow, the Black Dragon will gladly appoint him the rank of Null Snow. As a covert intelligence agency, Black Snow agents move in the shadows. The exception to that is the Null Snows, the highest-ranked officers within the faction. They're allowed to have a public persona to attain fame and honor. In Theo's past life, there were only 8 of them in the faction. He tried so hard to attain that rank, but it was practically out of reach, yet now it's being offered right out of the gate. Stealing the spotlight from the Black Dragon, Old Man Pharaoh, the Zenith Dragon, spoke up. Theo Ragnar left quite an impression on him during the 3rd stage, so he wanted to say that the Zenith Academy would gladly take on the most promising talent the family has had in a long time. That makes 4 out of 9 dragons personally throwing their offers on the table. Of course, the Demon Dragon, Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, would surely try to recruit Theo too. Despite everybody's attractive offers, Julius strictly stuck to his guns and refused to offer Theo any special treatment. His troops were yelling at their commander that this was not the time to stick to principles. But Evelyn already expected this from Julius. Honor comes from proving oneself. The white-armored dragon cavalry lives and dies by that philosophy. Julius wants to remain fair to the other recruits, but he proudly guaranteed that Theo would receive full support for proper development and the pride of being a dragoon. Theo understood where the commander was coming from. In fact, he respects it, just as he was about to make his choice. A sultry voice from some supple lips rang inside his head and his head alone. The former clan head, Hilda Ragnar, asked him if he was a regressor. Judging by her tone, she already knows for certain that he is. Trying to maintain his composure, he telepathically replied, feigning ignorance. Hilda praised Theo's impeccable acting skills, curious as to what kind of life he lived in his previous cycle. Hearing her mention some sort of cycle made Theo realize that regression might not be limited to just one do-over. While he was having an existential crisis, everyone else in the arena was still waiting to hear his choice, so he asked for a little more time to gather his thoughts. Hilda smirked at his flustered appearance. She assured him that there's no need to hide anymore. After all, she's also a regressor like him. But the cycle she's permitted to repeat had already run out. This old-ass, fine-ass grandma of his is basically admitting that she's been through the cycle of regression multiple times. This is a lot of information to process on the spot. Perhaps asking Hilda directly for a better explanation would be better. When he asked about the meaning of cycles, Hilda was surprised that he didn't know such a basic thing. That son of hers, Kyle, must not have told the poor boy anything. Well, it's hardly a surprise given that Kyle absolutely despises regressors. It's weirder that he let one live, even if the kid shares his blood. Perhaps that's why Theo was given such a brutal life or death challenge at the mountain peak. Hilda was pleased to see the boy's thirst for answers, but they didn't have time to go over everything right now. If he wishes to learn the secrets of the Ragnar clan and the world as a whole, he had better seek out his grandma later and finish this conversation. During the last round of the awakening ceremony, all his father gave him was the merciless heart sword. At least now he knows to be even more wary of Kyle Ragnar, given his alleged hate for regressors. Perhaps the patriarch took Lodbrok's heart because of the ancient dragon's welcoming attitude towards regressors. A human defeating such a powerful life form sounds impossible, but his father is hailed as a demigod for a reason. Kyle Ragnar is always on demon time. In order to uncover the secrets of regression, he must have a long and hard face-to-face with Grandma. Other than that, Theo Ragnar has finally decided on which faction he will go to. Puffing his chest with pride, he announced his decision with full determination. We're not going to reveal our boy's pick yet. Remington Narcio, the runner-up of this batch, selected the Zenith Academy and became the Zenith Dragon's disciple. It was a match made in heaven, given that they both use water current breathing. In Theo's past life, Remington returned to the Narcio clan and developed on his own. He would eventually start a blood-soaked rebellion against the Ragnar clan. Having the Silver Lion as your enemy never ends well. But this time, he opted not to leave the clan, a change brought on by Theo's influence. It is a temporary farewell for the rivals for now. They will be going on to improve themselves in different factions with a promise to meet again when they're stronger. In a short span of time, they have become true brothers in arms. As expected, Rey Ragnar returned to the Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, reigned supreme. There is no place better suited for that lady. As expected, Sybil and the other schmucks from Training Ground 4 wanted to follow their young master, but their grades were insufficient to get accepted to his chosen faction. It was a shame to part ways with comrades, but it is a necessary change. Theo is looking forward to seeing his new friends spread their wings on their respective paths. After everyone was dismissed, the Lanka siblings approached Theo. Hulkus tried to pretend that it was just happenstance that they ended up in the same faction as Theo. Of course, he politely greeted them and extended his thanks for their assistance during the second stage ceremony. Erica will be holding that debt over his head for the future. She likes strong guys, and so does her hulking brother, No Diddy. One of the supervisors warned the new recruits to pay attention. The commander is coming. You already know that Theo would pick the most honorable unit within Ragnar. The perfect place to boost his career and spearhead his campaign is the next clan head. The white-armored dragon cavalry was led by the relentless demon dragon. Talking to Grandma Hilda would have to wait for later. For now, it's time to make their declarations as fresh recruits. Hulkus Lanka boisterously declared that he's aiming to become an awesome dragoon. Some wanted fame to be known far and wide. Erica wanted to be the strongest of her generation. That would be hard. One kid just wanted to be acknowledged by the commander. That earned him a few odd looks. Finally, it's the Golden Boy's turn to shout his declaration for the future, to prepare for the great war that will inevitably come in 5 years. He vowed to become the commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry within half a decade. Saying that in front of the current commander takes a lot of balls. Julius didn't take the direct challenge to his position as an insult. He actually likes hearing grand dreams from new recruits. Whatever reason these young ones might have for choosing the cavalry, they must remember one thing. Every drop of blood and sweat they spill serving this unit will be immortalized in legends. Today's hard work will become tomorrow's pride. The cavalry's shield does not break. Swords will never yield. From now on, they are bound by creed and must always have each other's backs. Waiting at the end of the road forged in blood and sweat is sweet, sweet glory. With that being said, the demon dragon congratulated his rookies. As a show of force, his daunting ride made quite a forceful entrance. The commander's partner is a flying dragon named Gulla. This big boy right here is the symbol of the dragoons. After Gulla's entrance, the rest of the draconic pack blotted out the sun with their wings. Riding on their backs were the seniors of the cavalry. The rookies are assigned to their personal handlers for the day. The admittance test is about to begin. This means that fresh recruits will be venturing out to obtain their own partners. The spectacle and awe-inspiring sight of dragoons flying in a formation was breathtaking. Any child of the Ragnar clan dreamt of having their own flying dragon partner once. Assigned as Theo's handler was none other than Evelyn. He was quite surprised to see her out of training ground 4 and back in service of the cavalry. Curious, he asked if she had finally returned to active duty. She happily replied that she is taking up the mantle once more. With a brand new prosthetic arm made by the demon craftsman, Evelyn can finally go back to doing what she loves most. A few days ago, Mommy Cecilia and Cursum paid Evelyn a surprise visit to express their thanks. She was in the middle of teaching the training ground boys a lesson when it happened. As usual, Evelyn deflected the praise and thanks, attributing Theo's success to the young master's natural talent. Still, Cecilia believes that Evelyn's acknowledgement and support played a big part in her son's success. Hearing that Theo has someone highly dependable in his life, Cecilia wanted to express her gratitude in some way. Evelyn continued to speak lowly of herself. Cecilia doesn't like that. Cursum commented that lights that shine the way in the dark are often unaware of just how bright they really are. The elf could see that in this one-armed swordswoman, and she would like to help Evelyn shine even brighter across the world. Back to the present, her life as a premier dragoon for the cavalry has been reignited. Cecilia gave Theo all the credit, telling Evelyn that her son was the one who called in this huge favor. Thanks to that, Evelyn can hold the reins of her beloved dragon again. Theo had no clue that this was happening behind the scenes. Even without him knowing, his mother really is the best mom out there. To pay back this life-changing favor, Evelyn Nereval pledged to be the young master's loyal sword. He promptly accepted her vow as they flew into the perilous nest of the white-armored dragon cavalry. The nest of white dragons is not a place fit for human settlement at all. The name is a bit misleading since it's mostly home for the flying wyverns. This place is also where the cavalry holds the admittance test. Although failing to find a fitting partner would result in failure to be inducted into the cavalry, failures rarely happen. Theo wasn't too worried for himself, but he's a bit concerned about the brutish Lanka's siblings. Evelyn explained that choosing a partner typically comes down to vibes and sixth sense. You know it when you see it. Their first observation point was the stomping ground of Opterex. A large brown scaly wyvern is regarded as a tyrannical predator. Next was the den of the poisonous aviarii. Sporting serpentine bodies, they are capable of spraying violet poison mist and using their stingers as lethal weapons. There's also the blade dragon Sigia. They are classified as docile herbivores that normally prefer burrowing and nesting underground. They rely on an ambush against enemies. Up in the skies are the speed dragons, velociraptors. They are small, quick, and smart. They hunt in packs and spew fire from their maws. The wyvern species managed by the cavalry are mostly categorized into these 4 groups. Unfortunately, Theo did not vibe with any one of them. Accessing his memories from the first life, an infamous wyvern came to mind. 6 years after the start of the Great War, a massive mutated wyvern would raid the White Dragon's nest. It would slaughter hundreds of mounts raised by the white-armored dragon cavalry. It was aptly dubbed the Evil Shadow Dragon. That day, 8 villages burned to the ground and dozens of warriors fell. Alarmed, the Ragnar clan would categorize the Evil Shadow Dragon as a Class 2 calamity, a demonic fiend. In the end, it took the deployment of the Demon Dragon and Sword Dragon working together to defeat the vile thing. It gained its name for its ability to hide in the shadows. This is just how to train your dragon with blood. Theo would love to pair up with that anomaly. As far as he could remember, the beast was characterized by something obvious. After flying around for some time, he luckily spotted the glaring distinction. While the rookies are doing their best to secure a partner, the commander is chilling on the deadly cliffs with Gulla. Interrupting his peaceful delight, the sword dragon entered his territory. Today he doesn't mind interruptions. He just secured the most talented prospect in the clan's history. A dragon he wasn't anticipating fell within his grasp. Well, that's actually what brings Osa here. She knows that Commander Julius is planning on establishing Theo as a pillar of the cavalry sooner rather than later. Of course, he refrained from denying or confirming Osa's claims, running one's mouth as many men's downfall after all. The sword dragon could just tell that this man is painting a bigger picture than she originally thought, even though he hasn't said a single incriminating word. Well, Osa didn't come here to cause trouble. On the contrary, she just wanted to put forth a proposal for the sake of the golden boy. Julius kept his reply curt. He already has Theo in his faction. Changing teams to the Plum Blossom Palace is out of the question. What kind of proposal could this plump woman have? Not mincing her words at all, she suggested joint mentorship for the rising star. This is an unprecedented idea. Factions within the clan never mix and bend traditions for a single prospect. Back to the action, Theo and Evelyn flew closer to the corner he had spotted from afar. In there, 4 rascals are ganging up on a single wyvern with bluish-white scales. Evelyn was made aware of this particular wyvern getting bullied by his peers. The cavalry tried every remedy they had, but nothing worked. The others are ostracizing him for not being pure-blooded. The poor dude is a child of a female wyvern and a male viper. You see, vipers are Class 1 demonic fiends that live deep in the demon sea. It's a mystery how one could even reproduce with a wyvern. Such a union, let alone birth, should have been impossible. Theo could not believe the lore he was hearing right now. Class 1 demonic fiends are blights to humanity. They are living calamities that seek destruction. If one ever successfully crossed the Great Wall, it would wreak untold havoc. Not to mention they are ugly pieces of shit. Vipers are ghost-type monsters that dwell in the shadows. Now it makes sense how the evil shadow dragon gains such exclusive abilities. It must be the viper blood. The birth of this white wyvern caused a significant uproar in the cavalry. There were some pushbacks, but they decided to accept him into the nest for observation. Then came the bullying and the other wyverns refusing to accept a half-blood. Seclusion won't be a viable solution, so the cavalry doesn't know what else they could do. Hearing what the little fella has lived through, ostracized for being different in origin, resonated with him. The cavalry gave him the name Umbra, which means shadow in the ancient language. Theo smiled. He has a feeling that his partner is finally here. Without warning Evelyn, he got up on the saddle and announced his choice. Instead of waiting for Evelyn to safely park her ride, the madman leaped out of the flying beast. No preparations or parachutes, he was way too excited about getting acquainted with Umbra. Evelyn felt her heart skip a beat when the young master skydived on a whim under her care. Theo is simply too determined to help Umbra live a different life this time around. He got his second chance. Why shouldn't the evil shadow dragon have the same shot at a new life? Stimulating his mana, Theo landed like a lightning strike straight from the heavens. Surprised, Evelyn didn't have time to stop the young master's recklessness. On the way down to the cliff face, Theo pulled multiple blades out and launched them with differing speeds. His eyes lit up as hatchling synchro activated, gaining control of the blades through psychokinesis. Using this nifty trick, he was able to break his fall and use the blades as footholds in midair. He looked as though he was running downwards, defying the laws of gravity. Learning psychokinesis is one thing. Utilizing it in such an ingenious way is another. Evelyn was amazed. The young monster's growth rate is truly unbelievable. On the cliff, the wyverns, ganging up on Umbra, hissed and screeched in hostility. The bullied beast did not back down and met their snarls. Seeing this injustice unfold, Theo was reminded of his days as the clan's imbecile. The times when his peers would sneer at him for being an incompetent bastard. Back then, all he could do was grit his teeth and take the insults. Now he's a completely different person, the undisputed goat of his generation. Sparks flew around Theo as Thunder Dragon breathing kicked in. Reaching his effective range, he used the blades for their intended purpose, sending them flying to the bullies. Charged with ungodly amounts of wattage, he unleashed his dragon mark. If he wanted to, he could have slain those wyverns, but he merely scared them off with his attack. As the bullies flew away with their tails tucked between their legs, Theo Ragnar landed. He scorned the gang of wyverns for being a bunch of cowards hiding behind their superior numbers. When his glance fell on Umbra, his eyes softened with concern. Feeling threatened by the newcomer, the beast warily growled, ready to pounce at the slightest bit of antagonism. Once Theo got close enough, Umbra chose to retreat, flying away to God knows where. Evelyn finally caught up to the young master and explained that the beast is on edge and approaching him won't be easy. When advised to take it slow, he disagreed. It's more important for Umbra to have someone by his side right now. Why would one linger around the nest, despite being constantly ostracized? Umbra is lonely. His emotional wounds are harder to bear than physical ones. Given Umbra's injuries, he couldn't have flown far. So Evelyn and Theo got back on the saddle and searched for the poor guy. As expected, Umbra quickly ran out of stamina and chose to rest in one of the nearby rocky peaks. Even though he's feeling weak, he forced himself to get up as soon as he sensed the humans arrive. Many dragoons from the cavalry tried to tame this one, but none succeeded. Highly cautious around humans, and given his wounds, his weariness will be especially heightened. So, Theo asked Evelyn to bring something to feed the poor guy. In the meantime, he'll try to figure out Umbra on a personal level. He slowly strolled towards the beast, and it immediately unleashed wyvern fear. He promptly countered using lesser Drake's fear. A beast and a man tried to one-up each other using pure aura. In the end, Theo's presence came on top as he steadily overwhelmed Umbra. The beast expected harm to come his way, but was cured instead as Theo poured a healing potion on its wounds. As the medicine took effect, Umbra felt his injuries rapidly get better and regained some of his stamina. After dealing with the egregious wounds, Theo pets the poor wyvern hybrid gently. Umbra was confused. In his entire life, all he ever experienced was pain, suffering, and alienation. Now there's a human standing beside him, showing kindness. Due to Theo's dragon heart, he felt Umbra's emotions upon getting close enough. He could sense Umbra's red-hot rage towards the herd that cast him out. The conflicting sadness is due to the desire to be part of the group. Most apparent of all was the long and painful loneliness deep in the lonely wyvern's core. Furthermore, Umbra's feelings towards Theo also present a contradiction. He's wary of the man who appeared out of nowhere to provide warmth, but he hopes that the warmth will last a little longer, that the man won't leave. So, Theo solemnly vowed to Umbra that he would never turn his back on him. To seal the deal, Theo retrieved the gem he got from the previous mission and gifted it to his new friend. Seeing the shiny gem sparkling with a beautiful luster, Umbra was mesmerized. Still, the wyvern was a tsundere and tried to resist temptation. There's not much he can do when Theo puts the gem around his scaly neck. Theo promised that if Umbra follows him from now on, they'll get plenty more shiny things. It was an offer that was borderline impossible to refuse. To sweeten the pot even more, Theo proposed that they make reins and saddles encrusted with invaluable gems. It will be super flashy and pretty. They might need to rob someone's grandma to make that, though. That grandma in question is his own, far away in his workshop. Kerzum felt a foreboding feeling that she was about to lose a ton of money. With all the promises of companionship and opulence, Umbra roared with elation. Theo Ragnar has been successfully recognized as the Viper Wyvern's master. With this, he also unlocked the Wyvern taming skill. It would grant him a higher master proportional to his partner's trust. It also gives a 10% power boost to both rider and mount. A few minutes later, Evelyn came back. She's dragged 2 bulls by the horns as her wyvern catches its breath. The beast that no dragoon in the cavalry could tame was now cuddling with the young master. They gave the bulls to Umbra, and he happily munched on a hefty lunch. When Evelyn curiously asked how he pulled this off, Theo simply explained that he looked after Umbra's wounded heart. After doing so, the present easily sealed the deal. The once aggressive outcast now looks like a cute puppy, offering his master some of the bull meat. At this point, Evelyn has just accepted that Theo is a charmer, whether it comes to people or beasts. Seeing Umbra offer his neck and back to Theo as a sign of trust, Evelyn congratulated the young master for officially passing the test. Then she realized that Theo wasn't planning on just ceremoniously riding on his new mount's back. Evelyn panicked. He has yet to receive any sort of flight training. Furthermore, riding a wyvern without a rein and saddle is just asking for a gruesome accident. Theo grinned and assured Lady Evelyn that he'd be fine. With wyvern training, he can compensate for his insufficient riding skills. And so the partners took off. Evelyn was left to watch on the ground. Seeing Umbra so excited to take flight, Theo figured that he must be itching to show his new master something. For the first time in his miserable life, Umbra looked happy. Seeing his partner fly with childlike wonder, he wondered how a pure-hearted creature like this turned into such a terrible demonic fiend that earned the evil shadow dragon name. After traversing the entirety of the nest, they arrived at the precipice of a giant cascading waterfall. Umbra phased through the heavy downpour of water, heading straight into a hidden cave obscured by the flow. Theo thought he knew the layout of the entire Winter Mountains, given his experience in the black snow. But he never knew that a crystal cave was hidden behind the waterfall. Given how shiny this place is, it makes sense why Umbra loves it. Looking around, Theo found the reason why Umbra eventually became the evil shadow dragon. He's been eating the many ghost spirit flowers growing around the crystal cave. These things normally grow in the deepest reaches of the demon sea by consuming pure demonic energy. Dragons and demons supposedly possess opposing energies, so it's a mystery how Umbra survived on such a diet. Whatever the case, burning these flowers is a must. Umbra was opposed to the idea, but Theo promised not to mess with the crystals. Deep in the cavern, another surprising sight revealed itself. An emaciated and rotting corpse chained up on a wall. By Theo's estimation, this guy has been dead for at least a decade with oddly minimal rot. The coldness of the cave played a part, but this is also a sign of tremendous magical power. This man must have been a high-level martial expert in his heyday. Theo must come back another time for a proper investigation. When he turned his back on the corpse, it seemingly regained its life with a resentful glare. It started screaming the current clan head's name, Kyle. Umbra quickly responded to the threat and pinned the corpse deep into the wall. He roared at the enemy that exhibited hostility to his master. The corpse continued spouting Kyle's name, and Theo sensed that his new friend was in grave danger. Mr. Corpse tried to take a bite out of Umbra's feet, but Theo sacrificed his arm to block the rotting teeth. It refused to let go of Theo's arm as it cursed Kyle and Robert Ragnar from beyond the grave. Theo's father and the Black Dragon must be connected to this random chained-up dead body. At that moment, Evelyn came to the rescue, utilizing the white armored dragon cavalry's shared technique, Blade Barrage. Through innumerable stabs, she effectively deleted the corpse's head, and Theo was freed. He hobbled down to his knees and apologized for messing up. Traveling from the bite, an unbearable pain shot all throughout his body. The bite was infused with a toxin comprised of demonic energy. Without an antidote, Theo might succumb to an extremely agonizing death. Evelyn panically tried to lift him up for transport to the HQ. Umbra was opposed to the idea. Pushing her out of the way, he continued to nudge Evelyn away from the young master, seemingly trying to tell her something. Sensing this, Theo asked his partner if there was a solution. Without hesitation, he put his complete trust in Umbra. Theo grinned and left his life in the Viper Wyvern's hands. Evelyn immediately opposed such a ridiculous idea. A corpse toxin mixed with demonic energy is a death sentence if left untreated. As far as Theo knows, he has less than a 30% survival rate even with conventional treatment, so he wants to gamble it all on Umbra's method. This beast evolved into a Class 2 demonic fiend by eating ghost spirit flowers. He must have tangled with the corpse before and learned how to subdue demonic energy and corpse toxins. Before losing consciousness, he asked Evelyn to please follow Umbra's lead. Looking around the cave, the Viper Wyvern worked fast to harvest a bunch of ghost spirit flowers, and broke some of the crystals off. He handed the smattering of materials to Evelyn, asking her to blend and feed the mixture to the young master. She clenched her teeth and followed Theo's request. Evelyn grabbed the crystals and flowers. Using her mana, she forcefully crushed and mixed them together. It resulted in a dark purple mixture that she dripped through Theo's mouth. The loyal soldier and the concerned beast held their breaths, waiting for the concoction to take effect. When the mixture reached Theo's chest, his dragon heart loudly throbbed. With his heart as the engine, Theo started visibly recovering. His mana overflowed from his body, eventually taking on his natural electric affinity. Slowly, his lightning became infused with the extracted corpse poison. The color of his magic power attribute is changing to black. Once the transformation was complete, the black lightning re-entered his body, restarting his system. Body cleansing purification is now underway. The trait of the evil shadow dragon has been obtained. While our boy is literally fighting for his life, Commander Julius Ragnar is in his office, receiving grim news. The Black Snow had already cross-checked the facts, and the report was confirmed with 89% authenticity. His emotions got the best of him, and the demon dragon shattered his office desk. He has been riding high with winds. He should have expected some bad news to rain on his parade. Still, this type of devastation was completely outside of his expectations. Trainer Isvan, captain of White Armored Dragon Cavalry's 5th Platoon, and 15 of his men have all perished in battle. The body cleansing purification was an ancient secret technique that forcibly purges impurities from the body. It refines one's constitution for better magic power cultivation. Typically, the process requires multiple experts with tremendous power to channel their energy for days on end. Even then, it was only proven effective for children under the age of 5. For Theo to experience this invaluable process, multiple coincidences were required to overlap. The extreme corpse toxin running through his veins contains an incredible amount of concentrated magic power, infused with demonic essence from feeding on ghost spirit flowers. Then, Umbra's antidote served as a stabilizing agent. These unfortunate events eventually created the perfect balance where, instead of being overrun or cured from the demon shadow toxin, he was able to absorb its uninterrupted power instead. Theo finally jolted awake with Evelyn and Umbra by his side. Feeling a little worn down by the process, he apologized for worrying them. The loyal soldier and the new partner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at his status window, imagine Theo's surprise when he found out that he's now the 2nd iteration of the evil shadow dragon. Just from the cleansing alone, he obtained an additional 85 status points. It's a tremendous amount. Now he's certain that the crystals inside this cavern are a condensation of pure energy. That pureness diluted the toxicity of the flowers, turning it into potent medicine. He couldn't be happier that he trusted Umbra with his life. A Ragnar's body can already be considered perfect, now that he had undergone body cleansing purification, and had become the evil shadow dragon. He was on pace to reach the absolute pinnacle. The big question now is who this corpse was prior to becoming just a vengeful spirit. Taking a closer look, Evelyn noticed something fascinating about the writing on the wall. Riddled throughout the surface was a journal cleanly inscribed by a high-level martial master. It chronicled the man's experience hiding in this cave after his defeat at the hands of Kyle and Robert Ragnar. He planned to bide his time and plot his revenge before his body gave in. His frame degraded due to Robert Ragnar injuring his manhole, and his demise was hastened by the ghost spirit flowers he's been consuming to survive. Eventually, his sanity slipped away without enacting his revenge plan. He was forced to accept the reality that he would die with this undying grievance. The next section detailed the flying sword technique of the god of Tempest. This corpse must be the legendary swordsman said to have freely wielded the wind, a tragic hero who fell into the hands of Kyle Ragnar in the battle for the throne 40 years ago. The Wind Baron Hector Ragnar. Tales of his legend ended in that final battle. In reality, he survived and died a miserable and lonely death in some cave. Ever the loyal sword of Ragnar, Evelyn Nereval got on her knees with utmost respect. Though the Wind Baron lost to the clan head, he was still a Ragnar with the right to succession in the previous generation. As a vassal, Evelyn harmed a potential successor, a capital crime deserving of summary execution. Theo dismissed her extreme pleas. She killed was not a Ragnar but a madman. Besides, she did what she had to do to save the current successor. Pulling his weight, Theo ordered Evelyn to forget everything that happened in this cave. But if she still wasn't satisfied, he proposed that she take the secret techniques of the Wind Baron for herself. Naturally, she argued that she is not worthy of power, rivaling even the techniques of the 9 dragons. But Theo stood firm in his decision to make Evelyn the successor of Hector Ragnar. There is no one more deserving of carrying forth that legacy. Besides, it would allow the Wind Baron to finally rest in peace, and a legacy disciple cannot be questioned for her crime. As Theo soared, this is the right path forward. Moved by the young master's words, Evelyn Nereval, a high-ranked swordsman of Ragnar, bowed to Theo with utmost reverence. She pledged her undying loyalty as a faithful vassal and humbly asked for her oath to be accepted. Theo smirked. This girl has always been uptight and by the book. Indulging her desire for proper acceptance, Theo drew his blade. He gracefully knighted Evelyn, accepting her oath of loyalty and engraving it upon his heart and soul. She is now the esteemed lord's first sword. With Umbra as witness to this pact, the vassal-master relationship between the two has been solidified and formalized. By sundown, most of the rookies have returned to the white-armored dragon cavalry headquarters. Hulkus feels proud of himself after seeing that he got back faster than Theo. He and his frog-like mount were shocked to see the last rookie land. Theo Ragnar brought back the most unique partner out of everyone in here. Some of the cavalry veterans immediately recognized Umbra, the disobedient brat, seeing that Theo was the one who tamed the untamable. They just chalked it up to him being the Millennium's greatest prodigy. Poor Hulkus had his confidence crushed. Evelyn submitted their formal report for the complete aptitude test, and asked where the commander was. Other dragoons just saw their boss rush off to the office a moment ago after receiving some urgent message. Speaking of the devil, the demon dragon and his intimidating partner reappeared on the field with a heavy and serious landing. Julius Ragnar apologized for relaying some bad news right after the admittance test. Everyone present here, veterans and rookies alike, will be deployed to Fort Blanky immediately. This announcement sent confusion and worry around the HQ. Theo was the only one who had an idea of what was about to happen. The series Merchant Guild hostage incident at Fort Blanky is finally underway. They are about to meddle with a plan to obtain the Dragonslayer sword, Balmung, for the upcoming coup. A plan orchestrated by the hateful Sky Dragon, Ed Trovan. One of the dragoons asked for more information. They can't just deploy new recruits who have yet to receive proper training after all. Julius gave it to them bluntly. Trainer Isvan, captain of the 5th platoon, and his troops have gone missing. Everyone knows Captain Isvan. He's the oldest knight in the white-armored dragon cavalry. He's not one to go down so easily. This might be another butterfly effect Theo is directly responsible for. Black snow set the certainty of their death at 89%. Even if they survived, they would be in no state to continue their mission. So, all currently available troops will temporarily take over the 5th platoon's name and carry out the objective. Evelyn Nereval was assigned as captain. Deployment will be in 3 days, so rookies must cram all the basic training by then. Julius refuses to believe that old Isvan would fall so easily. Nevertheless, he is thirsty for vengeance. With that being said, he made his forceful exit. This all started with the Black Skull Bandits kidnapping a Sears Guild merchant representative. It was supposed to end with no casualties with the cavalry's involvement, but the real objective of the incident lay elsewhere. All these smokescreens are to make the theft and transport of the Dragonslayer sword Balmung. When Ed Trovan gets his hands on that blade, the coup will start. It looks like things are taking a different turn compared to Theo's previous life. If this is his fault, he needs to see it through firsthand. The hidden quest to obtain the Dragon Slayer sword has officially commenced. 3 grueling days of basic training passed. The weather in the northern stronghold was unbearably cold. The sole bandit watchdog manning the tower suddenly saw something blotting out the moon from afar. Then he realized that it was a battalion of wyverns from the white-armored dragon cavalry. Before the alarms were rung, the watchtower was decimated by an explosion. Evelyn gave the order to hurl bombs down to the stronghold. The wyverns looked like World War II bomber planes. The coordinated bombing of the stronghold was carried out masterfully, bringing about destruction with laser precision. The bandits tried to hide inside the castle to avoid getting blown up. They were too late. The dragoons had descended from their mounts to cut down any and all stragglers. Evelyn seamlessly directed her troops to slaughter every bandit in sight. This is the price of messing with the white-armored dragon cavalry. The man tasked with smuggling the legendary sword was thanking his lucky stars for getting out of the stronghold before the attacks. If he can deliver this blade, all that's left for him is to collect the generous payment, kick back, and enjoy the rest of his life with his riches. Unfortunately for this dude, he was set up to fail from the start. His greed resulted in his uneventful beheading by a hooded figure. Once Baomeng was smuggled out of the stronghold, the hooded figures could finally take over. With the primary objective secured, the next stage of their nefarious plan can start. Wheeling out their long-range cannons, it's time to exterminate the wyvern-riding pests. The cavalry made quick work of the bandits, eliminating and subjugating every lowlife occupying the stronghold. The veterans were smugly laughing at how easy the operation was. Theo was worried that it might have been way too easy. It's hard to believe that the original 5th platoon was wiped out by a bunch of noobs. Activating Hatchling Synchro, Theo peered through one of the bandits' memories. He found out that they definitely stole Balmung, but none of them have seen the sword in person. That would be natural for lower pawns, but even the bandit executives were operating blindly. One of the seniors asked Theo what's up, and another one asked him to chill out, thinking the Flash Tiger was just having newbie jitters for his first deployment. Honestly, the seniors just wanted to wrap up the mission as soon as possible. It was then that Theo was struck with a grim premonition. He swiftly broke away from his seniors, confusing them. Theo wordlessly brandished his blade, striking at an inconspicuous wall. Behind the thick bricks were kegs upon kegs of highly volatile explosives. This operation was a trap from the jump. Theo took over and urged everyone to escape and commence evacuations. Then the sound of cannonballs whistled closer and closer. Theo screamed at his comrades, but his warning was drowned out by the booming sounds of explosions. The first round of detonations hit the bullseye. It's time to reload. Those mysterious hooded figures continued pelting the explosive-ridden stronghold with cannonballs from all angles. They are under direct orders to exterminate the new 5th platoon. Not a single ant must be left alive. Meanwhile, the person who ordered the hit is currently sitting alone in a room, basking in moonlight. Lady Amal Ragnar, former mistress of the Camellia Palace, is holding the headless corpse of her psychotic son, Axion. The woman had finally lost it. She wants the Aragnar's head at all costs. Taking advantage of the chaos brought by the explosions, the bandits tried to free themselves and flee. Evelyn wasn't going to let that happen, so she ordered an execution spree. The dragoons got to work on the criminals as the stronghold burned to the ground. Even Evelyn was feeling sussy about the fall of the original 5th platoon, given how helpless these bandits are. Another explosive cannonball landed in her direction. Evelyn narrowly avoided getting literally cooked. With the second round of bombardment underway, Evelyn prioritized her troops' safety and gave the retreat mandate. After all, these bandits are about to die by way of explosions when left on their own. Finally, the rookie group reunited with Evelyn's battalion. Now that the 5th platoon had consolidated, they must find a way out of this hellhole. Theo proposed that they head towards the outer walls in the opposite direction of the artillery fire. In a moment of great stress and duress, he miraculously opened his mind gate, unlocking the limits of his brain. With this, his thinking speed and sensory perception have been greatly enhanced. When he looked around the vicinity, the entire makeup and blueprint of the surrounding structures revealed themselves bare. He was dazed by the sheer amount of information entering his brain. Evelyn had to pull him back to reality. She tried to drag him to the outside of the stronghold as planned, but Theo stopped her for a second. With extreme decisiveness, Theo asserted that instead of running to the exits, they must head deeper inside the stronghold. Evelyn wholeheartedly believed her master's decision and ordered the rest of the troops to follow suit. There are 21 lives on the line here. All of them are relying on the Golden Boy to lead them to safety. With his enhanced perception, he could tell that the only thing waiting at the exit was more artillery and a coordinated ambush. That's the final trap set, using his unlocked mind gate in conjunction with Hatchling Synchro. Theo could read the memories of each building. He was seeing the fucking Matrix. The enemies have assumed that surviving inside the castle is impossible. but with his enhanced vision of the stronghold's layout, he can find a way. To the left are more hidden explosives. To the right is an upcoming round of artillery bombardment. The only safe path is the central stairs heading downwards, so Theo led his comrades down the central stairs, everyone sprinting for their lives. Evelyn made sure to stay at the tail end of the line to make sure that none of her troops were left behind. Their hopes of survival evaporated upon running into a dead end. Everyone panicked, and they all turned to Theo for whatever genius plan he had in mind. They can't exactly go back the way they came from. To make matters worse, the roof is finally collapsing from the blasts upstairs. Large chunks of debris started falling, threatening to bury the new 5th platoon alive. Outside, the hooded Trovan agents reveled at their fiery stunt. They have finally exhausted every artillery shell in their arsenal. This will serve as revenge for their young master Axion. With blades drawn, the Trovan agents plan to enter the stronghold. Even if they have to piece Theo's corpse together, they'll rummage through gore to get proof of the kill. Well, that won't be happening soon, though. The new 5th platoon narrowly avoided death. When the roof and ceiling collapsed, so did the floor they were standing on after Theo's desperate slash at the last second. The gang fell into a secret underground lair, and they met some more hostile bandits. Theo only directed everyone in this direction because he noticed an open space deeper beneath the hallway. Looking past the bandits, he saw an underground prison inlaid with steel bars. Among the prisoners was Captain Trainer Isvan. Of course, Evelyn's troops easily dispatched the remaining pair of bandit jailers. Hell, Hulkus did it himself. Evelyn got the rundown of what happened from Captain Isvan. Who would have thought that the Central Intelligence Bureau was the one behind this whole master plan? The original 5th platoon was freed from their shackles, but they weren't too enthusiastic. All of them have lost limbs, including the old man himself. Evelyn suspected that Ed Trovan must have a hand in this treachery, but she never expected an internal collusion of this magnitude. Those bastards actually raised their swords against fellow clansmen. This is treason, and treason must be penalized by the harshest punishment. Captain Isvan understands the Youngans, but he warned them to be careful in their response. The enemies are not stupid. They have planned this through and through. Facing them with limited manpower would be difficult. For now, they must find a way to notify the Black Snow Station to nearby. Theo posited that the fact that no one had come to their aid yet indicates that the enemy had already taken out the Black Snow agents hidden nearby. It might seem hopeless, but the Rising Star has a plan. The agents of Troy Van have tried to bury even their disposable pawns in the bombardment. They are aiming for a perfect cover-up. That means they will come to confirm the deaths of their primary targets. They'll be reveling in victory while they search through corpses. The cavalry can use this to its advantage by planning an ambush of its own and hiding in the rubble upstairs. Only then will they have a chance at turning the tables. Captain Isvan carefully sized up the young man. He could tell that Theo had recently opened his mind gate, an astonishing achievement at such a young age. He lamented that he's getting old. He had given up prematurely in the face of such a small crisis. It's a good thing the new generation has good heads on their shoulders. As if the fire in him was reignited, Captain Isvan stood up on his remaining leg and roused his troops up with pure will. The white-armored Dragon Cavalry's original and new 5th platoons shall move forward with the plan as Theo laid out. An all-out deathmatch between two of Ragnar's factions is about to go down. Trovan agents swarmed the stronghold in search of dead bodies. They had to literally turn over every stone and debris to identify their victims. Those who were still alive were promptly dealt with inhumanely. It's been a minute since they started, and they haven't found any remains of the cavalry. The western side was devoid of corpses, and the eastern side wasn't looking too good either. The ambush team reported no sightings of the dragoons going out through the exit either. All they could see spread across the burning, flattened stronghold were the remains of Black Skull bandits. Sensing something fishy going down, the operations leader stopped his men from the futile search. Then, blood spilled when the hidden cavalry finally showed themselves for an ambush of their own. The traitorous leader almost got his head pierced by Evelyn's blade. Two captains of the opposing factions are about to have a showdown. The Troivan tried to play dirty to trip her up, but Evelyn is way too skilled to fall for petty tricks. She acrobatically got out of the way to reset the fight. Captain Troivan screamed, warning his men of the ambush, but was way too late. He ordered a change in formation, but his boys had already stopped breathing, cut down by the skilled dragoons. With this treasonous operation exposed, Evelyn became the arbiter of Ragnar law. She hereby sentences them to death. The Trovan captain refused to go down without a fight. He exchanged blow for blow with Evelyn. He kept her in check and even launched some decent counterattacks. Inwardly, he can't make sense of how these wyvern-riding bastards survived the total bombardment. His confusion distracted him for a moment, giving Evelyn enough opening to exploit. She went for the killing blow and narrowly missed beheading the turncoat. Evelyn continued hounding the rat, piercing through his flesh bit by bit, making him bleed. She warned the remnants of the Central Intelligence Bureau to surrender. Resistance is futile at this point. The moment the ambush succeeded, it was a checkmate. Those who willingly surrender will keep their lives to await a proper trial. Before his men could be tempted by survival, the Trovan captain loudly permitted the usage of their secret technique. Every dragoon was taken aback. It sounds like the Troivans have a final gambit hidden up their sleeves. One of the many Trovan agents turned feral and pounced at Theo. He felt a significant and unnatural jump in terms of offensive power. These madmen actually use the reverse blood surge technique, a forbidden power that rapidly drains the user's life force. As strong as Theo was, he still had a tough time keeping up with an agent under the influence of forbidden tech. One was bad enough, but the rest of the bastards had seemingly flocked around him, eager to lop his head off. Seeing him in the line of fire, one of the injured officers from the old 5th platoon blocked the crazed blades with his body. Before succumbing to death, the officer peacefully asked Theo to run. Seeing a good man put his life on the line for his sake awakened something primal and wrathful in Theo. He slashed the lunatics with his most potent triple dragon's claw yet. Pushing himself even further, the young master tapped into his mind gate. He perceived the world in slow motion, and promptly noted the positions of dozens of hyper-powered lunatics, unleashing an even more powerful triple dragon's claw than the last. His blades surged forth in intricate directions, avoiding his comrades and absolutely destroying their foes. It was a display of power and skill that shocked even the veterans. When the dust faded, the ground of the stronghold was left with terrifying marks of annihilation. The only traitor that survived was the Trovan captain. Seeing as the thorn in the family's side had become this powerful, the captain became dead set on dragging Theo to the grave, even if it cost him his life. Applying the reverse blood surge technique on himself, Cap sped up like a loose arrow. Meanwhile, Theo's platoon seniors were uselessly standing around, glazing the rookie. Theo is over here struggling to stay conscious after overdrafting his mind gate. Unleashing this level of power and intricacy is still way too impractical for him to utilize effectively. To make matters worse, the remaining lunatic is about to descend like a very angry meteor, burning his life force by the second. As a loyal Trojan vassal, he will drag the young man to hell if that's what it takes. Theo tried to prepare a defensive maneuver, but his mana hull had become twisted from his last attack. This loyalist is showing signs of mana hull detonation. He's about to sacrifice himself and blow the whole area up. Thankfully, Theo's official first sword is here to defend her master. For the first time ever, Evelyn used the God of Tempest technique, sending the suicide bomber up to the stratosphere with Squall. After juggling the rat up in the air, Evelyn followed suit, gathered the pure power of wind in her fingertips, and pushed it out to create a maelstrom. Theo watched in awe as Evelyn's power whisked around the traitor's mana hull to forcibly stop the suicidal explosion. From there, sending the Trovan captain hurling back to the ground was easy. With the last rat neatly dealt with, Theo finally felt exhaustion catch up to him. Hulkus, Erica, and his seniors came running in his direction, eternally grateful to the young master for saving everyone's lives. The sun finally rose, its glorious rays illuminating Theo's contented smile. The standouts in this operation were undoubtedly Theo and Evelyn. They practically carried everyone to victory with their overwhelming skills. Everyone finally felt relaxed as the atmosphere became jovial and festive. The long night has passed, and a bright new dawn led by a resplendent leader of the new generation has come. Inside the miserable walls of the Rose Palace, Lady Amel Ragnar is crashing the fuck out like a lunatic. Ed Troivan has her in a deadly chokehold while hurling curses at her. It seems like she acted on her own and orchestrated some unnecessary moves in that stronghold operation. She actually stole the Sky Dragon's seal to forge official orders. The killing of the entire white-armored dragon cavalry and the illegitimate child of Ragnar wasn't supposed to go down this soon. Now the Troivans are in hot water. A crazy bitch ruined Ed Troivan's decades of planning. Lady Amal growled that she wanted revenge for her poor little action. She wants to tear up that Theo bastard and everyone he has a connection to so her son could finally rest in peace. Ed found it unforgivable that this woman would forget her duty to the family just because of the death of one lousy child. Out of rage, he stomped out Axion's rotting headless corpse. They lost the Dragon Slayer's sword, the most crucial part of the plan. From now on, Aimil will be cast out as a daughter of the Troivans. Looking at her brother's eyes felt like she was being looked down upon by their haughty father. Before leaving, the Sky Dragon ordered the palace attendants to lock Amel up, never to be seen again. They can't have any information leaks, so the pests must be dealt with too. Realizing that she's about to be sealed and forgotten, Emil came to her senses and begged for mercy. Ed Trovan easily wiped out every single attendant present in the palace just to vent his frustration, now that the coup he painstakingly planned has been ruined. If you think about it, the root cause of his recent failures is one single bastard, Theo Ragnar. The Sky Dragon is itching to get his hands bloody with that boy's organs. With his first mission being a success, Theo finally has some downtime to check on his spoils. In the chaos, he picked up the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung, and found that it was currently sealed. He tried to hold and get a feel for the blade, but it immediately rejected his hands. Theo was forced to drop the thing when he felt a strong zap. It's not called a dragon slayer for nothing. Its properties are the polar opposite of Ragnar's blood. If he could unravel the mystic's secrets, he might be able to wield them. Mystics are legacies from the primordial mythic age. They are akin to mirages, rarely falling into someone's hands. When obtained and unlocked, the wielder would obtain quite literally a mystical power like the heroes of old. They are legendary items that could change the course of history. In Theo's previous life, Ed Troyven would figure out the secrets of the mystic Balmung, thinking back to his movements at the time. Theo has a pretty good idea as to where the Sky Dragon truly ascended. Until he can go to that place to solve the mystery, Balmung will just have to rot in the inventory. A knock on his door interrupted Theo's musings. It was Evelyn. It's late into the night, but she brings an urgent request. The commander wishes to see Theo as soon as possible. In Julius Ragnar's office, the atmosphere felt heavy despite the pleasantries. Sitting opposite him was Captain Trainer Isvan, bringing up the idea of retirement. The old man is ashamed to even say it, but losing his leg and his wyvern, Rocinante, during the last mission felt like a pretty solid reason to call it quits on the cavalry. He has gotten old and he's not as strong as he used to be. With his remaining years, he'd like to return to his hometown and mourn the countless comrades he outlived. Julius could tell that there was nothing that could change the stubborn mind of the old geezer, so he approved of Captain Isvan's retirement. As he sips his tea, the old man brings up the topic of that brilliant rookie, Theo Ragnar. He relayed how the kid had already opened his mind gate. Julius was obviously pleased to hear that his rising star had surpassed the wall that divides normal humans from superhumans. Isvan is certain that the boy wasn't one of those naturally gifted geniuses who were born with an open mind gate. There are strong indications that Theo forcefully opened that bottleneck through his own efforts. That means his power vessel is about to undergo a massive expansion, perhaps indescribably larger than what he could even fathom. Julius is hyped to fill that bigger vessel up to continue Theo's rapid development. That's it for Isvan's final report, a word from an old man to his junior. The future of the cavalry and the clan is now up for Julius to hone and mold. Tonight, the Demon Dragon met with Theo in the HQ training ground. Commander Julius praised the boy for his accomplishments during the last deployment, and Theo humbly attributed his success to his comrades. Then the commander asked him about the advancement of his martial theory. Theo misconstrued martial theory for combat prowess, and answered based on that. Julius immediately stopped him. He's not simply referring to the level of combat techniques. That is some surface-level stuff. Martial theory refers to what kind of world his sword is painting. When phrased like that, Theo wasn't so sure how to answer anymore. He's been solely focused on striving for the clan head sword, which he witnessed firsthand. Julius already expected as much. Everyone is like that at first. To expand the boy's horizon, the demon dragon drew his blade and showed Theo a different way of looking at the art of the sword. As soon as he willed it, Julius Ragnar turned the entire arena into the demon dragon's isolation zone, a diabolical hellscape of his own making. It's a far cry from the sword dragon's vigorous and beautiful isolation zone. This is the world painted by the commander's martial theory. It's basically a domain expansion. Julius Ragnar explained that his sword is demonic by nature. Just looking at it and feeling its pressure was suffocating for Theo. Then, the commander took a stance and started fluidly going through the heavy motions of his attack sequence. It consisted of heavyweight slashes, deadly blade spins, forceful stabs, and various killing blows. Theo felt a mixture of awe and fear at the sight of the commander's skill and power. After storing enough momentum, Julius Ragnar shattered his own world and made a crimson tidal wave rise. It surrounded Theo, making him feel trapped and helpless, consumed by something incomprehensible. Julius Ragnar finished his sequence, letting the tidal wave dissipate, and asked Theo what he gleaned from the demon dragon's martial theory. The only words Theo could use to describe that experience were strength and destruction. He wasn't far off. In fact, he hit the nail on the head. Strength and destruction are the essence of demonic. The concepts are direct and intuitive. Even if it means breaking, the blade cuts in a direct line, hungry to break through anything in its path. An explosion of destructive strength that is the foundation of the commander's swordsmanship. He embodies death itself. In contrast, Julius asked what Theo gleaned from the Plum Blossom's sword. He defined it as flashy and beautiful. Julius found the answer satisfactory. Lady Plum Blossom's sword holds the essence of life after all. She goes through the process of a seed germinating and growing into a flower, the purest depiction of life. It is slow and gentle, filled with infinite variations. It turns, bends, and adapts to the situation. It does not stop spreading out until it blooms. 2 of the 9 dragons showed Theo such widely different interpretations of martial theory. Seeing him deep in thought, Julius asked if life and death are separate interpretations with completely polar opposite definitions. One would assume that they are, but the commander hinted that this might not be the case. However, it wouldn't be fun if he just spoon-fed Theo the real answer. He dispelled his isolation zone and walked away. Before leaving, he tossed a book towards Theo. Written in its pages is an extensive debate that Commander Julius and Lady Osa had over the principles of the sword. But it seems like Theo had wound up becoming the disciple of both the sword dragon and the demon dragon. Of course, the debate took place, and the book was written on that fateful day in the White Dragon's nest. After writing the last word and closing the pages, Julius immediately pouted that he wouldn't be able to monopolize Theo's potential. Lady Plumblossom just wants the best for the boy, and the commander is not the type to deny that. Theo Ragnar has garnered expectations that rival other successor candidates. His talent is immense, and he's growing at an unprecedented rate. That means he will hit the wall that much faster. This book will help the kid overcome that wall in record time. Still, Julius has a nagging fear that Theo might become an enemy of the clan. People at the top know all too well that prodigies who grow rapidly like this often meet an unfortunate end one way or another. If history repeats itself once more, their teachings might return as blood spilled for the Ragnars. After hearing his fears, Lady Osa became certain of one thing. Commander Julius is indeed the right person to hold on to the book and watch over Theo. When the day comes that he is certain that the boy will remain untainted by greed, he can pass the teachings on to the young dragon. That day arrived sooner than anyone anticipated. The insights of the two dragons, who are said to be number 1 and 2 with the sword, are now in Theo's hands. He questioned if he truly deserved something this valuable. Julius had already assessed his worthiness and passed the test, so he gratefully accepted. Thinking back on it, his meteoric rise had only been possible thanks to a few people. They continued to help him unconditionally, propelling him to the top. From the Randon incident to now, Commander Julius had always been partial to him. For that, he promised to repay this debt one day. Actually, there is a way for Theo to repay that favor now, but it won't be pleasant at all. The demon dragon is aching for a duel. It's been a while since he found a fun new toy. Sure, the book will help, but the real painful lesson starts now. Evelyn averted her gaze from the sidelines, feeling sorry for her master. She made sure to lock the arena before leaving. She even chained the door up from the outside while repeatedly apologizing. The torture didn't stop until the sun rose, when the chains dropped and the gate opened. Evelyn saw the aftermath. Our lively young master looked like he had just experienced an entire war overnight. The commander definitely went a little overboard this time. More importantly, Evelyn took care of a task she was assigned to. She can find a key piece of the puzzle in the underground detention cell. They crippled and locked up the captain of the defeated Trovan squad. But he's not the type to spill the beans, no matter what torture method they choose to use. So, they just left him there to rot as Theo hatches a different approach. She whispered to Evelyn about the chain of events that will take place in the coming days. A few days later, Theo finally visited Plum Blossom Palace's training ground. In there, he politely greeted the Lady of Plum Blossoms. Osa Ragnar Plunus has been waiting for him after receiving the generous gift of insight. The book has been of great benefit to the young man already. To test that out, Lady Plum Blossom summoned one of the training swords into her hand. Holding a blade, the entire training ground was filled with the manifestation of her martial theory. She wants to continue teaching him about the building blocks of her technique that one might easily overlook. The root of swordsmanship itself. At the end of this session, she would love to discuss how to blossom life using a sword with the young man. For the second time, she formally asked Theo to become her official disciple. Before giving a definitive answer, he wants to ask a question first. He wants to know if she's speaking as the Heaven Dragon Swordmaster. Lady Osa was quite surprised. Not many know of her secret title after all. The Heaven Dragon Sword is a secret school that passes its teachings through only one disciple. Currently, she's the sole inheritor of this secretive legacy. Lady Plum Blossom could tell that the boy wanted to know her true intentions. She truthfully confessed that the offer doesn't come with any ulterior motives. From the full bloom of the plum blossoms to the Heaven Dragon Sword, she wants to pass everything in her arsenal to Theo. A few minutes later, Theo came out of the training ground after locking in a decision. While walking through the beautiful halls of the Plum Blossom Palace, he was surrounded by some flowery faction idiots. Theo wasn't the type to take disrespectful shit lying down, and these bastards are easily offended by his curt reply. They reckoned that Theo just got accepted as the Lady Plum Blossom's newest disciple, and they demanded respect as seniors. Theo was wondering what these dogs were barking about, but it was just an immature attempt at protecting their fragile egos. Nothing new. They're not even his direct superior officers, so ranks shouldn't matter. Still, these flowery mutts wanted to big dog the rising star of the clan for some clout, but they are gravely mistaken about something. He was offered to become Lady Plum Blossom's direct disciple, but he rejected it. When he was presented with the choice to accept two incredibly valuable legacies, he was naturally enticed to accept. But he wasn't clear why Lady Osa cherishes him so much when he hasn't done anything to benefit her. She confessed that there is no big reason or crafty scheme. Lady Osa wanted to help him out because Theo reminds her of a young Kyle. He looks and acts exactly like the clan head in his youth. He too used to chase his dreams and ideals relentlessly. Perhaps that man is still dreaming and chasing to this day. He was not allowed to despair. He worked hard to break through any trials and challenges on his own. Every day was an unending hardship. Despite that, Kyle Ragnar never once yielded or bent his principles. When Lady Osa sees Theo, she's reminded of the Kyle that she fell in love with. How can she stand by and remain still? Stepmom here can get it. Since she truthfully laid out her reasons, it's time for Theo to decide. Though it is an attractive offer, he chose to decline. Currently, he has too many teachers guiding him, including Lady Plum Blossom herself. A lot of people have thought of him in many ways. The demon dragon has taken him under his wing. His senior dragoons, Evelyn, Selford, and Aaron, continue guiding him every day. Even his friends and comrades, Remington, Hulkus, Erica, and the boys from Training Ground 4, made him the man that he is today. Hell, he would even add Axion and Ed Troyvon to the list of his teachers. Lady Osa wasn't expecting that last bit in particular. Everyone knows Theo's beef with the Troyvans, but the hardship those villains created is what built and pushed him to become the current him. His sword has learned and changed because of everyone who either loved or wronged him. For that same reason, he's not confident in upholding a school's tradition and passing it down to the next generation. Lady Plum Blossom understood what he was trying to say. Theo's sword is ever-changing and ungovernable. That is both endearing and regretful to hear. But even if he cannot be her direct disciple, he would gladly be her son. Lady Plum Blossom was moved by that sentiment. After he left, Osa Ragnar Plunus retreated to her leisurely wine time. She looked happier than ever. Her attendant noticed the significant improvement in her mood. The heavens decided that she would never bear a child of her own. And yet a boy like Theo promised to be her son. How could she not be delighted? Her attendant is happy just knowing that her master is happy. Lady Osa wants to thank Theo for finally making her a mother, so she intends to send a letter to her husband. She wants to advance Theo's promotion exam soon. Hearing this, the attendant advised her to pump the brakes a little. Theo is a rookie who just finished the awakening ceremony. Garnering even more attention at such a young age might expose him to more danger than he already is. But that's precisely the reason why Lady Osa wants to prop him up in a hurry. They need to help Theo ascend before the great winds that are on their way to Ragnar consume everything. This way, she can give her new son as much as she possibly can. Meanwhile, in the underground cell of the cavalry, their sole prisoner opened his eyes as the help he'd been waiting for finally arrived. That helps being an assassin sent by the Troyvans to cut every loose end. The captain willingly presented his neck, ready to finally die as his final service to the family. Before the blades of the assassin could draw his last breath, a harsh sword wind interrupted. Evelyn burst through the ceiling to apprehend the assailant. She's been waiting for this to happen for quite some time now. This was the trap the young master set from the start. With Evelyn's blade mastery, a lone assassin without the element of surprise was no match. The Troyvans never listed her down as a skilled threat, and they're about to pay for that. Though it's a shame that Captain Cedra cannot be taken out. Things will become worse if the cleanup guy is also caught. The assassin racked his brain for an escape plan, but Evelyn won't just let him waltz out of this dungeon so easily. Executing the secret technique of the God of Tempest, he summoned Whirling Squall, trapping the assailant. Within the limited walls of the dungeon, there wasn't much room to maneuver out of the way. At his wit's end, the assassin chose to just get rid of the evidence by detonating his mana haul as a last resort. Evelyn continued being a nuisance, not letting him get a sly technique off. She'd already seen this stunt once. It didn't work then, and it certainly won't work now. She handily subjugated the cleanup guy of the Trovan family. In the middle of an unknown woods was a secluded black site. Inside, operatives are discussing Evelyn's capture of the assassin who sneaked into the underground dungeon. They confirmed that he was affiliated with Serpent Season, a sub-organization of the Eastern elite clan, the Trovan family. Present in this discussion were Theo, Evelyn, Commander Julius, and a Black Snow operative. This incident confirms their suspicion that the cavalry has a mole in their midst. They are holding this important meeting at such a remote place to prevent any more intel from being leaked. According to Black Snow's information, Serpent Season is currently based out of an ancient castle in the Calhelm region. 3 hours from now, they will consider the mission a failure, burn any evidence, and run away. So they need to ambush that base, round up all their members, and extract information as well as evidence. This Black Snow operative reporting is Cleve, a Null Snow agent. Theo didn't think he would get to personally meet such a high-ranking operative so soon. Before concluding this brief and arranging the ambush, Commander Julius added one more thing to the agenda. This mission will also serve as a promotion exam for Theo Ragnar. Theo himself thought he had heard it wrong. He doesn't think he earned the qualifications for a promotion exam this soon. The commander agrees, so the difficulty of his promotion exam has been hammed up. Rising through the ranks. It's normal for the promotion difficulty to escalate. This time, the higher-ups are assigning a mission that can lead to a full-on civil war for a mid-rank swordsman promotion exam. The demon dragon was made aware that Theo orchestrated Evelyn's stakeout and capture op. It's only natural that he sees what he started through to the end. Even if he's an heir, it is disrespectful to plan things without discussing them with the commander. He must complete this integral mission flawlessly to get his promotion. Julius made Theo get it through his head that promotion to a mid-rank swordsman would earn him solo mission privileges. With the way things are going, this young man is becoming the center of attention in history. To give him more motivation, the system started the 4th scenario quest, a chance to clean up the dark ties of his previous life. Theo is pumped to uncover what's really happening under the hood of this rotting clan. With conviction, he vowed to complete this mission no matter what. With that being said, Operation Snake Cleanup has officially begun. Due to the possibility of a mole inside the cavalry, the mission was limited to just 3 people: Cleve, Theo, and Evelyn. As swordsmen, they should have the advantage in direct confrontation against these viperous assassins, but they are vastly outnumbered. Whatever the case, they must adapt and pull this off. Inside Serpent Season's HQ, the assassins just finished compiling every document linking them to the Troivans. While they were preparing in case of failure, a little orb-like gadget rolled its way inside. It was a smokescreen, a prelude for an ambush. Before they could move in response, heads flew and rolled onto the floor. Cleve is a null snow operative for a reason. Only one assassin survived but was badly injured, bleeding from a gaping neck wound. Cleve wasn't going to let an injured prey escape, so she doubled back. With that, her area was successfully cleared. She and Evelyn will confiscate the compiled documents while Theo is assigned to take the basement. He was quite impressed to see someone at such a high level in action. If the blueprints they got during the mission briefing are accurate, then the stairs to the basement must be close. Theo was careless. He was so focused on speed that he triggered a tripwire. This activated a trap that nearly pierced his eyes. If he didn't have the reflexes to dodge in time, he drew his sword and deflected the hidden flurry of stingers. Using hatchling synchro to read the area's information, the plethora of hidden tripwires and traps revealed themselves to his eyes. Aside from the fixed traps, there are plenty of men lying in wait for an ambush. To clear the nuisances out in one fell swoop, he retrieved multiple blades and charged them with his black lightning. His Thunder Dragon breathing dragon mark has been upgraded to become even more lethal than before. The poor saps lying in ambush were wiped out in a second. They were stabbed and fried at the same instant. With that out of the way, Theo easily bypassed the fixed traps and wires. The level of security was unusually tight in this area. That's a sign that something significant is hidden in the basement. When he finally reached the lowest level of the ancient castle, he was assaulted by the smell and sight of blood and gore. In their standing was a lone man wearing a red robe and hat, preaching about a sacred prayer time. The priest of blood doesn't appreciate the interruption to his crimson ceremony. Theo immediately clocked this man as a priest of the Holy Demon Church. This rotten church preaches a doctrine of an apocalypse that will engulf the world soon. They promise their followers that a savior will descend from the heavens. They are a cult that completely captured the ignorant masses with a promise of salvation. In a few years, they will spark the great war that would mark the empire's collapse. With his guard up, Theo used hatchling synchro on the unsettling priest. He saw a bloody aura fueled by a mysterious mana that doesn't follow the basic rules of the world flowing through a broken mind gate. This might be the so-called grace referred to by blood priests. Theo is considered a non-believer, and for that, he shall be given the honor of becoming a sacrifice for the one and only God. The blood priest closed the distance, trying to grab Theo with his blood-stained hands. He managed to parry the grab, but the unbelievable hardness of the priest's flesh was out of the ordinary. They exchanged more blows. Each of Theo's attacks was rendered useless. He could feel the weight behind every movement, one successful grapple, and he's done for. Finally, his sword was caught by the blood priest's bare hand. A full-powered swing was stopped so easily. With his blade out of the picture, the priest sent him careening towards the basement walls. Blood priests are supposed to be part of the bottom rung of the Holy Demon Church, yet they're already this powerful. Theo's options are limited. If he uses Tripe Dragon's Claw in this confined space, he'd get buried alive. But his mana-infused attacks are not working. What can he even do with his sword right now? Time slowed down and he remembered what the demon dragon taught him. Explosive and destructive strength signifying death itself. The sword dragon, on the other hand, taught him the beating root of swordsmanship. Life and death should not be interpreted as polar opposites. The crazy priest charged at him again, ready to bash his head and spill his blood. Theo clumsily got out of the way in the last second. He persistently avoided death blow after death blow, annoying the priest. It was then that he made a breakthrough in his martial theory. Life and death don't oppose each other. They are a natural cycle. Death awaits the end of life, and life blossoms using death as a catalyst. They might seem like two completely different powers, but they are one. Theo was so focused on applying his power too widely when attacking, gathering it into a single flash of light would be far more refined and devastating. Confident in his invulnerable skin, the priest took on Theo's next attack without fear. Theo tested his theory on the spot and learned Dragon Flash as a result. The priest chortled, unbothered by the louder sound the blade made. Then he started panicking when the skin he was so confident in was shredded to bits. The technique moved like it had a life of its own as it rampaged throughout the priest's body. And is Theo's turn to send the pale-ass bastard crashing towards the walls? The priest called him a seed of evil for attaining a breakthrough during slaughter, an existence that cannot be allowed to exist. Theo doesn't give a crap about his ominous yapping. He wants to throw hands. Gripping the blood priest's face tightly, he used hatchling synchro to peer through the lunatic's memories. This is his chance to figure out the source of this strange power that the Holy Demon Church wields. Theo felt his world swirl as his consciousness was sucked into another dimension. It was a familiar feeling, his soul floating through a vast expanse of infinite space. This is a completely different experience compared to the other times he tried reading memories. Then his system sent him a glitched-out message, a completely garbled mess of characters. As if it were overloading, it warned him that he was about to encounter an enemy who was at a far higher level. The user is strongly advised to run for his life, but where will he run? There is nothing but darkness in every direction. Then he heard a primal voice that shook his very being. The voice demanded to know who and what he was. Zooming out, the infinite darkness surrounding him was just a tiny part of an eye that belonged to a being beyond human comprehension. Theo is fucked. He just disturbed the sweet, sweet slumber of this universe's final boss. The god that the Holy Demon Church worships finally knows of his existence. Growing irritated by his lack of response, the god demanded an answer. Forced to confront the grace that the cultists keep on raving about, Theo was completely paralyzed. It was as if seeing through his very being that God had uttered his name, Theo Ragnar. In fact, this existence has been searching for him, or he is considered a blight to this plane of existence. The being's infinitely stretching body wriggled and reformed, surrounding Theo's soul. It bent, twisted, and squirmed into incomprehensible forms. As Theo's soul was being consumed, a golden light shone to shield him. An avatar of the ancient dragon, Lodbrok, tore through the fleshy form of the primordial god to break him out. Theo reveled at the sight of two beings far beyond his level facing off. Lodbrok sweetly referred to him as a significant other and gave him a stern warning that this thing is not a being he can face just yet. Even if he can reach Sigurd Ragnar's level, victory won't be guaranteed. For now, Lodbrok will take care of this cosmic disturbance, tail-slapping Theo's soul back to reality. He has many unanswered questions, but Theo was forced back to the bloody basement. The young man is still shivering from the ancient terror that tried to consume him. Lodbrok has been standing up against a thing like that for eons all by herself. While he was trying to process what he just experienced, the blood priest was crashing out. How could a non-believer like Theo be graced by the Lord's presence when someone like him, who dedicated a whole lifetime of devotion, has never received recognition? Theo finally finished the job and beheaded the bald bastard. That thing might be referred to as a god, but that's not his god. More importantly, he is now certain that the Holy Demon Church worships the nameless sovereign that Lord Brock once hinted at. Protecting the world from that presence had been her duty for a long time. Without her heart, Lodbrok won't last for more than 3 years, and in 5 years the Great War will break out. The death of the Guardian Dragon will be the beginning of the end. The rise of the Holy Demon cult spearheaded by Ed Troivin's rebellion. It's all connected. It makes sense now. Theo stumbled, his mind still scrambled from the out-of-body experience. Thankfully, Evelyn was there to lend her shoulder. Cleve was thoroughly impressed to find that the young master had taken out a blood priest on his own. Without achievement alone, he has proven himself enough to pass the promotion exam. After cleaning out every hostile threat in the castle, the trio was free to investigate the damning documents. Unfortunately, everything in writing can only be considered circumstantial evidence. Nothing works as a smoking gun to prosecute, so Theo brought out a familiar box he allegedly found tucked away in the basement. Evelyn immediately recognized it as the object she, Remington were tasked to collect before the awakening ceremony. Inside were secret trade logs between the Sari's Merchants Guild and the Troy Vans. She was impressed by her master's foresight to see this far out, revealing his cards at the perfect time. Cleve parsed through the logs and found formal trades with Ed Trovin, complete with official seals. With this, they can prove the Sky Dragon's treasonous machinations and the involvement of the Holy Demon Church. They now have sufficient evidence to take action against that bastard Ed. First, they will launch an immediate strike on the Sarah's Guild. It's finally time to correct history and crush Ed Troven. When the demon dragon received word of the rotten schemes of the sky dragon, he was unbearably livid. Even though they only have enough to point to him as a suspect, a more thorough investigation is required. Julius received the report from the mighty black dragon himself. When Robert Ragnar is directly involved, this case is practically past the stage of mere suspicion. With his influence, Robert must have been aware of this undercurrent long before, yet he let it happen. Steering the topic away from himself, the black dragon praised the Oragnar for killing a blood priest by himself. Robert argued that the boy's talent is far more suited to the Black Snow, and he must go to where he belongs. He has excellent perception and deduction. He could see the bigger picture using the tiniest clues. Even his methods greatly resemble a Black Snow operative. It's as if he were trained for it. Of course, Julius wasn't going to let his star rookie get poached by the shady black dragon. Osa already tried. Now Big Bro Robert is circling. Hearing Julius call him Big Bro made the black dragon nostalgic. Before they became who they are today, Kyle, Osa, Robert, and Julius were once sworn brothers and sisters. Julius could tell that this conniving bastard was just trying to tug at his heartstrings to get his hands on Theo. Still, Robert tried to insist that he's just a big brother trying to look after a little brother. Before leaving, he effortlessly swiped some of the commander's wine bottles and demanded something more expensive he could steal next time. Julius helplessly cursed Robert Ragnar as he cheerily hop-skipped his way into the shadows. The black dragon also came by to see if there was a mole in the cavalry. He's quite relieved to find that this place managed to stay free of the sky dragon's clutches. Walking to the door, Robert's physical form disintegrated, blown to dust by the wind. He's looking forward to witnessing the fall of the Sarah's Guild. Today of all days, the corrupt family is in the middle of a wedding ceremony. All the higher-ups were gathered at the central branch's wedding chapel. The groom, Navin Bacchus, formally introduced himself as the second son of the Bacchus clan. Quadrax Saris, guildmaster of the series Merchant Guild, requested the betrothal between the two families. His fourth daughter, Lily Saris, shall be the bridge between two powerful factions. With the matrimonial bond, the Saris family and the Bacchus clan shall now be connected by blood. Quadrax Eris could barely contain his greedy giddiness. With this marriage, he could finally obtain the name of an elite noble. This is just the beginning of his plans. He intends to make the Ragnars pay for looking down on him. Soon he will enact a great and bloody vengeance. While Quadrak the pig is feeling giddy, the patriarch of the Bacchus clan is seething. As one of Ragnar's 6 pillars, this is a humiliating union for them. Even so, they need the dowry from this marriage to save the family from dire financial straits. So the salty patriarch sent Navin an illegitimate child. The bastard could barely contain his amusement. He could tell that the geysers of his clan were boiling in anger. However, he doubts that these calculative merchants really intend to help his clan. Nevertheless, the Sarah's store is in line as collateral. Novin is hatching a plan of his own. He'll get rich by spilling blood. He's just here to see through the fall of a cursed family with utterly convincing acting skills. Navin vowed to treat his bride to be with utmost care and love. Much to his surprise, Lily Saris asked him to prove that he'd stand by his words. Sensing that she had a request in mind, he openly listened. He would love to be of assistance as long as it doesn't involve money. Just to piss the bald-ass patriarch, Nevin promised to hand over the Bacchus family seal. But Lily Sears doesn't give a damn about some random family seal. What she wants is the head of Theo Ragnar, the man who left her a grotesque scar from an amputated arm. Navin immediately thought that the bitch was crazy. She's asking him to assassinate a family heir in public. Quadrak immediately jumped in to shut his daughter up. But what Navin said afterwards was arguably crazier. He agreed to give what her young bride wants. He would love to lop Theo Ragnar's head off to seal this marriage. Outside the chapel, citizens of the central branch collectively looked up at the wyverns filling the skies. Arriving at their destination, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve ditched their ride to make a flashy landing, contrary to their last covert operation. This one is bold and public as they openly fly the banner of the Ragnar clan. From this point forward, they will be enforcing clan justice. Kleva announced the Sarah's merchant group's transgressions against the Ragnars, presenting the warrant to search and analyze any trace of treason. Those who interfere will be killed on the spot with no exceptions. She suggested that the culprits surrender peacefully and allow a thorough investigation to be conducted. Quadrak is well aware of the litany of his crimes, but he chose to appear strong. Cleve gave the criminals a countdown to peacefully exit the chapel. However, Quadrak argued that a small piece of paper can be easily fabricated and his family won't yield. He alleged that this was just a frame-up job, the authorities playing dirty. Quadrak maintained his firm stance that his family has unwavering loyalty to Ragnar, and to fight these unreasonable accusations he sent his soldiers forth to exterminate the law enforcers. He's looking so innocent right now, trapped and visibly associated with criminals. Patriarch Bacchus tried to wash his hands. Seeing that things were about to turn for the worse, he tried to dissolve the marriage agreement. The pig is not going to accept that after going this far. It's way too late. The enforcers already think the two families are bound by matrimony and working together. Quadret claimed that if the cavalry really had concrete proof, there wouldn't be just 3 people deployed, but a whole army that could cover the sky. Operating under that idea, the pig wants to borrow the blades of the Bacchus clan to break through and escape. Interrupting the discussion between two family heads, Navin calmly joined in the fun. He sees this development as merely a chance to bring his wedding present to the bride. Much to the patriarch's disapproval, Navin drew his blade, parkoured through the city, and aimed to mess with the law enforcement. The moment he picked up the sword, the Bacchus house had become Asura's accomplice. Working with the cards he was dealt, Baldi ordered his men to follow and assist Navin. Meanwhile, our trio has been surrounded by city guards, encircled by spears. Cleve solemnly gave the poor civilians one last warning to move away before her hand was forced to execute everyone for treason. Then Navin jumped in the middle of the trio, stealing the show away from everyone. He muttered how the people of Ragnar always jump at the threat of execution at the first chance to do so. Theo and Evelyn were taken aback. This guy is bad news. With a circular slash, he made the 3 scatter and jump, forcing them to defend. This is Navin's greeting to Ragnar's entourage, especially to the young master Theo. Our boy was stun-locked. He knew Navin Bacchus. In the future, everyone will. During the Great War, he was a force of nature who brought chaos to Ragnar. He married into the Saris merchant group and worked alongside Ed Trovan on the front lines. He was hailed as Ghost Sword Novin, and he wants to behead Theo for some reason. Ignoring the ladies, Ghost Sword focused solely on killing the Ragnar heir. Theo's mind is working overtime. If he can make use of information from his past life, this encounter could become a chance to get a tremendous boost in power. So, he called Iso on Navin, telling the ladies to go ahead with the mission as he soloed the eccentric swordsman. Evelyn was reluctant to accept, but Cleve agreed with Theo's call. Those series crooks must be destroying evidence right about now. They must trust in Theo's capability to hold off a monster. Often playfully warned the young master that even though he might not look like it, he's actually pretty strong. Theo amusedly matched his freak. Before they resumed crossing swords, the young master wanted to ask one question, and Navin obliged. He asked if Navin was committing a clear act of treason to ruin the Bacchus family and avenge his poor mother. The ghost sword tightened its grip on its sword. Theo just brought up a very annoying memory he'd rather not think about. Now he has one more reason to take the young man's head. Instead of acting hostile, Theo asked Navan to listen to his proposal. He would love to offer his help and kickstart the downfall of the rotten Bacchus family. The system prompted a hidden recruit quest, turning Ghost Sword Navin into an ally. He needs Naruto's Talk no Jutsu for real. Navin Bacchus was an anomaly. He was his family's unofficial strongest sword. He didn't receive proper recognition from his own family, despite having abilities comparable to the legendary Thorkel Ragnar, all because he was an illegitimate child born in a brothel. Instead of pride, his exceptional talent brought his mother grief that she couldn't carry. As a young boy, Navan watched his mom take her own life. From then on, he lived his life with a burning hatred towards his own family. Theo can make use of this fact to bring a valuable comrade to his side. Unfortunately, Theo underestimated Navin's displeasure at talking about his mom. He was forced to receive another lethal attack from the ghost sword, and it almost knocked his socks off. Novin doesn't see any reason to accept such an offer from a stranger. He believes that the Bacchus family is going on a downward trajectory, even without working with some hotshot punk. That might be true, but going down the route of inaction will result in Navin going down with the family he loathes so much. Well, that's a useless worry. Navan doesn't have any regrets or prospects in life anyway. But Theo knows that this man is only talking pessimistically because of his ether fever. Navan has an illness. His young and frail body couldn't bear the sheer weight of his talent. Of course, ether fever could be cured with intensive treatment in the early stages. Navan already missed that critical window and he is living on borrowed time. His dumbass family just did him dirty since day one. Right now, he only has about 5 years of miserable existence left. Candidly, he's impressed that a noble young master would dig so much dirt from his past. With all that being said, Novin is still not swayed. The end of Bacchus is coming, and Novin will sink with them. Smiling smugly, Theo asked if his mind would change if he had the cure. For the first time, Navin looked shaken, as he retorted that there was no possible cure for ether fever. Technically, Navin wasn't wrong, but in the past life, the cure was found and made public. Like some sort of twisted joke, it was discovered days after the ghost sword's death. As of now, Theo might be the only one who knows of the cure's existence. With utmost confidence, he assured Navin that they could get rid of that pesky ether fever, 100%. As established, the rotten family will burn to the ground no matter what. But if Navin takes Theo's hand, he can live on as someone important, and leave a positive impact on the world as a hero who aided the Ragnar family. All he has to do is trust and take the leap of faith. Closer to the chapel, city guards have set up defensive measures to slow down Evelyn and Agent Cleve. Of course, these mortal contraptions were useless against fighters at their levels. More than anything, deflecting arrows was just an annoying chore. From afar, they saw that Theo and Navin had completely stopped fighting and were talking about something instead. Cleve is growing impatient. She wants to get this over with and just kill every hostile presence around. The only thing holding her back was her boss's order to prioritize analyzing Theo Ragnar's potential for recruitment. The Black Dragon wanted more data about the boy's true capabilities. One of Black Snow's main missions is to accurately evaluate individuals who will lead the future of Ragnar. A Null Snow like Cleve must keep that in mind in this operation. Before heading out, she wanted to know at what point she could finally lift the limit. Since the demonic cult has been added to the mix, Cleve shall be unleashed if someone at the level of bishop and above appears. Like a good soldier, Cleve behaved and limited her involvement, albeit begrudgingly. Only worry about this setup is the delay. If the mission stretches too long, she will be forced to work unpaid overtime. While she was lost in thought, Navin Bacchus surprisingly jumped to their side. Evelyn looked around, worried that young Master Theo had fallen. She was mistaken, of course. Navin and Theo are buddies now. After that brief conversation in the middle of clashing blades, Navin Bacchus had switched sides. It's a lot more reassuring to have him as a friend instead of a foe. Hell, he even apologized to the ladies for his discourtesy earlier. After all, they'll be advancing on the same side, and they shouldn't harbor ill will towards each other. Theo's hidden quest had been successfully cleared. Navin immediately proved himself useful to the cause as he went on demon time, untouched by ordinary defensive measures. He took to the skies with a single leap, and the poor soldiers thought he'd be vulnerable in midair, annoyed by their silly wooden contractions. Novin sliced through rows of anti-siege equipment like a breeze. Those who dared to stand near the contraptions were also punished with a gruesome death. While Navin was going on a bloody rampage, the bald patriarch reprimanded the illegitimate sword for turning the blade on his own family. Govin scoffed at the mention of family. Hearing it from this asshole's mouth makes his blood boil. He finally did what he's been wanting to do all these years and cut the blathering patriarch in half, cracking that bald head like fresh fruit. Evelyn was in awe. That man really lives up to his reputation of being equal to young Lord Thorkel. The video urged the ladies to capitalize on Navan's rampage and push forward. Now they have a clear path to capture that pig Quadrak series. Speaking of the devil, Quadrak has stressed the fuck out upon hearing reports of their defenses being rendered useless. Now he's finally considering getting rid of documents that could be used as evidence against his guild. One of his attendants advised him to start by burning papers related to the Troy vans. The pig crazily opposed the idea. No one is touching those documents but him. The scared attendant is just trying to think rationally and reduce unnecessary casualties in the future. Quadrak doesn't want to hear rational voices. If the Trojan link burns, how will he get the money he invested in them? He's not the type to give up on every penny he could squeeze, even if the law is knocking on his door. Another presence in the room insulted Quadrak for being a pathetic mortal drunk on salacious greed. The pig's eyes lit up. The only man who could help him deal with the cavalry just came in time. Outside, the four-man party's momentum was impossible to stop as they left a trail of corpses at every turn. Theo paused his relentless run when he saw the crowd walking out of the door, led by a representative of the Holy Demon Church. Hundreds of hooded believers lined up outside the chapel to put what they learned from their god into action. Quadrak is thanking the devils, they sending him a bishop from the demonic cult. Since these freaks are also linked with the Troivans, perhaps they might lend some help. The bishop agreed to give some assistance, given that the pig might be of use on the Day of Judgment. When asked to hand over the Trovan documents, Quadrat clamped up once more. His obsession with riches is putting the bigger picture at risk. Some violence was necessary to correct that. The bishop doesn't have the patience to pacify an arrogant and foolish man, a wretched non-believer to add. So the bishop ordered the death of Quadrak. They have no need for his money anymore anyway. As his neck was being wrangled, the pig managed to utter a sincere apology. He admitted that he was being way too rude earlier. He added that his death would only complicate the link with the Troivans. Quadrak might be a greedy pig, but he knows how to stay alive. The bishop gave him one more chance to burn the evidence. Been warned that running away is not an option. Their lord is watching over everything. Quadrak hobbled over to the basement door, afraid that the bishop might change his mind. Outside, Theo's party is about to experience a welcome party courtesy of the Blood Bishop. The believers spread out for the time has come to carry out the holy war. The sickly bishop of the demonic cult preached about the descent of their god, bathed in blood, and the brainwashed fanatics echoed his insane ramblings. There were only 4 fighters on Theo's side, including himself. They are up against an entire army of cultists. They already expected some demonic cult involvement in this case, but it's a surprise to see a bishop this soon. Seeing the dead and emotionless eyes of the cultists through their red hoods, Theo did not hesitate to mow them down and cut a path through the crowd. These lunatics weren't concerned about their well-being. They are single-mindedly going for attacks at the cost of their lives. Even Evelyn and Novin, two experienced fighters in their own right, were freaked out by the stampede of cultists. Cleve, on the other hand, stayed in the flank, thanking her lucky stars for the fact that a bishop really did come out. It'll be more troublesome, but at least she can finally go all out. She drew her dual blades, dying to cut through swaths of demonic worshippers. Just when Theo was feeling stuck and the momentum halted, Leva joined the fray with a bloody display of her blade dance. From now on, she's done analyzing. She will take the lead. To punish those who stand in Ragnar's way, she is willing to destroy this whole city with her own hands. Before she goes on a killing frenzy, Theo reminds the Null Snow operative that they came here to collect evidence before they get destroyed. Clevis scoffed at his tunnel vision, now that the demonic cult had openly displayed itself in public. No further evidence is needed. Theo begged to differ. He argued that they need something concrete now, more than ever. If the demonic church cares deeply enough to deploy a bishop, then there must be something inside the chapel that they can't afford to lose. Cleaver relented and asked for Theo's next course of action. Right now, all they need to prioritize is breaking through the Crimson Mass's speedrun style. Theo's plan to do so involves linking his lightning gate to Hatchling Synchro for expanded range. At the same time, he pushed his mind gate to the limit and map-hacked the surrounding terrain. Cleva was curious to see what Theo would do, so she took a step back. Seeing her slow down a little, a blood priest jumped into action with a sneak attack attempt. Cleve swiftly turned around and turned the pathetic Musley preacher into minced meat. Theo will now secure the evidence while the rest of the gang takes care of the cultists. After mapping the terrain, the young master figured out the optimal route into the chapel. He tried crowd-surfing through the sea of fanatics and felt as though there was no end to their numbers. A tidal wave of brainwashed believers awaits, directly assisting him in wiping out the dirt from his optimal path. Evelyn and Navin worked in conjunction with each other to clear the way. Hearing Navin sucking up to her lord, Evelyn's competitive spirit was stoked. Theo never stopped his advance. Now he's using the lightning daggers as a foothold through expert usage of psychokinesis. He named the technique Lightning Dragon Rapid Protection, Dragon Gate. Theo reckoned that the task of destroying evidence must have been entrusted to the High Commander, Quadrax Ceres. After a cursory sweep through the walls of the chapel, he easily pinpointed the pig's location. The fourth scenario quest shall continue. Back in the front lines, Evelyn and Navin have formed quite a deadly duo. Ever so arrogant, the Ghost Sword introduced himself as Lord Theo's new first sword. Judging by her reaction, he could tell that Evelyn took offense at his claiming the title. He would only relegate himself to second sword if that Null Snow Girl was the competition. Against Evelyn, Navin Bacchus believes he's a lot better than her. To prove that he is, he masterfully dispatched a few cultists trying to sneak up on the distracted Evelyn. Since they're on the same side now, there's no reason to quarrel. They could just figure out who becomes Theo's first sword based on who kills more believers. Evelyn is a by-the-book kind of gal, so she refused to participate in trivial competitions. When Navin called her a scaredy cat afraid to lose, she almost erupted. In response to Navin's challenge, Evelyn forcefully stole a kill from the Ghost Sword's grasp. Evelyn's method was brutal and decisive. Novin realized that he might have bitten off more than he could chew. Equipped with the Tempest God's legacy, Evelyn is determined to prove her worth as Theo Ragnar's first sword. Niven was quite excited to have found a suitable competitor in the middle of a bloody battlefield. Inside the chapel, the pig is hobbling his way deeper and deeper down to the lowest underground floor. He grabbed torches and broke some locks before arriving at the most secure room in the place. In the middle was a chest containing documents that could bring down empires. Quadrak only sees them as paperwork to score more Trovan money. If he burns these, he might escape being charged with treason to some degree. Even so, his greed did not permit him to drop the torch on his supposed payday. He had already sunk so much money into the Sky Dragon's plans. He can't stomach the loss and revenue that burning the documents would bring. Then he remembered the bishop's threats. He knows that freak wasn't fucking around. Money is good, but he'd rather keep his life. Quadrak dropped the torch, speeding like a dark lightning strike. Theo arrived just in time to prevent the destruction of valuable evidence. Quadrak saw Theo Ragnar and went through the whole spectrum of emotions. Looking like a harbinger of death, Theo has come to take more than just the arms of the pig's daughter. Naturally, the corrupted but resilient businessman realized his predicament and tried to beg for mercy. Theo wasn't having any of his empty words. His electric energy filled the small room. Quadrax Eris was sentenced to death for rebelling against the Ragnar clan. With the fat ass out of the way, Theo's fourth scenario quest, Ties of Evil from a Past Life, has been marked as complete. Scouring the paperwork, he just couldn't see how these documents made it worth mobilizing the demonic cult and a bishop. The secret ledger he gave Cleve is already enough to sentence Ed Troven. Even so, he believes that the Sky Dragon is just a tale that the Troven clan would gladly cut off for survival. Theo wants a complete victory over that traitorous clan. With an entire library's worth of evidence, the entire Trojan clan can be implicated. It's hard to gather which of these thousands of pages is more important than the others. For some reason, call it instinct, one book caught his eye. It was labeled the Rose Palace Investigation Report. Detailed in those pages were detailed accounts of information pertaining to primordial dragon relics, handwritten by Ed Troven himself. In there, Theo read that the Sky Dragon had acquired 2 relics so far, and deduced that another one is in the Rose Palace, Theo's former home. It finally clicked. The discrimination, false accusations, and his miserable ending happened for a reason in his past life. In this book, orders were given to remove Cecilia and Theo Ragnar from the picture. All this just because of a relic that might exist. The young dragon's hatred for Ed Troven had never reached these heights before. He ripped the pages that mentioned his and his mom's names out of the perturbing book. Theo had to force himself to calm down and center himself, refocusing on the mission at hand. To enact his final revenge, there are 2 things in this secret stash that would bring a great deal of pain to the Troivans. They were stupid enough to hide the relics they acquired with great effort in the same place. 2 other relics of the primordial dragon in cube form have found themselves in Theo's possession. Back outside, Navin and Evelyn are holding strong against the horde of blood cult fanatics. She chose this moment to reminisce about the past. 7 years ago, she witnessed Navan play second in the blooming ceremony and then vanish into obscurity. He was just honored to be remembered by someone, but now is not the time to ponder such things. After all, with his kill count, he's in the lead to snag the title of Lord Theo's first sword. To wipe the cocky grin from his face, Evelyn summoned wind blasts derived from the wind thunder god technique. With one wide-reaching attack, she brought back the competition to a tie. Interrupting their friendly competition, the bishop's right-hand man snuck up on Novin. He almost got pulverized but managed to stumble away in the last second. Holding a mighty axe, the cultist refused to let his great god's plan be disturbed. Navin and Evelyn arrived at a consensus. The winner of their competition shall be decided by who kills this freak. Evelyn, empowered by the Wind Baron's legacy, and Navin, the forgotten genius, greedily went in for the instant kill. Before a winner could be crowned, Salford and his wyvern partner crashed into the party by crushing the enemy. Under the tight grip of a giant wyvern, Mr. Right-Hand Man growled in agony. Salford was extremely pleased with his badass entrance. Instead of praise, he only garnered hostile looks from Evelyn and Navin. With their prey stolen, the 2 monsters erupted in anger. Following Salford was the rest of the white-armored dragon cavalry's 5th platoon. They were notified of the collaboration between the demonic cult and the Ceres Merchant Guild, were hastily deployed. The central square of the Ceres territory turned into a war zone between dragoons and cultists. With the involvement of bloodthirsty wyverns, the numerical advantage of the fanatics was rendered useless. While his people were dying by the dozens, the bishop was praying for the new sun to rise in the blood-red sky and for the end of times to come. The freak preached his twisted gospel while Cleve sat nearby to catch her breath. She deserved to have a little break after going all out for once. The Null Snow operative completely crippled the bishop while no one was watching, driving the fool to insanity. With the cavalry's arrival, it only took a few hours to clear out the gunk and restore peace in the region. Now, everyone, including Evelyn, was relegated to doing the paperwork for the citizens who were affected by the short-lived war. The dragoons who were heroically cleaving cultists down just a moment ago would rather go back to killing, instead of doing this mind-numbing desk job. Everyone felt like they were being tortured except for Erika Lanka. She might look like a savage, but she's surprisingly organized. Her brother Holkus was also enjoying his task of compensating those who sustained property damage. Evelyn, on the other hand, is nearing her breaking point. Everyone kept on approaching her for help with their assigned task. It was driving her nuts. When she finally snapped, she tossed her subordinates away, generating a whirling storm. While the cavalry was stuck doing administrative work, Cleve and Theo had convened to compile the mountains of evidence they saved. From the traces of Ragnar's relics to detailed plans for treason, it was all recorded. For his indispensable work in this operation, Cleve was the first to congratulate Theo for reaching the intermediate rank. She also regarded him as someone who would flourish in Black Snow. Theo awkwardly tried to skirt away from the subject of being recruited by the Black Dragon. Cleve has one more piece of good news. The operation to capture the Sky Dragon had started. The ledger from last time was deemed enough proof to start the hunt. That means the elite arrest team of Black Snow has stepped up and is on its way to the capital now. Before they could even celebrate the good news, a messenger barged into the temporary camp with an urgent update. The elite arrest team was given a rude awakening. Ed Trovan has been hiding his true power level. Now that he has no more reason to hide in the shadows, the Sky Dragon is finally letting loose. He's well aware that showing all his cards at this juncture wasn't the smartest move. But by stacking bodies along his path, he could cripple the Black Snow a decent bit. Ed Trovan congratulated Theo Ragnar for forcing him into a desperate position. The Camellia Palace, Axion, the Dragonslayer sword, and now the Ceres Guild. Everything Ed meticulously prepared was lost thanks to that imbecile. Ed Trovan is finally hitting that insane anime pose, his sanity slipping away after catching L after L. But he's a hater by heart. He'll let Theo celebrate for a while, but the Trovan plan still continues. The Dragonslayer sword was lost, but Ed successfully secured a contingent replacement. And now he's headed back to his father to call on something that could turn the tide back in his favor. With the serious debacle settled, Theo can finally go back home to the Camellia Palace. The palace seemed incredibly busy, with many nobles getting their fittings. Curson looked around the place and was taken aback by the chaos. A cursory walk around the palace was like marching through a battlefield. She would have gotten lost if her daughter hadn't found her in the middle of all the garment cutters. Cecilia excitedly explained that she's opening a new business, a high-end brand that uses luxurious fabrics and jewels. She went on to yap about the intricacies of the business, and Curson absent-mindedly listened. The elf mother was way too distracted by her daughter's smile and enthusiasm to catch any relevant details. Her happiness makes Cecilia even more beautiful than any jewel in this estate. Person actually came by to deliver news in person. Some whispers about the Rose Palace reached her ears. Cecilia's anxious mind immediately jumped to the worst-case scenario, asking if her son was all right. Seeing her daughter go from joyful to an anxious wreck broke Curson's heart. So, she assured Cecilia that she came with the opposite of bad news. Amel, that vile woman, was found dead alongside her entire camp. Their heads adorned the walls of Rose Palace. Cecilia felt as though the weight of the world was finally lifted off her shoulders. She's more than relieved to know that it's finally over. All this time she never showed it, but every waking moment felt like walking on top of knives. She was framed, blamed, threatened, and suffered through assassination attempts because of that vile Amel. She couldn't turn to anyone for fear of her son being implicated. With the death of that rotten mistress, her suffering is finally over. While Theo Ragnar was in recovery, the political landscape of the world had undergone a drastic change. It was a change paved by blood and death. Heads rolled and strongholds were painted crimson. The Trojan family refused to respond to the Draker family's summons and appeal within a set period of time. It was a declaration of war. Tonight, the Nine Dragons Council Chamber convened for an emergency meeting. They underestimated Ed Troivan's cunning. That man has been working on his master plan for quite a while now. They think the suspicious movements of the warlords reigning over the northern continent must be connected. Some of the more traditional chamber members refuse to engage in the Trovan issue. They think the warlord gathering up north is nothing to worry about. They were more concerned with filling up the empty seat left by the Sky Dragon. Although the family head is keeping silent for now, some of the elders are itching to discuss the matter of succession that has been dragging on for far too long. Surprisingly, the Black Dragon asserted that this is the perfect time to seriously consider who their next leader will be. If conflict breaks out among the heirs right before a full-blown war, it would be disastrous. He's trying to minimize the variables that may come with war, but the old heads called him blasphemous. Thankfully, one of the Nine Dragons commanded the room to calm down. He believes that a proper gathering of all parties concerned is needed, and he'll work on it immediately. He already has an upcoming suitable event lined up to explore this idea a little. They can decide what issue to focus on after seeing it for themselves. Meanwhile, Theo had been cooped up in Lodbrok's lair. He's been recovering from being dog-walked by his father nicely. Devoid of any outside influences, he sharpens his blade. The scars of the Patriarch's wrath were still fresh and visible, but he's in the best shape he's ever been in. His movements were crisp and quick, with precise attacks. He extinguished the neatly arranged formation of candlesticks. Physically, he was as sharp as his relic blade. Mentally, he was struggling. The voices that drove his grandfather mad kept on intruding into his mind. They maliciously filled his head with thoughts of killing everyone and taking everything. The voices are pushing him to follow his basest desires and to cleave down whoever stands in the way. After his schizophrenic workout, this dude had the audacity to flex his perfect physique. He's built like a dragon-slaying supermodel. After putting his sword down, a familiar voice asked if the voices were weighing him down. Guardian Dragon Lodbrok popped out to muse about the lingering grudge of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Knowing that he can trust Dragon Mommy, he admitted that the voices have been bothersome. Even though quite some time had already passed since he received the half-sword, the lingering grudge is persistent with its interferences. It's not at an unbearable level yet, but the fact that it belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor is a real cause for concern. But it's not all bad. Thanks to it, he was able to glimpse into the Emperor's realm. Lodbrok understands what he's going through. She could never forget that man's name if she wanted to. He was the one who stole her heart after all. She had told Theo this story before. That's also why he's even more conflicted. It's a mystery why his dad spared his life and bestowed him a weapon. Sensing that Theo was getting ahead of himself again, Lodbrok reminded him to be patient. If they rush too much, he'll just face something beyond his ability, like last time. They have time. Thanks to the High Priest who treated Theo immediately, his severed arm was put back in place without any problem. Just to make sure that it was done right, Lodbrok gave him an up-close and personal checkup. Once she was satisfied with the in-depth checkup, she shooed Theo away for the day. She sensed that someone else was looking for him. Before going, Lodbrok gave him a stern warning to stop messing up her nest every time he came over to swing his blade. One makes the mess, another has to clean. That had been their routine. As soon as he returned to Camellia Palace, he was greeted by a familiar face he hadn't seen in a while. The one looking for him was one of his fanboys, Sybil Drea. He excitedly hand-delivered an important message for his young lord, an invitation. As the letter states, the Daffodil Palace kindly invites Theo Ragnar to a banquet in celebration of Lady Ray Ragnar's 18th birthday. Sybil admonished that this was an odd event. A banquet for Lady Ray's birthday, with war at their doorstep, seems out of touch. Judging by the murmurs around the event, it's going to be a grand affair too. Theo sees it differently. This event must be grand precisely because they are in tumultuous times. Troiven's betrayal has thrown the family's internal balance into utter chaos. Instead of Axion, who was being groomed by the Sky Dragon, Theo clinched the spot of the 6th successor. To make matters worse, one of the 9 dragons pulled the wool over everyone's eyes with his treasonous moves. Now there's a power vacuum in the chamber. The upcoming banquet is not a simple birthday party full of merriment. It is a performance to show outside powers that the Ragnar clan still stands strong and unbothered. It's also a platform for the successors and their backers to size each other up. Sybil was amazed at his young lord's discernment. He was hyped to hear that his idol was about to take center stage in such an important affair. If those old heads are so eager to see what he's made of, Theo would gladly put on a show. The Daffodil Palace is coldly beautiful at this time of the year. Inside the giant palace was a spacious banquet hall that hosted every affluent family connected to Ragnar in some way. The nobles drank their expensive wine, ate their fancy food, and mingled with their peers. When the new heir walked in, everyone stopped sipping, chewing, and gossiping. All eyes were on the newly minted succession candidate. Young Lord Theo Ragnar commanded everyone's attention with his dark winter gear and sharp gaze. The drip was simply immaculate. He scanned the banquet hall and made sure that everyone was paying attention. Naturally, everyone was aware that the birthday celebration was just a pretext. All these nobles came to see the new heir in line for the throne. Naturally, Theo wants to leave a strong impression. The man who walked in right after his arrival might make that a lot easier. Theo heard light and confident steps approaching from behind. A man spoke up about him, causing quite the stir. Navin Bacchus offered proper salutations and respectfully referred to Theo as his lord. He made sure that everyone in this joint heard him loud and clear. Theo lit up at the sight of his buddy. He almost didn't recognize the rascal. Even on his sham wedding day, he didn't shave his beard, yet here he is, clean-shaven. The nosy nobles discussed among themselves. They all heard about the Bacchus family purge and the rise of the sole survivor as the new family head. Even though the Bacchus clan had collapsed, they're still one of the 6 pillars. Hearing the new family head address the 6th successor as lord caused the stir Theo was expecting. All it took was a well-timed entrance and a few words to set the mood. Just when Theo was about to share the next step with Novin, a man built like an absolute tank snuck up behind him without getting noticed. Theo and Navin's instincts immediately kicked in upon sensing a mortal threat. The big man lowered the intensity of his sheer presence and properly introduced himself. With a smile, he casually mentioned that he's the 5th successor. Theo was thrown off his game a little. The beast approached him sooner than he thought. This is the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry in Theo's competition, Thorkel Ragnar. Towering over Theo's frame, Thorkel magnanimously offered his hand a shake. At last, 2 of the latest successors have met. Every noble present held their breath. The former leading heir and the newly risen successor. We will come out on top when all is said and done. With a disarming and charming smile, Thorkel assured Theo that there's no need to be so guarded. He just came to meet the rising star everyone's been talking about. He even laughed and expressed his relief that the childish action got slimed and a more fitting candidate received the Patriarch's blessing. His words were casual and believable, but Theo remained cautious. In Ragnar, where only the strong are respected, only a fool would wholeheartedly welcome a rival with joy. With utmost caution, he took Thorkel's hand for a respectful shake. He gave some platitude about how big an honor it is to meet the famed commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, and made sure to mention that he's part of the White Dragon squad himself. Thorkel was amused by the kid's subtle use of words to draw the line between them. Tightening his death grip, Thorkel ramped his aura up, wrapping Theo with suffocating force. He demonstrated the gap between them by making the family's youngest hotshot kneel on one knee while framing it as a proper display of etiquette to everyone watching. Thorkel urged the kneeling Theo to be at ease and call him Big Brother from now on. Now this is how a Ragnar heir truly moves. They are devious and unfathomably strong. But when it comes to a contest of strength, Theo won't just lie down like a loser. Much to Thorkel's surprise, Lil Bro actually has the juice to counteract his smothering aura. Back on his feet and putting up a decent fight, Theo gladly referred to Thorkel as brother. On the other side of the banquet hall, the Lunky siblings had just arrived, and Holkus was already complaining about having to wear a suit to a formal gathering. His sister is trying her hardest to rehabilitate their family name, known for being a bunch of barbarians, and he's not making it easy. While Holkus was melting in discomfort, another familiar face walked into the grand hall. Remington Narcio, the Silver Lion, strolled in to greet his old comrades. The pretty boy of the West had made quite a name for himself over the past few months. People are saying that he's giving the Ascendant Dragon a run for his money. Remington has not changed at all. He is still the humble knight. He just made the trip all the way up north to catch up with Lord Theo and to ask about how the white-armored dragon cavalry is doing. Imagine how awkward he felt when the birthday girl happened to overhear his words. The Silver Lion looked like a guilty kitty as he profusely apologized to Lady Ray. She just laughed it off. Ray knows what this gathering really is for. Suddenly, they felt the aura showdown happening in the heart of the party. Two distinct powers clashed in the middle of the massive event space. The Hounds of the North immediately knew that Theo must be somehow involved in this mess. There's no one better when it comes to causing a scene than that guy. On the surface, Theo and Thorkel were just sizing each other up with a polite handshake, but no one dared to get too close. Their auras swirled around and vied for supremacy, while the guests maintained their distance. Eventually, Thorkel pulled his hand away and laughed. He jokingly admitted that he's no match for his little bro and surrendered. Matching his casual attitude, Theo insisted that he only won because Big Bro let him. Thorkel mused that too much modesty can be seen as somewhat insulting to an opponent. But his surrender just now was sincere. He reckoned that if they faced each other at the same age, it would be a one-sided contest. Theo recognized the high praise coming from the most decorated young genius in the clan's recent history. Seeing such an interesting, magnificent little brother genuinely fills Thorkel with joy. He turned to the nobles, cautiously watching from a distance, and urged everyone to raise a glass to the newly rising star of Ragnar. With the merriment resumed, Thorkel asked his little bro if the debut for the new successor he set up was satisfactory. Theo gave his thanks. He swiftly picked up that Thorkel was not only strong, but he was also a shrewd one. The praises and the lackadaisical attitude are just a front. By showcasing his martial prowess, he solidifies his own position. By acknowledging the newly minted rival, he wins the favor of the crowd. Because of that, the atmosphere Theo was trying to go for with Navin was overshadowed by a bigger stunt. He easily shifted the public's opinion to his side. Thorkel Ragnar might look like a roided-up bodybuilder with a sociable exterior, but he is a ruthless opponent who can see the race to the throne through multiple angles. After that pissing contest with his big brother, Theo was surrounded by his batchmates. They shared wine and laughed the night away. Unbeknownst to him, a lot of eligible noble women had just placed him on top of their bachelor list to go for. While everyone was having fun and socializing, there was a boomer seething while watching from upstairs. The elder dragon thought he could use a half-breed's foul behavior to kick him out of this place. If that clueless fool Thorkel hadn't interrupted, he could have made this party all about his old ass and his agenda. He cannot stomach the fact that a mere bastard is running around and stirring up the hierarchy in the family's affairs all willy-nilly. Since he could not go after the big fish, he looked for something to mess with. This fossil is just bored. He saw Captain Evelyn Naravel having fun and drinking with her peers, and the elder dragon's hateful gaze lingered. He thinks it's up to him to judge whether people should be allowed in this place or not. Evelyn ditched her usual armor and put on an absolutely stunning dress that accentuated her beauty. Her comrades were showering her with compliments. They almost never see their captain out of uniform, after all. She's not exactly used to being called cute, so every cell in her body was telling her to get out of the dress and put the armor back on. Tonight was supposed to be a time to celebrate and unwind, yet some bastard had the gall to throw a glass of wine on Evelyn's head, soaking her dress and staining her skin. As soon as he heard that hateful voice, deep-seated trauma reared its ugly head. The elder dragon strutted closer to her like he owned the damned palace. Evelyn shivered and subconsciously shivered in fear. The old bastard asked her where she got the balls to crawl out of her hole and interact with nobility. Evelyn's comrade bravely spoke up for the captain. Even if this man is one of the 9 dragons, this kind of inhumane treatment is simply unacceptable. Evelyn held Erin back before she did something she'd regret, for her sake. They must not mess with one of the highest-ranking douchebags in the clan. Evelyn was trying her hardest to contain her anger and fear. It was evident in her wine-soaked face. This is Erin's first time seeing the captain so terrified. She wondered what could have possibly happened between her and the Elder. The Elder Dragon towered over the ladies and reminded Evelyn about his warning to never appear before her ever again. His hateful eyes caught a glimpse of shiny luster hidden by an ornate scarf. Without hesitation, he grabbed onto her prosthetic arm and yanked it to pieces. With no remorse, the Elder Dragon casually destroyed the gift that the young lord had thoughtfully given Evelyn. He then tossed the shattered piece of metal like it was trash. The freak called it a toy pinned on a useless hunk of meat. In his perspective, trash should live like trash, crushed on the floor. He then gave Evelyn one last warning to get the hell out of this place before he tears her to shreds. Not wanting to cause any more trouble, she sucked it up and fled. Seeing her run away like a scared little girl thoroughly amused the Elder Dragon. He joked that the stench was finally starting to fade. Aaron threatened to report this unjust incident to the Office of the Law, and the old fart just looked at her like a crazy person. If she really wants to snitch, she can do as she pleases. She's bound to realize what Ragnar's survival of the fittest truly means if she goes down that route. Evelyn ran and ran like her life depended on it. Her past reared its ugly head once again, and she beat herself up for thinking that she could comfortably have fun with her comrades. She's tried so hard to overcome all the trauma from when she was just a powerless little girl, but one interaction with that man undid all her work. The man hailed as the Elder Dragon used to beat the living shit out of her for daring to call him father. She didn't understand why she was being punished and hurt back then. She was just a kid. In the end, she's still that scared and confused little girl. Nothing has changed. Evelyn was running so fast with tears clogging up her vision that she failed to notice that someone was standing in her way. The demon dragon was puzzled to see her running off in the opposite direction from the banquet hall. Seeing a familiar face finally made her stop and break down. Back in the banquet hall, Theo and the others were still drinking and sharing stories. Completely oblivious that Evelyn had just been woefully disrespected, that's about to change. The vibe of the party drastically shifted when the sound of an old bastard's agonized scream filled the place. It was immediately followed by the brutal sound of bones breaking while he stammered out obscenities against the captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon on demon time, heard everything from Evelyn, and he is hungry for blood. When he let go of that broken arm, the Elder Dragon hurriedly stepped back as his security team pulled up. Julius already warned the old fart that whatever happens to Evelyn will be done to him as well. The old bastard framed this attack as a betrayal of the Ragnar name and labeled Julius a dangerous criminal who must be apprehended at once. The demon dragon stood still while the security team surrounded him from all sides. With the Law Council's involvement, even the leader of the white-armored dragon cavalry would be threatened, right? They calmly stated his crime of injuring the Elder Dragon's head counselor and threatened him with jail time. They would prefer to go about this arrest with cooperation, but Julius is not in the mood to play along. Seeing the smoldering rage in his eyes, the leader of the Law Council felt cold sweat running down his spine. Julius quoted the written oath sworn upon the sword in Ragnar's autumn. 4 years ago, he swore upon his sword before those old men sitting on their antiquated laurels. They came to an agreement that Evelyn is untouchable. If the Elder Dragon doesn't want to respect that oath, it's fair game to seek revenge. Like everyone else in the banquet hall, Theo moved closer to the commotion and overheard what had just transpired. This event never happened in his previous life. He's changed way too many variables. As far as he knows, Evelyn Naraval was born an illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar. Such a cool name was wasted on a piece of shit. Wolfgang valued pure blood above everything, but he couldn't keep his dragon in his pants. The mere existence of Evelyn contradicts everything he stands for. She was a disgrace. He desperately wanted to hide away from the public eye. He planned to cast her out of the family for good, but Julius stepped up. Seeing the kid's potential, he brought her into the white-armored dragon cavalry, and Wolfgang's nefarious plan fell apart. She blossomed into a competent fighter and capable leader, quickly climbing through the cavalry's ranks when she rose to prominence as a young captain of her own unit. Wolfgang's fear of being exposed as a freak flared up. Ignoring the possible consequences, he tried to kill his own daughter under the guise of a mistake. He missed the kill shot and ended up severing her left arm cleanly. She barely survived the attack, but the loss of one of her limbs made it impossible to hold the reins of her mount. Evelyn was forced into an untimely retirement. After that, she spent her life managing the 4th training hall, never to be involved in noble business ever again. Upon meeting Theo Ragnar, her life was redirected back to glory. One can say that the chain of events leading to this commotion was a direct result of Theo's actions after regression. If so, it's only right that he set things straight himself. It would be hard to prevent the situation from deteriorating even further. given the demon dragon's killing intent. Wolfgang turned to the nobles and tried to get them on his side. He admonished Julius for showing contempt for an elder who had safeguarded Ragnar for decades. He accused the demon dragon of using the authority of the 9 dragons to threaten his own kin, a behavior that is akin to outright treason. Hearing the old fart cry about abuse of authority enraged Julius even further. The situation could have been disastrous if Theo had not stepped up to mediate. He reminded both parties that this day is supposed to be a joyful celebration of his dear friend's birth. This is not the time to freak everyone out. Julius respects and listens to the young lord, so he reined his temper in. Wolfgang, on the other hand, looked annoyed that his rage bait was neutralized. Since 2 high-ranking members of the family want to tear each other apart, Theo proposed that they should settle the beef with Ragnar's long-standing tradition. Instead of killing each other on the dance floor of a birthday party, they should just engage in a proper duel trial. Wolfgang immediately rejected the proposal. He claimed that he was the clear victim in this case. There's no need for a trial when he didn't do anything wrong. Theo remained centered and urged the old fart to just accept it for the sake of stopping this disturbance from growing any larger. He noticed that the Lord of the Daffodil Palace had made her appearance, and she looked pissed that her daughter's event was marred by 2 meatheads. Her every step caused the temperature to significantly drop and the floor to freeze. Neil Ragnar Thon, also known as the Ice Dragon, is not someone you want as your opponent. As usual, Wolfgang tried to play the victim card, but Neil just told him to shut his bitch ass up. She does not want to hear excuses, and she cares nothing for petty squabbles. For the sake of her daughter, she strongly urged both parties to follow Theo's suggestion. That is the final mercy that her steadily dwindling patience will allow. The nobles quietly murmured amongst themselves. They all reckoned that Wolfgang and his fellow elders would surely come out on top. Even in retirement, they're all high-ranking inspectors after all. Wolfgang was thinking along the same line of thought. He trusts his men to dog-walk whoever Julius sends out. The dual trial rule states that the plaintiff and defendant must face off in the final round, while the first 2 duels must be fought by chosen representatives. Looking around the room, Julius only has a 1-armed cripple and a wretched bastard child on his corner. By his estimation, he won't even have to lift a finger. His boys should win with a clean 2-0. He acted reluctantly, but Wolfgang eventually agreed to a pure contest of the blade to decide who was right and wrong. While the guests filtered out of the banquet hall to watch the dual trial, they all speculated on what the results would be. Amongst the crowd, Thorkel watched with an amused smile plastered on his face while drinking wine. Admittedly, he did not expect his little bro to step up like this. Knowing the demon dragon's infamously short temper, this was bound to spiral out of control. If Theo had not stepped in, the rage-baiting dragon would have crushed Julius using the corrupt legal system. He would have been ruined politically. In that fleeting moment, the young man managed to find a solution that would defuse the ticking bomb within agreeable terms for both sides. Thorkel could tell that whatever happens after will be an entertaining watch. Everyone gathered outside the Daffodil Palace and sat their asses down on a snow-plowed arena. From this moment, under the supervision of the Law Council, the dual trial will begin to ensure fairness. Mana use is banned. Everything that occurs within the trial shall be protected by Ragnar's laws. Both parties shall solemnly swear that revenge after the fact, regardless of the results, will be punished. Lingering resentment is prohibited. Julius and Wolfgang verbally agreed to the terms and conditions while eyeing each other up. With the formalities out of the way, the first combatants were asked to step forward. Much to everyone's surprise, the rising star Theo Ragnar confidently drew his blade, basking in the bright moonlight. His peers know that Theo is a beast, but they are still worried for their boy. The other side's lead-off combatant doesn't seem like an easy one at all. Remington recognized Theo's opponent, the Elder Dragon's aide Galesword Beta. Among high-ranked inspectors, he is among the best in terms of skill and combat prowess. Before stepping into the arena, Wolfgang gave Beta an unsettling pep talk. He gave his loyal aide the green light to go for a killing blow without holding back. Beta was reasonably reluctant to cleave down a successor candidate for the Patriarch position, but the old fart assured him that any accidents that happen inside the ring would be absolved via the dual trial rule. If he cannot snuff the life out of the young man, Wolfgang wants at least an arm as a souvenir. While the other corner was making some nefarious coaching calls, Theo calmly stood on his side of the arena. Julius had calmed down considerably and was stressing over implicating such a promising young man in his mess. Earlier, he apologized to Theo for his reckless actions. He kept on asking the young lord if this was really the right way. With utmost confidence, Theo just asked him to trust in the process. Through this duel, what he really intends to do is to resolve a long-standing grievance while hogging the spotlight for himself just a little bit. Once both combatants were in position, the Law Council referee blew the whistle. Beta decided to play it slowly with a stationary defensive stance at first. On the contrary, Theo pushed the pace and went with a flashy charge. Upon seeing the incoming youngster, Beta matched the push. Their first collision looked roughly equal in strength. With Manny's use banned, they can only rely on their physicality. Sparks flew as the clash sent both of them flying in opposite directions. As soon as they regained their footholds, both combatants flash-stepped for another round. What followed was countless collisions that would be hard to keep up with using the naked eye. All the audience could see was the light produced by steel crashing against steel. Beta might have an unfortunate name, but he is a competent swordsman. He was practically neck and neck against Theo's raw strength. The Elder Dragon's aide was more surprised that he couldn't seem to find an opening he could exploit. Even though they're only exchanging probing blows, it's still hard to believe that a youngster could keep up with a veteran. Theo is certainly a successor-caliber fighter, but with age comes experience. One of the tricks Beta has up his sleeve is the use of terrain. Kicking up loose dirt and stones, he cleverly obscured the young lord's vision. A split second of distraction was all he needed to deliver a fatal blow. Beta felt proud of himself for leaning on his real combat experience. To pay respects to a successor's dignity, he aimed to send Theo off with as little pain as possible. Just a simple decapitation should do. As his blade passed near the young lord's neck, Theo sped up and leaned backwards with a taunting smile. Knowing that Beta would underestimate his combat experience, he left a gap on purpose, and the dumbass took the bait. While Beta's arm was overextended from the missed killing strike, Theo was free to retaliate. At the last second, Beta used every cell in his body to get the hell out of the way. He noticed something concerning. The young lord purposefully stopped his attack for some reason. But why would the rising star pull back on such a free kill? If it were up to Theo, he would have finished the job right then and there. Unfortunately, the voices in his head picked the worst time to come back. It kept on urging him to kill the ones who mocked and abandoned him. Thoughts of indiscriminate murder filled his mind. His vision and thoughts were clouded by the desire for violence. Beta noticed his odd behavior but felt reluctant to go in again. He was burned by a fake opening, and he worries that this was just another deliberate bait. If that was the case, he felt offended that a young buck would underestimate him this hard. An experienced inspector never falls for the same trick twice. With utmost confidence, Beta rushed forward with the intent to kill. Theo raised his blade and easily blocked the strike. He addressed the voices in his head out loud. He managed to make them shut up with sheer willpower. If it is murder they want, he can handle bloodshed without annoying chirps. Suddenly, Theo started moving at an even higher pace. He countered by unleashing a barrage of chaotic slashes that severed one of Beta's arms. One arm down and panicking, Beta felt the pain and pressure while trying his hardest to not lose any more body parts. Using his remaining arm, he brute-forced his way out of being cornered by an unhinged Theo. The young lord made Beta's last stand look like a joke, sending the fool careening off the arena. Those sitting on the other side of the battlefield would have been turned into collateral damage if the ice dragon had not stepped in to shield the nobles. Feeling the force behind the attack, she quietly praised the young man's outstanding talent and power. Even without the use of mana, he managed to destroy the arena in a single slash like an absolute monster. Poor Beta was laid flat on a crater, armless and unconscious. Half of his drip was deleted. Bro got absolutely cooked. The Law Council referee took one look at the combatant and called an end to round 1. For the opening duel trial, Theo Ragnar was the undisputed victor. While the crowd cheered, he was still trying to suppress the growing hunger for the kill. Thankfully, he regained enough control over the maddening urges in time. The level of grudges he felt today was a lot different than usual. It was a strange feeling, as though something bigger was guiding him towards God knows what. He only managed to unleash untold levels of power when he willingly entrusted himself to that odd sensation. Entrusting himself to the grudges of the past is certainly a slippery slope. The danger is real, but if he can control it properly, it will be a huge boon to his combat power. Hell, he could become twice as strong with a flip of a switch. After clearing out the debris and patching up the ruined arena, the second round commenced. Both fighters were asked to step up. Surprisingly, Theo approached the corner and declared that they would be opting for consecutive battles. The referee accepted his second round participation as the defense's representative. It didn't sit well with Wolfgang at all. He found this decision utterly arrogant. So, he sent out his most trusted fighter, the Sword of Mystics, and former Dragon Gate swordmaster, Paige Grayson. The Lanka siblings were absolutely hyped upon seeing an old man carry an absurdly huge sword without using mana. Sitting beside them, Remington's anxiety was at an all-time high. The lanky siblings told him to chill out. The Silver Lion insisted that, unlike the first round where the opposition sent a high-ranking inspector in order to save face, Paige Grayson is a well-known elder himself. Those with common sense could see that Wolfgang's corner intends to kill Lord Theo without fail. With that in mind, it's hard to imagine Theo losing when the aftermath of his previous battle was still fresh. As soon as the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the second round, Theo politely raised his hand. Instead of wasting time and clashing swords with another old man, he simply waved the white flag and forfeited. Everyone was shocked by this decision, especially Old Man Page. Theo humbly explained that a mid-ranked inspector like him could not possibly match an established elder. Even without fighting, he can recognize the gap between them. The Sword of Mystics was rightfully frustrated that he was denied a fair fight. Mr. Law Council referee was also taken aback as he announced the second round's winner. The audience applauded Theo's clever business decision. He basically took a thorny variable out of the equation for free. Remember, the plaintiff and defendant are required to face off in the duel trial's third and final round. Wolfgang was so laser-focused on getting rid of the problematic successor that he was blindsided by such a simple maneuver. Now he must fight with a broken arm. In all her years alive, Evelyn had never seen her deadbeat father so shaken before. When Theo approached their corner, she apologized for dragging her into her problems again. He responded like a true comrade, giving her reassurance. The warmth of his words reminded Evelyn of everything good in her life. Julius Ragnar was just an upstart in the cavalry when he enthusiastically invited her into the squad. He was the first to recognize her burgeoning talent. After she lost her arm, the demon dragon continued being her friend, reminding her that she can always make a comeback. Then he met the charismatic young lord who changed the trajectory of her dead-end life. She swore to be his sword, giving her a newfound purpose. Lord Theo gave her the courage to fight for her long-standing wishes. Her past was filled with pain, but there are now people who genuinely care about her. How could she stand by and stay trapped in the past, unable to move forward, when these great people believe in her so much? Perhaps it's time to slay the villain. Before Julius could step into the arena as the final participant, Evelyn spoke up. She's tired of being the victim. It's time to seize her fate with her own hands, even if she only has one. For the final round of the duel trial, the Law Council referee promptly asked the plaintiff and defendant to step forward. Even with a sling carrying his broken arm, Wolfgang Ragnar still looked menacing as he strutted into the ring. On the inside, he's still cursing that wily successor for pushing him into a corner with no reputation left to salvage. He's already come to terms with the fact that Julius would probably kill him, but he's determined to take at least an arm. He loves chopping arms off. After some discussion with the referee, the defense's request to change their third-round fighter was accepted. Wearing her form-fitting dress with a blade in hand, the one-armed captain confidently walked into the arena. As soon as he saw his crippled, unlawful daughter come in, Wolfgang burst into mocking laughter. He asked if she's going to beg for mercy one last time. His weak-ass trash talk was entirely ineffective. Evelyn brandished her rapier and kept her eyes on her disgusting target. She only needed to utter a single word to drive Wolfgang mad. This bum absolutely hates being called father. The audience was floored upon hearing her utter the forbidden word. They had no idea about the connection between the Elder Dragon and Evelyn Naraval. They all heard rumors about an illegitimate child, but they never paid that much attention to hearsay. Desperate and panicked, Wolfgang tried to paint Evelyn as a crazy person spouting nonsense. If she knew that she could get this reaction from him, she would have done it sooner. She mercilessly aired out all the abuse she suffered in the hands of this son of a biscuit. She recounted how he nearly beat her to death once when she was just a little girl, and even tried to end her again when she climbed the ranks of the white-armored dragon cavalry just to protect his image. Enraged, Wolfgang's true colors finally surfaced. He asserted that as an esteemed elder of House Ragnar, he was well within his rights to clear his history. He was rage-baited so hard that he practically confessed to his lowly crimes. The nobles watching felt bad for Evelyn and disgusted with the old fart. Who would have thought that the high and mighty elder, always fussing about bloodlines, was guilty of spreading his seed outside the family? Those who knew of Wolfgang's shameful proclivities remained silent. They already warned him that this day would come if he wasn't careful. The old fart knew that he was basically tarnished. Julius and Theo just watched the drama unfold on the sidelines. The demon dragon still wanted to take the final fight to spare Evelyn from grief, but the young lord was adamant to let her sort the problem out herself. As soon as the whistle blew, Evelyn went for an aggressive offense. Given her severed arm and Wolfgang's broken limb, the clash was relatively equal. Since she has more experience with the handicap, Evelyn dictated the tempo while the old fart focused on defense. When she deemed that the timing was right, she finally unveiled her new weapon. Being a veteran of many battlefields, Julius felt the change in her stance and the atmosphere. She was using the Wind Thunder God technique to heart. With pure technique, she literally kicked up a storm. The old heads watching vaguely recognized the Sword of Windstorm. As far as they know, this was supposed to be a lost art. How could Evelyn deploy and master such a technique? The Wind Thunder God technique certainly lives up to its name. Standing at the center, she was moving like the eye of the storm. She was effectively blocking Wolfgang's sword while continuously pressing him back. It's not every day you see someone so young fighting toe-to-toe with a top swordsman like Wolfgang. Theo is watching all this unfold with delight. Since the duel trial forbids mana, pure swordsmanship can thrive. With the difference in magical power taken out of the equation, such a refined technique could shine. Above all, Wolfgang is a fraud who is carried by his firm foundation of pure blood lineage. Without using that as a crutch, he's a mediocre swordsman at best. Feeling suffocated by Evelyn's aggression, the elder dragon brute forced his way out of being cornered. Even though he's a bum, he still served as one of the family's premier fighters for a long time. He can swing a sword like a caveman after creating an opening. He rushed Evelyn with overwhelming force. Upon overcoming her initial showing, he regained his confidence and continued talking trash. He swore to beat her until she begs for mercy and comes to her senses. Evelyn has had enough of his hateful rhetoric. She now has the strength to fight back. Since the old fart wanted a contest of strength, she would gladly beat him at his own game. When she was young, she viewed her horrible father as her entire world. She feared him more than anything. But now that she has good people by her side, people she can trust, and people who believe in her wholeheartedly, those useless thoughts have been discarded. She is no longer the little girl who would cling to a horrible parent. She is a grown woman in full control of her life. She has the strength to finally cut the bastard who made her life hell. The weak child who was abused and scorned is now a warrior who can take down the monster who shared her blood. Those nobles watching such a cathartic beatdown were moved by Evelyn Naravel's resolve. The bout has ended, and she was pronounced the winner of the final round of the duel trial. She finally got her revenge by severing one of the scumbag's arms. After being beaten fair and square, Wolfgang still refused to accept defeat. He motioned to come after her with full force, but was detained by ice restraints. Thankfully, Lady Neil, the ice dragon, sprang into action quickly. She berated him for disgracing the name of the 9 dragons and acting out of line. When her name was called by the referee, reality finally set in for Evelyn. According to the duel trial agreement, the verdict is not guilty. When she walked back to her corner, she felt the weight of the world come off her shoulders. Evelyn Naraville is finally free. Julius and Theo received their comrade with pride. Finally, she can flourish without the fear that has been holding her back for so long. She attributed this W to her lord and the cavalry's captain. On the other corner, Wolfgang's lackeys rushed into the arena to retrieve their loser boss to get some medical attention. They recovered his sword, and he did not appreciate the sight of a failure reflected on his blade. He pushed his lackeys away, grabbed his sword, and menacingly marched towards Evelyn's corner. Wolfgang roared her name like a slur and called her a wretched girl while swinging his weapon like a madman. It was clear that this piece of garbage wanted to cleave her down once and for all. This time, Julius interrupted before he could even get close. The demon dragon grabbed him with his only surviving hand and made him sit down like a good boy. Wolfgang was clouded by rage, and he must have forgotten that he got off easy with just a severed arm. Julius stared the old bum down and asked if he really wanted to lose his remaining arm too. If he really wanted to look like a mannequin, the demon dragon would gladly make it happen. The tension in the arena was at an all-time high. This situation could have turned even bloodier if it weren't for an urgent interruption. A messenger came in to announce that the Troyvan family had begun their invasion. Everyone must return to their posts immediately. Julius clicked his tongue. The timing couldn't have been worse. He really wanted to do some serious damage, but that would have to wait. It took a lot of willpower to turn around and let go. He called on his trusted aides. They are now officially at war, and the white armored dragon cavalry will be on the front lines. Wolfgang, like the dumbass that he is, still couldn't take the hint. He kept on yapping about how the duel isn't over yet. No one was listening to him anymore. The ice dragon had to threaten him with cold violence just to make him shut his trap. She gave him one final warning. If he ever brings shame upon the 9 dragons again, her ice blades would gladly turn him into a refrigerated pincushion. He tried to argue and pulled his rank, claiming that touching him would mean disrespect to the entire Elder Council. Lady Neil urged him to look at the council. Everyone had already turned their backs on their disgraced leader. They washed their hands of any involvement in Wolfgang's shameful actions. They cannot have a representative who defies the sanctity of the duel and brandishes his sword after losing like a child. By the end of the night, the Elder Dragon had lost an arm, his council, and the respect of Ragnar clan. Seeing him broken and defeated gave Julius some sense of justice. The pitiful spectacle of a greedy old man who lost everything was quite a satisfactory conclusion. While the higher-ups of Ragnar were busy playing their political games, Ed Troyvan was moving like an absolute villain. His troops had already occupied the central plateau, and they were closing in on Castle Harmon. According to reports, the Ragnar forces, both the Lord's cavalry and the private troops of the 6 Pillars, are gearing up to meet them at the central plateau. Ed Troyvan laughed to himself. Those dumb old dragons are moving exactly as he expected. It's about time to make them realize that this war is just one piece of a far greater plan. because the One Piece is real. While they focus their forces on the plateau, Trovan will freely devour the real prize. All pieces are in place for his wicked takeover. On the other side of the map, the Bacchus family territory seemed oddly quiet. One of the 6 pillars had undergone a drastic change after the Sarah's Guild debacle. The guards manning the walls couldn't help but gossip about the new head of the house. Since taking over, Lord Navin has done nothing but lock himself away and drink all day. In such turbulent times, his people are doubting whether he even deserves to be called family head. One of the more experienced guards insisted that with the whole family locked up, all that's left of this territory are debts. A lord is useless when even the knights and vassals who had sworn loyalty to the Bacchus family for generations have left. It's understandable that the new family head chooses to drown himself in booze every day. Freedom to do so is a blessing in itself. Recently, the guards received some reinforcements sent by the Ragnar clan. These troops were deployed to fix the manpower problem, but they turned out to be useless freeloaders. Just like the family head, all they do is drink the days away. The captain of the Ragnar reinforcements just happened to be Sybil Drea, along with Eod Narin and other Theo fanboys. They were supposed to be the night watch, but every single night they're just drunkenly passed out in the streets. Their deployment is like the main family's way of saying, "Get lost." One of the guards stationed at the wall heard all this distressing info, and he seemed a little too pleased. As soon as the sun set, that guard made his way out of the territory and reported back to someone shady. He recounted how the morale inside is already at rock bottom. The operation might as well be considered an automatic success. Even more hooded, shady figures emerged from the shadows and marched toward the Bacchus territory. They've heard enough. It's time to roll out. With the current state of the fallen household, they could probably finish their objective in record time. As expected, Captain Sybil, who was supposed to man the walls, was passed out with a bottle in his hand. One of the hooded figures snuck into his position. With a knife flourish, he cursed out the drunk bastard for sleeping while on guard duty. He aimed for Sybil's head and plunged the blade with incredible precision. Back in the white-armored Dragon Cavalry HQ, Julius just heard an unreasonable request. Theo just requested to invoke independent operation rights as an intermediate inspector. Captain Demon Dragon swiftly denied such an unreasonable notion. During wartime, all military operations take priority, and he can't make an exception even for a successor. Theo asserted that his request is very much related to the war effort. He has the documents to back it up. Julius was wide-eyed in shock upon skimming the contents of the documents. Theo elaborated that Trovan's main invasion points, namely Castle Harmon and the Central Highlands, are nothing but clever diversions. He is positive that the real target of this invasion is the floating archipelago and the compromised Bacchus territory. Backed by reports that shed light on this theory, Julius could tell that Theo's assessment was sound. Judging from the Black Skull's recent actions during the series' hostage crisis, it was clear that they were in cahoots with the Trovan family. Theo added that Black Skull originated as a maritime league from the floating archipelago, the hub through which all the Empire's gold once flowed. That certainly explains how the Trojan clan amassed such seemingly vast war funds. Given the archipelago's geographical position, it's only a matter of time before that place turns into a direct threat to the Ragnar territory. So Theo suggested bumping up the priority of fortifying the neglected Bacchus territory. Even if his calculations are airtight, the majority of Trovan forces have already gathered in the Central Highland and Castle Harmon. They have enough numbers for an all-out war. Their side had already deployed troops to counter that imminent clash. The clan has no manpower left to spare. Still, they can't just abandon the real strategic points. That's precisely why Theo asked for independent command authority. He will oversee the reinforcement of Bacchus territory and the archipelago investigation. In doing so, they can shine a light on Troivan's financial artery. Given some hand-picked troops and a little bit of time, he's confident that he can make a more direct impact on this war. Julius was astounded by the young man's clever thinking. How can he not approve of such a bold plan? This is a matter tied to the war. They must pull out all stops available. Even so, he reminded Theo to never overextend. When the young lord left the HQ, the demon dragon was left to ponder how the kid pieced everything together by himself. He somehow got his hands on highly classified information. He would have been better off sharing this precious intel with an intelligence expert like Black Dragon, but he chose to report to his captain. That means Theo wants to keep this operation under wraps so he can move freely on his own. Julius could tell that the kid asked for permission as a mere formality. By Julius's estimation, Theo had already made his move long before he entered the HQ, and he was absolutely correct. Theo already placed his troops inside the Bacchus territory. Tonight, they shed their drunken camouflage to deal with invaders. Captain Sybil dropped the drunkard act and decimated the hooded invader by surprise. When the bottle of booze was flung into the air, its contents spilled out, and the hooded figure caught a whiff of orange juice. Sibyl is sober and awake. He doesn't even drink at all. After days of pretending to be an intoxicated fool, he can finally stretch his limbs and swing his sword without restraint. Without the element of surprise, a Trovan operative is no match for a swordsman who used to train with Lord Theo. Sibyl's troops easily cleared out the vanguard. The next step is lighting up the beacon. None of them expected that their first real assignment would be killing Trojan operatives. They never could have imagined it back at the blooming ceremony. While Sibyl was trying to spark up the signal, the sneaky operative he just gutted sprang into action after biding his time face down on the floor. The Sibyl squad was caught lacking, and Sibyl was nearly killed. Thankfully, someone came out of nowhere to cleanly decapitate the deceptive operative. It was none other than Navin. Naturally, he admonished the boys for letting their guard down. If any of them got hurt, how could he ever face Lord Theo? Realizing that he had messed up, Sibyl stood up straight and paid respects to the head of the Bacchus family. Novin told him to be at ease and just relax. Though if they really want to relax for real, they need to take care of the Lord's orders first. With a smile, Sibyl resumed his task of lighting up the beacon. Novin liked having these boys in his territory. They match his vibe. Once the walls of the Novin territory were lit, Crossbowman lined the rampart, waiting for the next wave of invaders. Navin casually monitored the situation from the highest point of the castle. Just as his lord predicted, enemies will come crawling tonight. How could Theo even see through the Troivan's plan of attack to such a terrifying extent? He's really just built different. With the Trovan rats exposed by the fire, Sibyl roared the mandate to defend the Bacchus castle at all costs. While the hooded invaders were crawling up the tall walls, thousands of arrows pelted them from above. It was a bloodbath. By the time Theo reached the castle aboard his Viper Wyvern Umbra, the battle had already broken out. He arrived just in time to watch his boys in action. He sped up in excitement. He's eager to see some familiar faces once more. When the sun rose over Bacchus Castle, the land outside the wall was littered with corpses of Trovan operatives. As Lord Theo commanded, the mission to defend the territory has been completed. Sibyl was rightfully proud of his work. Theo knew that the boy could be loud sometimes, but his report was extra rowdy this time. Must be the adrenaline from slaughtering an entire battalion. Of course, the exceptional defense of Bacchus territory was worthy of praise. A single compliment and acknowledgement drove good old Sibyl to tears. His comrades were so damn jealous of their captain. Novin didn't expect Theo to drop by in person, but it was a nice surprise. Thankfully, Theo didn't need to interfere at all. Thanks to the reinforcement squad, the operation went smoothly, and even Novin was surprised. Theo scooped up all his fanboys and recruited them to join the Camellia Palace Guards. He was delighted to see them progress so quickly. He could see that they even wowed Navin. The family head didn't expect much at first. They were intermediate inspectors with little to no experience under their belt. Yet they clutched up when it mattered. Though their skills are still on the rougher side, they are good people who can be trusted. Hearing Novin sing his boys such high praises made Theo feel like a proud big brother. Since Navin liked Sibyl and the boys so much, Theo suggested that they should fill the Bacchus family's vacant Knight Order. If Ghost Sword Novin handles their training to become a proper Knight Order, Sibyl and the others could really flourish. He seemed receptive to that idea. It's been a long time since he felt some semblance of anticipation. Theo was glad that his subordinates found a great home to stay together and help with his agenda. Since he's no longer needed in this territory, Lord Theo bade his farewells. He's seen what he came to see, so it's time to go to his next destination. He's bound for the floating archipelago to conduct a thorough investigation. Navon thought he'd be used to his lord's boldness by now, but Theo still catches him off guard sometimes. The archipelago is notorious for its hostility towards outsiders. It's hard to even get in. Luckily, Theo has his ways. After a few days of smooth sailing, he arrived at the port city of Dion. Donning his hood to avoid standing out, he went straight for the pub. Right away, he was met with trouble. A man twice his size deliberately bumped into him on the way in. The big man was quite aggressive, but Theo kept his cool and backhandedly insulted the brute. He then swiftly grabbed a pint of booze and smashed it against the troublemaker's head. The whole pub erupted upon hearing the commotion. They all wanted to see a fight. Based on how the pub service continued undeterred despite the fight happening at the doorstep, trouble seemed quite commonplace in this area. On the other side of the door at the end of the pub hallway was a neatly maintained office. The man in charge of the establishment is listening to a report by his subordinate. Recently, they have been under pressure to regularly supply the Troivans with gunpowder and steel. All of these goods shall count as the rental fee for the dragon-slaying sword. Spanola family's next patriarch, Antonio Spanola, was rightfully pissed. The Troivans worded the letter as a request, but it's really a bloody threat. They stole the dragon-slaying sword, and now they're trying to lend it to the original owners in exchange for precious resources. Antonio doesn't even want to acknowledge the report, but at the end of the day, they have no choice in the matter. Without the dragon-slaying sword, the floating archipelago will sink. If they hadn't lost the legendary blade, they wouldn't be at the mercy of exploitative overlords. He's trying to wrestle with the thought that there might be no hope left for the archipelago. Right then and there, the sounds of a rowdy mess leaked through the closed door. Already pissed that he's being ripped off, Antonio kicked his office door open to stop the noise. If his customers want a drink, they should drink a little quietly. Under the hood, Theo smirked. The man he wanted to see finally showed himself. He just needed a little encouragement to get out of that office. Antonio Spinola will be instrumental for the next phase of his plans. After being escorted down the pub's liquor storage for causing a scene upstairs, Theo immediately shared his desire to go to the floating archipelago. He wants to tag along with Antonio's ship as a combatant. He asserted that sea monsters have been appearing more often on the route lately, so he wanted to lend his sword. He already demonstrated his skill from the brawl upstairs, and he heard that the Spinola family is short on manpower these days. It's a win-win. Antonio acknowledged that everything he said has some truth to it. They are looking for crew members. Still, he refused to let this shady young man on his ship. For an alleged mercenary looking for work, his gear is way too clean. Not a single sign of wear can be seen. He walked into the pub, caused trouble, and he just happened to know that a ship was bound for the archipelago soon. Antonio would not let an unknown variable like that into his boat. Theo chuckled. He would have been disappointed if Antonio hadn't seen through his sloppy ruse. Now that he knows that the man is not an idiot, they can finally talk business. He slid a coin onto the table and mentioned the armed resistance fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago, the Black Skull. He came all the way to this port city to make a deal with the resistance leader, Antonio Spinola himself. Antonio felt threatened by how much the young man knows. But that's not important now. This is not about how he knows, but about what he knows. For example, he's aware that Antonio is stressing about the dragon-slaying sword. As soon as Theo uttered the name of that blade, Antonio immediately accused him of being a Trovan dog. Theo just laughed and reminded the businessman to conduct himself with composure. Antonio checked himself and reined in the hostility. His security detail checked on them upon hearing the noise, and he waved them off. Theo hinted that he's got the dragon-slaying sword in his possession, and Tanya called him ridiculous. As far as he knows, those Trovan dogs have it under lock and key. But Theo poked a hole in Antonio's belief. Those Trovan dogs probably just claimed they had the sword. There's no concrete evidence that they really have it. Come to think of it, the Troivans never even showed the thing they were holding for ransom. He recognized that his judgment might have grown cloudy with the archipelago's fate at stake. Since he's got nothing to lose, he might as well listen to what this stranger has to say. So, Antonio calmed his tits and sat down as Theo brought up the legend and mystery of the infamous floating archipelago. The tale begins with the hero known as Kriemhild. This is a legend near and dear to Antonia's heart. He even has the storybook in his drawer. Kriemhild supposedly drove his sword into the head of the sea dragon that once ravaged the vast ocean, sealing the beast beneath the waves. It's a generic fairy tale, but he knows it to be a real historical fact. People say that the floating archipelago stays afloat above the sea thanks to mysterious natural currents, but that's not true. In reality, the dragon Kriemhild sealed lies deep under that land. It releases immense mana waves that create an updraft strong enough to support the islands. The dragon-slaying sword is the device that maintains the dragon seal. It is a medium that stabilizes the flow of mana. Ever since the Troivans stole that blade, the mana current has grown increasingly unstable. If the dragon-slaying sword isn't returned to its rightful place, the archipelago will suffer a disaster. The islands will sink along with their inhabitants. The lives of Antonio's people are at stake here. He can't afford to mess up. If Theo really has the dragon-slaying sword in his possession, Antonio would gladly grant him anything he wishes in exchange for it. But simply returning the sword is not a real solution. Those crafty Trovan goons would just steal it again any time. More than that, Theo doesn't want to give up on extra power. Since the young man wanted to talk business, Antonio gladly opened the negotiations. If it's money he wants, the Spinole family will pay any amount. Thankfully, Theo already has a plan to keep the dragon-slaying sword and save the archipelago at the same time. All he needs for now is a ride to those mystical islands. The desperate Antonio eventually caved, and Theo was welcomed into the ship bound for the floating archipelago. Of course, he did not miss the chance to oar a farm in the boat. From the port city of Dion, their journey was smooth sailing. From afar, the floating archipelago looked like an average port city. This series of floating rocks is widely known as a merchant federation, with its own unique history and traditions. So much so that the emperor recognized their autonomy. In Theo's past life, the Great War was a turning point for the worse. It was occupied by Troivan. Its rich history was erased, and it was reduced to a mere production base for war supplies. Towards the end of this Great War, the entire archipelago sank and vanished from the map. For the sake of both Ragnar and the people of the archipelago, Theo is determined to drive those dogs out of this place. Antonio was promised that his homeland would be saved, but he still can't fully trust Theo. The young man's plans sounded ridiculous. Antonio was particularly skeptical about Theo's plan to move the entire landmass. He confidently assured the nervous businessmen that it's a feasible solution. After all, the sea dragon sealed at the bottom of the archipelago is another guardian of an ancient dragon's relic. Prior to sailing off, Theo consulted his guardians regarding the dragon-slaying sword. They immediately confirmed that the blade was an ancient dragon's relic. It only stumped him even more as to why it's incompatible with the Ragnar's. He can't even touch it without feeling the painful rejection. The lesser Drake wasn't privy to the specifics, but he could tell that the guardian of this blade had abandoned its duty and escaped the relic altogether. There's precedent for that. Mr. Griffin over here tried and failed the same stunt. Curious, Theo asked his guardians if they could escape their relics if they paid the price. They all claimed that escaping and continuing to live was only possible because it was perpetrated by that guy. It's not something a regular guardian can do. That sea dragon has enough power to keep an entire archipelago afloat with just residual mana. That's when the genius idea of subduing the beast entered Theo's mind. If he can succeed, he will have the power to move the landmass on his own. Theoretically, he wasn't wrong, but the process would require resealing the sea dragon first. May have lost most of its power when it escaped the relic, but it's still one of the most powerful guardians in existence. Griffin mocked that Theo doesn't even have a way to get to the bottom of the ocean, but he was wrong. Theo already has a plan for situations like this. From how to get to the seafloor to how he's going to reseal the beast, he has everything mapped out. He shared with Antonio that the key to this absurd operation is the colossal statue on one of the islands. It holds a power that even the natives don't know about. Theo already showed Antonio the sword, yet he's still not convinced that this would work. You can't fault the guy for second-guessing the young man. The fate of his home and people is on the line here. Either way, they'll see what happens once they get to their destination. Just as expected, Theo's system pinged him with a new subquest to return Balmung to its rightful place. He must find the location, subdue the Guardian, and prove his worth as its master. By nightfall, they have docked at one of the many ports. Under Antonio's leadership, the Black Skull revolutionaries have gathered. They received their assignment to guide Theo to the Kriemhild statue. After that, they must stay out of the way while the young man does his thing. As everyone knows, all the heads of major families have already been bought by Troven. Security around the statue has been heightened, so they'll be using the infiltration route. For the floating archipelago, every Black Skull member growled with resolve. Antonio gave Theo one final good luck while he scanned the Black Skull lineup. Theo immediately spotted the odd man out. As expected, the colossal statue was manned by guards from all sides. Those corrupt families did not skimp on fortifying the security around the historical site. Unbeknownst to those diligent guards, the Black Skull agents have already closed in using their secret route. Theo followed his guides through a tunnel and found himself near the target in no time. The sound of the waterfall nearby masks noises from this point forward so they can move freely. Theo retrieved the dragon-slaying sword from his subspace and immediately felt its electrifying rejection. He thanked the Black Skull agents for escorting him this far, but he'll move solo from this point forward. Seeing him pull the Blade of Legends out of thin air made the Black Skull people wide-eyed with excitement. Theo noticed that the negative reaction is getting stronger the closer he gets to the statue. All he has to do is climb the winding image of the sea dragon to get this over with. With his masterful footwork and agility, he scaled the stone statue without any problems. The Black Skull agents still couldn't believe that the blade they've been trying so hard to retrieve is in the hands of some stranger. And those who believe in the revolution felt as though there was hope for the floating archipelago again. Unfortunately, the odd man out finally had enough of watching and sprang into action by killing his fellow Black Skull agents. As it turns out, the armed resistance is already infested with spies. With Balmung in sight, they finally dropped the act and made their move. Meanwhile, Theo had finally reached the top of the statue's head, where Kriemhild's sculpture can be found, plunging his blade into the monster's head. Balmung's reaction had reached its peak, but Theo had no idea what to do next. For starters, he tried to emulate Kriemhild's figure and plunged the blade into the colossal statue's head. Unfortunately, it didn't result in any reaction. While drinking some potion to heal his burned-up hand, Theo pondered any clues from the system message for this subquest. That's when the spies turned up to get the jump on him. It was a noteworthy sneak attack, but Theo was way too perceptive to fall for such a dirty trick. The spy was taken aback. He thought this would be a quick and easy job. He looked around and Balmung was nowhere to be found. That momentary scan opened him up for a nasty kick to the gut. The spy was pissed that a momentary lapse got him injured and compromised. Baldy's spy tried his hardest to maintain a foothold while enduring some minor internal injuries. The other spies flocked to his side, concerned about their Lord Grey. Grey warned his men to avoid engaging Theo recklessly unless they wanted to get one shot. The guards outside the site were alerted by the sound of something shattering inside. When they looked up, they could not believe their eyes. The statue of Kriemhild that had stood for God knows how long was violently crumbling to pieces. Further away from the statue, Antonio and his team were waiting for any updates. It's been a hot minute since the infiltration team left. One of the agents from the squad rushed back through the secret tunnel, wounded and exhausted. She reported how Grey and his brothers suddenly attacked and killed everyone. Antonio realized that he had messed up. The Trojan servants had already infiltrated his group right under his nose. Up in the sea dragon statue, Theo was busy fighting off the traitors to the cause. He wasn't too threatened, but they are annoyingly delaying his mission. To make matters worse, Grey and his posse were quite combat savvy. Even when given an opening, they won't show aggression. It's clear that they are stalling for time. He reckoned that they must have taken control of the nearby 3rd District and are now waiting for reinforcements. If they won't bite what he's putting down, then Theo just has to go on the offensive. He attacked relentlessly, chipping blocks off the colossal statue. His indiscriminate strikes eventually thinned the stony layers out and revealed an ancient metal box hidden beneath. As soon as Grey saw the hollow slit meant to house a blade, he commanded his brothers to stop Theo at all costs. The young lord kicked himself for overcomplicating this mission for no reason. Since the subquest explicitly stated that Baomeng must return to its original place, he just had to follow where the blade is leading him. The hollow slit of the ancient box lay before him. He just needs to insert the tip. Grey threw his body over Theo, hoping that he could prevent the inevitable from happening. He was too slow, and Theo was simply too fast. He plunged the blade into its rightful place, and a bright light drowned the perimeter. It produced a strong impact that repelled the Trovan dogs. Theo endured the blade's rejection and the overwhelming impact, keeping his hands on Balmung's hilt. That's when the shattering alerted the useless guards outside. When they looked up at the statue they were supposed to safeguard, it was already breaking apart. They never could have fathomed that they would witness the collapse of the Colossus tonight. The fall knocked Theo out and inexplicably transported him somewhere else, somewhere he could not recognize. When he regained consciousness, he was battered by the worst headache he had ever experienced. The pain was unbearable, but that means he's alive. Upon taking in his altered surroundings, he reckoned that he must have been transferred inside the relic dungeon. He was surrounded by tall and lush greenery from all sides, wildly different from every other relic dungeon he'd been in. While he was still taking in as much information as he could, he heard a tiny voice coming from beside him. All 4 of his guardians have decided to come out in their chibi forms. Fairy Dragon explained that they've manifested a corporeal form using Theo's mana as the medium. Due to his insufficient magical power, they could barely sustain a miniature form. She also shared that this relic dungeon reeks of deep longing and pity for a particular human. Theo's mind immediately jumped to Kriemhild. But the Guardians couldn't say for sure. They could merely read the remnants of the Guardian's thoughts. Using context clues, it's pretty easy to tell that the legendary hero must be involved somehow. Since the Relic Guardian abandoned this space, they should be able to look around and investigate slowly. That was a mistake, unbeknownst to Theo. A skeletal archer had already locked onto him as a target. When the arrow was unleashed, it caused a massive explosion. The sound triggered Theo's reflexes as the arrow's tip inched closer to his head. With his ultra instinct, he moved his noggin out of harm's way and caught the arrow in midair. It looks like the intel his guardians fed him has some holes. This land is not as ownerless as he thought it would be. The skeleton archer was just the start. Multiple skeletal creatures have emerged, clearly hostile to the only one with flesh in this space. They all see Theo as an intruder, a threat that must be deleted from the dungeon. The bony inhabitants of this odd dimension chanted Kriemhild's name with veneration and respect. Little Griffin asserted that the original Guardian must have manifested these beings just to protect ownership for the human called Kriemhild. More arrows came flying in, and the little birdie almost got hit. Theo easily deflected the incoming threat, redirecting its trajectory to crush a skeleton swordsman's skull. He estimated that these skeletons were not particularly threatening, but they have the numbers to be extremely annoying. If he could just take them out en masse, clearing the dungeon would be simple enough, but it won't be that easy. Fairy Dragon could tell that these beings were no ordinary skeletons. They are undying soldiers that won't stop until they fulfill their duty. They are dragon fangs. Theo drew his blade with a smile and welcomed the challenge. He burst out to the treetops, making the skeletons run after him. After spending precious energy on trying to cut as many regenerating dragon fangs as he could, he had decided to back away. Since he was struggling quite a bit, Little Griffin reluctantly gave him a piece of advice and reminded Theo that the Kriemhild fellow was just a human like him. If he could get that man to surrender ownership of the dungeon, this whole mess would be wrapped up in a few seconds. Theo snapped upon hearing such useless advice. If that man is still alive after who knows how many eons have passed, he'd be far from human. Little Griffin sulked and regretted giving valuable advice to an idiot. While he was trying to formulate a way out of this predicament, a system message popped up. To focus on reading what it entails, he forcefully closed Little Griffin's beak. It stated that the dungeon is the final gift the Leviathan left behind for the hero Kriemhild. Now he must retrieve ownership of this gift from its landlord. Reading between the lines, Theo admitted that his annoying bird might actually be right. Thankfully, the dragon fangs weren't fast enough to catch him, no matter how coordinated they were. Using vines to always be on the move, he pondered how he could wrestle ownership from a dead man. To maximize the variables he could process, he activated hatchling synchronization. His vision turned superhuman, processing everything around him at superhuman levels. If his hunch is correct, he must be missing one more crucial piece of information to beat this dungeon. Through hatchling synchronization, he spotted a lone dragonfang hanging back, away from the aggressive pack. It had a different aura than the run-of-the-mill skeleton nightmares. When all the dragonfang's bum rushed him, he noticed one of them turn its back and run away. Now he's more certain that he just needs to hunt that odd one out. With his ridiculous speed, he easily caught up to the anomalous fang. He deployed his fastest attack, the lightning dragon flash technique, to close the gap in the blink of an eye. His black lightning caged the lone dragonfang, leaving it with nowhere to go. The cage sparked a massive lightning explosion, pulverizing everything within its effective range. Lightning Needle is not only fast, but also supremely destructive. Killing the oddball dragonfang caused a system notification to pop up. He must gather 206 pieces of Kriemhild's remains, and he only got one after expending so much effort. The number he must meet was way too high, but at least he's got a proper objective now. This particular dragonfang dropped Kriemhild's third cervical bone. With a clear direction to follow, Theo just needs to collect a dead man's bones, and he'll be out of this place in no time. Back in the real world, a sailing fleet just docked on the floating archipelago port in the middle of a raging storm. Porters flocked to the ship while an attendant approached the only man who disembarked. The man commented that the fog should work in favor of his objective. The porters who boarded the newly arrived ship were floored by what they saw. Its deck was completely stained with blood. The entire crew had been massacred without mercy. The man heard that the foolish floating archipelago spies he sent to infiltrate Black Skull let the dragon-slaying sword slip away. Well, it doesn't really matter if the weaklings failed or who's holding Balmung now. After all, the entire archipelago itself is already in Troyvan's grasp. Noel, number 9 out of Troyvan's 9 lords, has come to finish the job himself. In the middle of the rainy night, the citizens of the floating archipelago were woken up by the frightening noise of explosions. They watched as the great merchant who protected the archipelago for hundreds of years fell. Back inside the relic dungeon, Theo just finished his bone-hunting speedrun, fulfilling the quota of recovering all 206 of Kriemhild's remains. The system prompted him to view the memories engraved into the hero's remnants. As the surroundings blurred, he wondered what the real hero of legend looked like. Suddenly, Theo's consciousness was transported to a snapshot of Kriemhild's life. At this point in time, a kid would regularly traverse an island, excited to visit his friend Levi. She would trek across the tropical island to reach a giant cavern bearing food. The Dragon Slayer sword found itself strewn around the nondescript cave. The child excitedly tapped Balmung, urging Levi to wake up. Slumbering inside the ancient relic was its guardian, the Leviathan, Levi for short. Levi was a bit of a haughty beast. He kept on telling the young human that he must be addressed by his full title, Leviathan, guardian of the primordial dragon's relic. Even the Ragnars wouldn't dare to address him as familiarly as Levi. The kid didn't mind his rough edges. It's too hard to pronounce his whole title, and Levi works just as well. At some point, the guardian gave up and accepted that the child wouldn't learn how to pay proper respect to his name. Talking to a foolish child makes his jaw ache. To conserve energy, he would often go into his miniature form to break bread with the cheerful girl. They would often hang out until the sun comes down as she yaps about her day-to-day life. Levi had gotten used to her ceaseless rambling, but he was forced to sit down and listen in exchange for bread. Time passed, and he found comfort in listening to her colorful and animated stories every day. He watched her grow up as the years went by. He heard every story she had to share. Stuck inside the Dragon Slayer sword, the only thing keeping him engaged was the girl's daily visits. Through the years, Levi maintained his aloof attitude, but it's apparent that he's just a Sunday. As soon as he heard footsteps entering the cave, he quietly looked forward to whatever story the girl would share this time. His hidden anticipation was broken upon catching a whiff of fresh blood. Upon suffering a fatal wound, it took all she had in the tank to run towards her friend for help. The man who cut her up was in pursuit. She cried that strange people suddenly showed up and attacked her village, killing indiscriminately. Before she could get closer to Levi, one of the soldiers dragged her by the hair and stabbed her without mercy. The soldier dug the blade deeper into her body, viewing the girl as nothing but a savage. They are moving under the mandate of the Empire's emperor. This is their way of showing compassion to such a rural backwater island. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he wanted to have some disgusting fun too. While he was salaciously coiling around the dying girl, Levi's rage had reached its zenith. The guardian of the ancient relics sprang into action, disregarding his restraints. Blinded by wrath, he pulverized the cave that served as his home for years. Kriemhildt's village had been fully taken over by the Empire's dogs. They threatened the citizens with death by fire if they refused to cooperate. This inhumane invasion would have continued if a towering beast had not flown in for the sake of vengeance. Levi roared and launched an attack that eradicated every single Empire soldier in the vicinity. Sitting on top of Leviathan's head was a person. Thankfully, Kriemhildt survived her horrible encounter with the disgusting dog of the Empire. That day, she unlocked the strength to carry the Dragon Slayer's sword. As soon as the remaining soldiers spotted her sitting on top of the dragon's head, they focused their efforts on sniping the girl. No matter how hard they tried, they were no match against such a devastating force of nature. While the Empire dogs fell one by one, the villagers were protected by barrier spells. When all was said and done, the forces of the Empire had been wiped out, and the village had burned to the ground. Kriemhildt profusely apologized to Levi for picking up the sword. She believes that she messed things up by not waiting for the Chosen One to claim the blade. Levi comforted her, assuring Kriemhildt that things actually turned out pretty well. He surrounded her with the same barrier that protected the villagers and gently presented the hero to her people. Everyone chanted her name and sang her praises for saving them from the clutches of the Empire's greed. Levi admitted that he might have forsaken his sacred duty, and yet he feels at peace with his decision. For the first time in his long life, he acted by his own will, not that of the primordial dragon. Just to protect Kriemhildt's bright smile, Levi would gladly disobey his creator. At that time, news of the mighty Empire army's defeat at the hands of a savage girl who commands a sea dragon reached the ears of bigger threats. The Emperor refused to have an L in his record, so he dispatched his royal guards to reclaim his land at once. The Empire's royal guards miraculously pulled off the impossible. They managed to wound and restrain the Leviathan. They had to resort to dirty tactics in doing so. They kidnapped the villagers and threatened to kill every single one of them if Levi continued to resist. The royal dogs singled out Kriemhildt, pressing her to spill the secret to finally kill the beast. Levi urged her to save herself and confess he is a guardian, an undying entity. Death simply means falling into a deeper slumber for him. The magic left within the Dragon Slayer's sword when he emerged should be enough to put him to sleep. For the sake of Kriemhildt and the villagers, Levi would gladly take the fall. Relative to his years alive, the time they shared together was rather short. Still, he had never felt more connected with anyone. Kriemhildt climbed on top of her best friend's head and wielded Baomeng. Using water to forcibly move her limbs, Levi forced the hero to do something so cruel. He reckoned that the moment he escaped his fate, this ending was destined to happen. Levi urged her to never feel guilty for protecting her people. This is the last time he'll be able to help her. The last few years had been the best time of his life, but it had to end in the most heartbreaking fashion. The sea dragon killed himself to spare the hero and her people from the Empire's wrath. The royal guards watched as the beast fell without them lifting a finger. The man in charge of this perverse operation laughed his ass off upon seeing the dramatic ending. His laughter ceased when a massive storm started brewing right above their heads. As one final act of defiance, Levi unleashed a tidal wave that would swallow the entire army. They screamed and begged for mercy as they drowned. The frightening waves coiled away from the villagers, sparing them from the cold clutches of death. The land they were standing on was ripped from the seafloor and raised to the surface. Theo finally had the full picture of how the floating archipelago was formed. As it turned out, Kriemhildt wasn't the valiant hero as the tall tales told. She was simply a victim of cruelty, an unfortunate girl who formed an unlikely bond and friendship with a relic guardian. Still stuck in the vision of the past, the image of Kriemhildt approached Theo, calling him the chosen one Levi was waiting for. Even in the afterlife, Kriemhildt still felt guilty for preventing Levi from fulfilling his sacred duty. Now she has the opportunity to fix that. She finally relinquished ownership of the Dragon Slayer's sword and gifted the relic to Theo. She hoped he could make the stubborn beast happy. Accepting the relic with gratitude, he assured Kriemhildt's soul that Levi already had enough happiness in his life thanks to her. Hearing such a sincere assurance put her mind at ease. Back in the real world, the useless guards surrounded the ruins of the Colossus, assessing the damage and minimizing the risk of additional collapse. Out of nowhere, a figure emerged on top of the shattered stone pile. The dark clouds parted, letting the sun peer through after a violent storm. The guards saw a figure holding a familiar blade and were reminded of Kriemhildt's visage. They took this as a sign that the savior had arrived to save their sinking homeland. Meanwhile, the richest people in control of the floating archipelago have gathered for an underground meeting to figure out their next move. Troven's ninth dragon, Noil, was pleased to see these leeches come together so quickly. One of the old heads asserted that this is not the time for relaxation, given that there's a massive disruption in their plans. As far as the islanders know, the dragon-slaying sword was supposed to be in Troyon's safekeeping, yet a foreigner just emerged from the colossal rubble, wielding the blade. Because of him, the residents have rallied around a new hero, dubbing him Kriemhildt's second coming. At this rate, the power of the 3 shipping clans will fall into the foreigners' hands. They did not sign up for this when they got in bed with the Troivans. They handed Balmung themselves in exchange for the preservation of their comfortable positions after all. Noil dismissed their concerns as nothing but a trivial matter. In fact, just hearing all this commotion displeases him. One of the moguls dared to push Noil back, offended that a Troivan representative was looking down on the 3 shipping clans. It was a big mistake. Noil raised his hand and turned the fool into a fine mist of blood and guts. He did not come here to coddle greedy pigs. The civilians are of no consequence too. They are merely insects that can be crushed at any time. Frankly, Noil is disgusted by these business moguls. They are traders willing to sell their homeland for their own gain. If they simply followed orders right to the letter, none of this mess would have happened. With their dominance over the sinking archipelago slipping, they are panicking. One of the moguls bravely called Noil's hypocrisy out. They know how much the traitorous Trovan family relies on the archipelago's resources. The 9th dragon got all up in his face, intimidating the old for stating facts. Noil simplified everyone's directive. Shut up and follow orders. If they wish to live, the 3 clans must work together to retrieve the dragon-slaying sword. With utmost respect, one of Noil's soldiers asked if it would be a wise move to entrust such an important job to the incompetent merchant clans. He recognized the soldier's concern. Noil would also prefer to act personally, but the current situation does not allow him to make a move yet. He just received word that one of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the Hegemony dragon, is on the way to this very archipelago. Restraining such a threat is the highest priority. Back outside, almost every archipelago citizen has gathered to catch a glimpse of their new hero. They chanted Kriemhildt's name with utmost admiration, just like how their ancestors did. Theo knew that Kriemhild was revered like a deity over the years, but he didn't expect this level of fanaticism. Perhaps he's the only one who knows the real Kriemhild anymore. She was neither a god nor a hero. She was just a kind and ordinary girl thrust into a cruel destiny. Moreover, the dragon-slaying sword was an artifact of the primordial dragon, meant to be wielded by a Ragnar. From the crowd, one of the disgruntled citizens yelled a request. Everyone knows that the arrival of the Trojan scoundrels led to the slow sinking of their land. To make matters worse, they are being barred from leaving. All they ask is for the hero's second coming to save the floating archipelago. Deciding to play into the misunderstanding to set the mood a little, Theo raised the legendary blade and addressed the people. He solemnly swore to save them in their home. His sword shall bring salvation. After sneaking out of the rowdy district, Theo was welcomed by an odd fella. With a bunch of priestesses backing him up, the Fenboy introduced himself as Marty, the priest overseeing Kriemhildt's temple. From here on out, they will serve Theo wholeheartedly. Following Marty's lead, Theo made a pilgrimage to the said temple. The crowd followed them all the way to the bridge connecting to the sacred ground. Marty dismissed everyone else and walked with Theo alone. He explained that Theo's coming had long since been prophesied. The temple had been maintained for generations for this very day. Along the halls of the sacred ground, Marty introduced a necklace once worn by Kriemhild hundreds of years ago. The system tagged it as a magical enchanted accessory and a gate connection key. This would be an essential item for reaching the sea dragon slumbering in the depths. Seeing how the Fenboy priest was giving him the VIP treatment befitting of a hero, Theo decided to confess to his lie. Marty assured him that he's well aware of Lord Theo Ragnar's true identity. That really caught Theo off guard. The priest explained that he knows about Balmung's origin as a primordial dragon artifact. He's privy to the fact that such a relic would only awaken at the hands of a Ragnar. Yet even after knowing everything, Marty still continues calling him the reincarnation of Kriemhild. Going into further detail, Marty asserted that those who guarded this place for generations know the hero's real story. They know the sorrow of having no other choice but to harm a friend. Since Theo had been acknowledged by their reluctant savior, the temple deemed him deserving of befitting treatment and respect. At the end of the temple halls, they have arrived at the top of seemingly endless stairs leading to the bottom of the archipelago. Marty instructed Theo to throw the necklace below, and a gate leading to the sea dragon will open. Carrying the artifact will also allow him to move freely underwater. The Fenboy priest placed all his hopes in Theo's hand, and the Ragnar Lord promised to deliver. Outside the temple, the citizens huddled together to pray for their salvation. They pleaded for Kriemhildt's well-being and the archipelago's safety. The solemn vigil was interrupted by the threat of aggression. The three clans have arrived and they aim to make the crowd disperse. They announced that they conducted an investigation and found that the man falsely claiming to be the hero was a terrorist. This three-clan coalition is hell-bent on pinning the crime of stealing the Dragon Slayer sword on the alleged terrorist. Citizens were strongly urged to disperse immediately. Umberto Spanola, the head of the Spanola family shipping clan, reaffirms that his judgment is correct. Antonio might share the same last name as this bug, but they could not be any more different. Umberto expects some damage to his reputation, but his life is on the line if he fails to recover the blade. You can forget about reputation and prestige. He doesn't want to die at the hands of that cruel Noel. Even if he must kill everyone here, he would gladly trade their lives for his own. So he commanded his kill squad to cut down anyone who didn't comply. While a slaughterfest was happening upstairs, Theo was cautiously descending to the depths. After what felt like forever, he felt water touch his foot. He's finally reached the end of the descent. This tranquil space must be the place where the gate must be unlocked. He retrieved Kriemhildt's necklace and gently threw it into the water, causing a soft ripple to form. The ripple eventually turned into a bubbling whirlpool as immense power surfaced from below. Accepting the necklace key, the current formed a swirling door right in front of Theo. Without hesitation, he jumped right into the water, letting his body relax and enter an unfamiliar place. Immediately, he found himself drifting at the bottom of the sea. A diverse selection of sea life surrounded Theo. Lurking below, something vicious and hungry awaits. He scanned the area with Baomeng in hand. He knows he's near the slumbering guardian. He just doesn't know which direction to search in first. Unfortunately, reaching his objective won't be smooth sailing this time around. Theo sensed killing intent circling him. Something has locked onto him as prey. Something big. When he finally caught a glimpse of what that something was, he was gobsmacked. An entire army of starving sea serpents surrounded him from all sides. All of them were looking at him like the last slice of pizza in the box. As the army of sea serpents swam in circles, slowly eliminating any and all escape routes, Theo Ragnar smiled. No matter how menacingly they look in their home court, these sea serpents have nothing on the goat. Up on the surface, the Spanola Patriarch has officially laid down the hammer to wipe out everyone who dares to stand in their way. The crowd rightfully banded together to defend themselves. They tried to reason with the armed guards, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. It wasn't until Fenboy Priest Marty intervened with a commanding shout that the armed forces stopped. He was offended that these knuckleheads were accusing the temple and the civilians of being terrorists on absolutely zero grounds. Marty asserted that the man he escorted was clearly the reincarnation of Kriemhildt. He swore it upon the honor of the priests that came before him, spanning multiple generations. If anything, the ones who should be explaining themselves are the three clans and their hired thugs. Marty exposed the shameless Spanola Patriarch for employing and bringing Trovan mercenaries into the archipelago's religious sanctuary. Upon hearing that the same people who stole the dragon-slaying sword are now trying to cause mayhem once more, the masses were enraged. Their rage escalated the situation from mere confrontation to an all-out brawl. Their wrath and dissatisfaction were justified. The devout believers of the temple formed a barricade, putting their bodies on the line to protect their hero. Humberto thought he could bulldoze through the masses without much struggle, but he underestimated their faith. Even some of the people in his camp tried to convince him to stop being so cringe. They should just retreat and plan their next move more extensively, since his local soldiers refused to raise their weapons against their fellow archipelago citizens. Umberto simply left the job to the Trovan mercenary corps mixed in formation. The goons had no qualms spilling the blood of the innocent as long as they got paid. They were quick and vicious, an efficient death squad. It was a travesty, a massacre right outside of Holy Sanctuary. Umberto's most trusted aides tried their hardest to get the senile old man to back off. Such forceful measures will inevitably fuel the residents' resentment, damaging the family's reputation. The cruel patriarch argued that he's just doing what needs to be done, and everyone else needs to keep up. Reputation means jack shit when you're 6 feet under. Once the floating archipelago becomes nothing but the Troyvan's slop factory, the three clans must adapt and assume the role of perfect hunting dogs. The unwitting soldiers who thought they were deployed to capture a terrorist watched in horror as people wearing the same uniform as them butchered civilians. Trovan mercenaries jumped into the crowd and killed to their vile heart's content. Marty stood firm in his position. Right now he must stand and fight with the citizens. Similarly, the civilians held their ground, refusing to budge an inch in the face of certain death. They wanted to fight back against this bullshit tyranny, but it's hard to stay tough when a spear is headed for your heart. Thankfully, the prodigal son, Antonio Spinola, arrived just in time to thwart his insane father's stunt. He brought along his armed resistance army, the Black Skull, to pick off the Trovan mercenaries in the crowd. Not expecting his son to crash the bloody party, Humberto threw a tantrum like an overgrown baby. Digachat Antonio slowly made his way to his father's position while parrying casuals left and right. Humberto could not fathom the fact that his son would give up the coveted position as his successor for something as pathetic as protecting his people. Antonio was pissed. He's disgusted that his dog of a father would sell the country off to the villains, even going as far as murdering the innocent for a crumb of Trovan shit. Driven by rage and the desire to correct his father's sins, Antonio commanded his Black Skull soldiers to subdue every last one of these Trovan dogs while keeping the citizens safe. His war cry managed to boost morale somehow, but the fact remains that they are outmatched and outnumbered in every way. If this conflict stretches out, they won't be able to hold out for long. Their only hope is currently under the sea, encircled by hungry sea serpents. Admittedly, Theo Ragnar was a bit worried about the sheer number of sea serpents trying to size him up. He already gave the beasts plenty of openings, but they have shown no signs of blatant hostility. It was almost like they just wanted to watch him. He reckoned that the Leviathan's aura sealed within the dragon-slaying sword must be keeping them subdued. If that's the case, he followed his gut and reached for one of the serpents. Gently petting its snout, the system immediately notified him that the sea serpents had recognized him as their master. Who would have thought that his wyvern taming skill would be applicable to draconic creatures underwater? He felt a similar sensation to when he tamed Umbra not too long ago. Their emotions flowed through his dragon heart, establishing an intimate bond. Through the sea serpents, Theo tapped into the emotions the Leviathan felt as it sank into the depths. There were hints of curiosity, fear, and awe. Levi must have had quite a layered experience. The sea serpents were initially drawn by the Leviathan's power, and eventually claimed the area as their territory. It makes sense why they all came out to observe Theo, someone who carries the same aura as the legendary relic guardian. With the ability to communicate with sea serpents unlocked, he finally got the gist of whatever's happening down in this unfamiliar place. Theo is certain that he has the tools to put everything back in its rightful place. He mounted one of the sea serpents, and the entire army led their new master to his destination. Theo found that the deeper they go, the stronger the currents become. It would have been impossible to navigate these waters on its own, due to the twisting and turning caused by warped mana. To make sure that he doesn't miss any details in the dark, he activated hatchling synchronization. Once they were deep enough, the abnormally strong currents died down. Theo finally laid eyes upon one of the strongest relic guardians in existence, the Leviathan. As expected, it was resting at the bottom of the deep sea. Even when in deep slumber, its overwhelming mana and gargantuan size were simply absurd. But contrary to the other guardian's purity, the mana flow of the Leviathan seemed strange. This must be due to the issue the sea serpents told him about. Griffin came out of hiding and cringed at the rotten state of their fellow guardian. The fairy dragon is usually tactful, but she agreed with the bird this time. She thought Theo had already pinpointed the problem, given that he carries the same aura deep in his soul. That's right, the Leviathan is suffering from a bad case of demonic corruption. Levi the Leviathan has succumbed to prolonged contamination by demonic corruption. With Levi the Leviathan compromised, wild currents underneath the archipelago were producing massive waves at the coast. In a home of worship somewhere in the many islands, a wicked meeting was taking place. Noel, the 9th vassal of Troyvon, entered the premises to confront someone about the ongoing war between two humongous powers. Even though they were on opposite sides, they had much to discuss privately. His co-conspirator Barian replied with an unserious smile. It's been a while since Noel, and this jacked homeless guy who doesn't believe in shoes has gotten together to talk shop. Seeing that ridiculous grin, Noel's annoyance rose up. He had no time to exchange pleasantries. They agreed to work together out of necessity. Barian was supposed to seize the territory up north while Trovan forces clashed with Ragnar. In return, the annexation of the archipelago will be kept low-key. Homeless Muscle Man does not recall ever breaking the pledge he made. But seeing as Noel looks pissed, he figured that some complication must have arisen. The 9th vassal was nearing the limit of his temper. He suspects that Barian was feigning ignorance. That outsider, Theo Ragnar, somehow found the archipelago to meddle in its affairs. There was no way a fellow heir to the throne like Barian would fail to notice the movements of a rival. With a thinly veiled threat, Noel implored Barian to speak plainly. To show that he's not fucking around, the 9th vassal unleashed his bubbling murderous intent in Barian's direction. Since the mischievous heir would like to dance around playing stupid, Noel made a judgment call to end their little arrangement. Under the sea, Theo Ragnar was grappling with the implications of the Leviathan's current condition. The seemingly indomitable guardian was infected with demonic sea poison. Its whole body is on the brink of utter contamination by such a vile toxin. Based on its subdued savagery, it was highly likely that its reasoning had completely eroded. He might not have proof yet, but Theo reckoned that the Trovan bastards might have a hand in this poisoning. The very dragon added that once the dragon sword is drawn and its seal undone, the Leviathan would have normally awakened to defend the archipelago. She was more intrigued by how mortals managed to intoxicate a relic guardian with a nasty case of demonic sea poisoning in the first place. Only some grotesque technique could have made this possible. In any case, the Leviathan is mere moments from rampaging out of control. With logic and reasoning tainted by demonic presence, it's about to cause a lot of damage. Fortunately, Theo seems to have avoided notice for now. The safe thing to do is to keep a distance and formulate a plan. But the Chosen One had a different approach in mind, a much more straightforward one. With Balmung drawn, he rushed forward. He wanted to seize the opportunity while the beast cannot perceive him yet. He activated hatchling synchronization to lock onto where the poison first began to spread. Thanks to his enhanced perception, he found the spot right on top of the Guardian's head. The concentration of the toxin had already taken over underneath, ceasing control of its brain. If he can destroy the very source of the Guardian's suffering, perhaps they could salvage the situation and seize the contamination. Balmung's tip approached the crystallized origin of the sickness with lethal force. Centimeters away from making contact, a powerful force stopped his attack. It then repelled Theo away, pushing him out of range helplessly. The repellent force did not show him an ounce of mercy, making the Chosen One eat rocks. He made a foolish decision. Whoever was responsible for this predicament installed some kind of protective ward to keep the contamination going. Good news, he's now certain that he found the weak point. Bad news, the big-ass dragon had finally noticed his presence. Theo was almost crushed by the protective ward. Trying to fend off the full brunt of a Leviathan's rampage is not a smart move. It moved through the seafloor with enough force to whip up a current storm. Now that they've poked the beast, escape is out of the question. All Theo could do was go for another gamble by striking his forehead. He can't afford to fail this time. The plan was simple, but it's easier said than done. That beast is a whole-ass Yu-Gi-Oh card. He racked his brain for the approach that could bail him out of this gargantuan mess. Not giving him a chance to think of another method, the Leviathan opened its jaws and coalesced unimaginable powers in its mouth. It unleashed a blast of pure energy capable of wiping out cities in one go. It took everything Theo had just to barely scrape out of its radius. While he was feeling the full brunt of a Guardian's power, an idea popped into his head. First, he leapt backwards to create more distance while the Leviathan chases. Thankfully, an ally showed up just in time to aid in his tactical retreat. One of the sea serpents he tamed must have noticed the commotion and came to aid him in battle. Although he could breathe and operate underwater, movement still felt foreign and restricted. But with the sea serpent's help, everything changes. With an upgrade in speed, he commanded the serpent to charge back in and aim for the wound on the Leviathan's brow. The closer they get to the crystal, the denser the demonic miasma becomes. Once he entered his effective range, Theo hopped off his mount. It's time to put what he learned while fighting the griffin into practice. His eyes turned black and red, his features becoming more draconic. Theo boosted all his stats with the help of his guardians. He activated Griffin's ability to suppress more formidable foes, Fairy's buff to enhance immunity against demonic influence, Flame Eater's augmented attack power to counter demonic energy, and Lesser Drake's suppressive fear. A Guardian relic can only be subdued by a fellow Guardian relic's strength. In the strongest state he could possibly muster, Theo unleashed a magnificent dragon's 5 talons. His supercharged attack reached the crystal. Bypassing the force of the protective ward, Theo pressed down as hard as he could, putting everything in the line in a single slash. Once the ward was effectively destroyed, breaching and shattering the toxic source was inevitable. Theo refused to let up until he knew that his mission was accomplished. He heard a loud explosion, its sound and impact traveling across the deep. It took everything he had in the tank. Theo did what Kriemhild would have done, once the source of demonic sea poison was crushed to smithereens. Levi's power immediately started cleansing the toxins in his system. A few moments later, the Guardian regained some semblance of vitality and clarity in his eyes. Still reeling from the effects of the demonic corruption, he thought he was looking at an old friend for a moment. I saw the dragon-slaying sword and perceived the image of Kriemhild standing before him. Theo had to snap him back to reality and introduced himself as the Chosen One destined to wield the Guardian's power. He came here to deliver the hero's final words. While he listened to what Theo had to say, memories of Kriemhild flooded Levi's mind, the good and the bad. He accepted Theo's story and mourned for his friend's sacrifice. Her consciousness remained all that time for his sake. Griffin had to interrupt the bittersweet sentiments to implore the sea dragon to return to the relic at once. Fairy chipped in, trying to convince the beast that Theo is the real deal, the chosen one they must lend their strength to. Though Levi had yearned for this very moment, doing the right thing is impossible now. He already defied the will of the ancient dragon by leaving his vessel of his own accord. The moment he abandoned his relic, his status as guardian was stripped away. Furthermore, though Theo's intervention restored his mind, his body had sustained permanent damage from the demonic taint. His corporeal form is doomed to vanish soon. So, before that happens, Levi proposed an alternative. Before he fades into nothing, he wanted to entrust Theo Ragnar with every drop of his remaining power. He warned the Chosen One that the pain would be excruciating. Not many can endure the process. Even so, Theo readily accepted the proposal. Who wouldn't want to suck some dragon juice for power? His confidence was precisely to the sea dragon's liking. All Levi asks is for Theo to use this immense power for those whom Kriemhild wished to protect. Since that's what he originally intended to do in the first place, Theo swore upon the hero's sword. One last time, the sea dragon extended his gratitude to the Chosen One. Levi's body faded into an ethereal mass made of his remaining energy and life force. Thanks to Theo's timely intervention, he can finally rejoin his friend. As soon as Levi's physical form disintegrated, the currents that once held the floating archipelago afloat weakened. At this rate, the whole damn place will sink. There is no time to dawdle. Theo must absorb the Leviathan's final gift quickly. He dove straight into the vortex that housed the crystallized form of the sea dragon's power. He grabbed onto the gift and held on as his life depended on it. Once he receives this power, Theo Ragnar intends to move that entire floating archipelago by his damn self. His confidence was sky high after freeing Levi from the clutches of demonic poison. He was quickly humbled as soon as he tried absorbing the sea dragon's remnants. Theo's flesh started to tear from the sheer force he tried to take in. He had been arrogant. His guardians warned him that the Leviathan stood on a different tier compared to other relic guardians. But he did not expect something this overwhelmingly mighty. The vortex produced by Levi's power dwarfed his body. At the rate he's going now, he could not possibly absorb all of it. His body will give in before he can house a fraction of it. Suddenly, Levi's thunderous voice echoed in his head with a tip to use the sword. He drew Balmung and used the blade instead of raw dogging the absorption process. Because of the inherent link between the sea dragon and the relic, it dampened the damage in Theo's body. This time, the giant vortex of pure power seemed a little more manageable. Theo held his position and slurped it all up. The griffin reluctantly praised its master for using his head for once. Fairy concurred. By passing the overwhelming force through the dragon-slaying sword, the strain on the flesh was heavily reduced. Even in death, the Leviathan still rendered assistance at the final moment. After what felt like forever, Theo finally seized the sea dragon's gift completely. He sensed an overwhelming mana coursing through his veins, as if the Leviathan itself was within his grasp. The initial pain and hardship were definitely worth it. Fairy had to rain on his parade, though. This is not the moment to relax. If he wishes to move the archipelago to safety, now is the chance to do so while he has a firm grasp on the sea dragon's power in its entirety. Following her advice, Theo commanded the sea itself to move according to his will. He tamed the wild currents and made them lift the massive landmass up above. Theo had already decided upon a destination. There is no location more perfectly suited than the one he had picked. The floating archipelago must return to the northeastern region of Ragnar, the very place where it once rested. With the power of a dragon, god and anime by his side, he made the sea his servant. In front of the hero temple, the war between the Three Clans' army and the Black Skull was still raging on. The fighting only ceased when gigantic tidal waves started crashing into the bloodbath. The citizens who were caught in the crossfire looked and prayed to their hero, afraid that their homeland would sink into oblivion. No matter which side they were on, everyone in the archipelago was struck with the same fear. Finally, one of the soldiers noticed that instead of sinking, the coastline was actually moving. With the help of the tidal waves, the entire landmass was inching away from the position it held for all their lives. The mountains, cities, and everything within were being transported to the northeastern region. As the archipelago moved, the dilapidated place of worship housing Noil and Barian had started crumbling. The ninth vassal felt the movement under his feet and was plunged into confusion. He reckoned that the outsider had finally absorbed the power of the dragon-slaying sword. Barian kept the mischievous grin on his face as he offered his apology for cutting their meeting short. This is not the time to be loitering around these parts. Noil refused to let go, still fuming at Barian's obvious lack of commitment. The heir reasoned that even he failed to foresee the actions of Theo Ragnar. Nevertheless, the plan is nearing its conclusion. He reframed Theo's taming of the sword as a good thing, a convenient thing. With Balmung unlocked, all they have to do is kill the guy and reclaim the blade. In essence, Barian wants to use Noil to eliminate a rising political adversary. He wants to blow his nose without touching the snot with his hands. Homeless muscle guy ignored Noil's constant bitching and implored him to get to work instead of wasting time. Besides, This could be immensely profitable for the Troivans. Back in the front lines, Antonio Spinola immediately attributed the island's movement to Theo. The little bastard actually succeeded and fulfilled his promise. He commanded his men to cease the fighting, now that the real danger of the archipelago's sinking has been eliminated. Now everyone can be safe and there's no point in shedding more blood. His reasonable command was taken advantage of. A blade coming from behind tried to sneakily cut the head of the Black Skull. Thankfully, the hero's successor surfaced just in time to save Antonio's ass one more time. As for the soldier who tried to kill the man trying to end the war, Theo didn't have any love for the guy. He cut that bastard cleanly in half with his shiny new sword. The believers rejoiced that Kriemhild had returned to stand with them after sealing the sea dragon and saving their homeland. Antonio confirmed if the issue was dealt with, if the archipelago and his people are safe now. Once Theo gave him the word, the weight on his shoulders was lifted. He wholeheartedly thanked the unlikely savior before shamelessly asking for one more favor. Theo didn't even wait to hear him out. He already knew what Antonio wanted. Looking around the battlefield, the corpses of civilians and severely injured survivors can be seen all around. It's easy to understand what went down in this supposedly sacred place. The Black Skull and the citizens went to bat for him to protect the archipelago and their hero. It's only fitting that he pays them back. As soon as the three clans' army saw him closing in on them, they seriously contemplated tossing their weapons away in terror. On the contrary, their master, Umberto Spinola, sees this as the dragon-slaying sword walking towards their grasp on its own legs. He forced his men to stop hesitating and seize the prize. Afraid of the Spinola patriarch, they did as they were told and charged at Theo, before their weapons could reach the target. An absolute menace rejoined the battlefield, covering it with thick killing intent. In the short time he was away, his useless pawns turned the place into a complete mess. Theo's instincts gave him a jolt. Someone monstrous just joined the fray. As loudly as he could, he implored everyone around him, friend and foe, to lie face down. A single slash traveled across the bridge in a clean and unbroken line. Those who fell victim to the terrifying attack never saw it coming. It was as though time stood still. The first one to fall was the banisters of the bridge, cleanly cut by the base. Next were the scalps of every soldier who didn't listen to Theo's warning. At least they get to keep half their brains. The already bloody battlefield was painted with a deeper and thicker shade of crimson. In a split second, the entirety of the three-clan coalition was wiped out. Those behind Theo only survived due to his meddling and their trust in his warning. Nobles and soldiers were massacred in the most helpless way possible. The culprit was of course Noil, the ninth vassal of Trovan. He cursed the worm-like pirate bastards for failing to dispose of a single brat and letting the situation get out of hand. Among the victims was Humberto Spinola. Like everyone else, he died with his head sliced open. He got to keep his mustache, though. Antonio hated his father with passion, but seeing his old man's corpse like that still filled him with dread. Theo had to snap him back to reality. The Black Skull leader needs to pull himself together to evacuate the citizens. The floating archipelago will need him for the rebuild. Casting his emotions aside for the meantime, Antonio sprang into action. While everyone retreated into the temple, Theo bravely stood his ground to size up the slaughterer. Noil's displeasure with the Ragnar is ignited. He wants to cut down the insolent whelp meddling with Troivan's grand plans. He is itching to shred the young lord as thoroughly as possible so that even the father won't recognize his bastard son. You know it's serious when the art style turns diabolical.